Chapter 122, Best Friend Absent. This must have been what Mr. Greengrass said to her when they were fighting the Slytherin team in front of the Shrieking Shack. If Harry's story was true, then Mr. Greengrass bought blood-flavored candies. Giving them to her could only mean one thing. The dots were connected, and all the facts were drawn into a line. However, what was depicted was not a great truth. Mr. Malfoy is not a pureblood. She is a vampire. That day, I learned part of Mr. Malfoy's secret. My Christmas was filled with mundane things. The long-awaited Christmas holiday. Yesterday, my brother and I were finally able to go home, and when we woke up and walked towards the dining room, the first thing that greeted us was a friendly family. Dad, Mom, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Dahlia. Draco, now, sit down. Your breakfast is getting cold. As we walked into the dining room, Mom and Dad smiled kindly at us. Although there was a distance between us, as we couldn't see the sun, the window let in soft sunlight, gently illuminating the dining table. It was a wonderful time with family. There was a space I had always longed for, where I could always feel happy. Yes, Mom. Although I was very happy to be home, just this casual interaction made me uncontrollably happy. I didn't know it myself, but perhaps this expressionless face was disappearing, and it seemed my prediction was correct, as Mom saw my expression and her eyes became warmer. Needless to say, Mom's reaction made my already expressionless face even worse. After we sat down at the dining table, a quiet and peaceful meal began. Since we were eating, there wasn't much conversation. However, even without any conversation, there was a deep sense of trust between them, so there was never any tension. It was just a calm and happy time. This continued even after the meal was finished and you were enjoying after-dinner tea. Casual conversation echoed around the dining table. Dahlia, I'm no longer a board member, but I've heard a lot about your academic performance at school. It seems you'll have an excellent performance this year too. As expected, you are the daughter of the House of Malfoy. Thank you, Father. I will never do anything that would tarnish the reputation of the House of Malfoy. No, I'm not worried about that at all. But Dora. Oh, that's right, Father. There's a Slytherin Quidditch match in the second half of the year. Aren't you going to come watch it like last year? Well, it's all right. I'll talk about your grades next time. But about watching the match, I might not be able to go, but I might go to Hogwarts to see Morriman. If possible, let's spend some time together. Is that true, Father? What I heard was an extremely ordinary family conversation. No changes and no variations, just the boring daily life that always continued. For many people, this ordinary day was just another day gone by. But for me, such a daily life was the most touching and happiest time, not boring at all. Returning to this warm home, I felt very fulfilled. I liked how Father praised me and awkwardly patted my head. I liked how Mother smiled as she listened to Father and me talk, as if she were watching over me. And, Dahlia. Yes, brother. Father, I'm really looking forward to that. When I was doted on by my parents, I liked the way my brother looked at me, just like my mother. Even after breakfast, after lunch, and during small family gatherings in the evening, this peaceful time never changed. I think I am a truly happy monster. Even though I am a creature that would not normally be accepted, I still have a wonderful family who loves me. An extraordinary monster is considered normal and quietly allowed to exist in ordinary daily life. If we don't call this happiness, then what do we call happiness? Today was another day, just an ordinary day. For me, this Christmas was not like that at all, and at the same time, it was filled with immense happiness. Hermione's perspective. I had always believed this, never doubting it. A vampire is a dark creature that feeds on human blood, a monster. In the Muggle world, vampires are often villains in stories, and it is the same in the magic world where they actually exist. Although they have significant weaknesses like silver, garlic, an inability to be exposed to sunlight, they possess powerful strength and semi-eternal bodies to compensate for these weaknesses. Rational, sexual, inhuman, evil monsters that feed on human blood for sustenance, attacking humans with dark arts during the peak of that person. This was the reality of vampires that I knew but never doubted. But now I suddenly couldn't believe it. In fact, I even began to suspect it was all a lie. This was because the books/things/vampires I knew were far from what was written in textbooks. Mr. Malfoy, whom I had been watching, didn't look like the photos in textbooks at all. Far from the foolish and ugly monsters described in novels and charlatan theories. She always tried to help me, no matter what. Even when I was in trouble and in a more difficult situation than her, she would always say something to help me. Even if she eventually rejected me, she always worried about me, a stranger, with sadness in her eyes. There was no bloodthirsty monster there, only a kind girl. But, however, I was truly selfish. In the almost empty Gryffindor common room, I looked out the window at the white outside and said to myself, in the common room, there was Harry, depressed after learning the truth about Sirius Black, and Ron, confused. We remained silent, saying nothing, but this didn't stop my gloomy thoughts. Even though his best friend Harry was depressed, if he didn't bother him, his attention would shift to Mr. Malfoy. I had always wanted to be friends with Mr. Malfoy. I had always wanted to be friends with her, who always supported my goals and always helped me. I wanted to have a close relationship like Harry and Ron. The same mind also viewed vampires as monsters. Even though I didn't know she was a vampire, I kept trying to get close to her while cursing vampires and calling them monsters. Although vampires were mocked a lot in plays and dramas last year, I never had any doubts or discomfort about it. Unconsciously, I took it for granted that vampires were inferior beings to humans. Of course, I never told Mr. Malfoy what I thought, but even unconsciously, I kept making fun of her. I had no right to be friends with Mr. Malfoy from the start. Mr. Malfoy rejected everyone around her, even her Slytherin classmates. Many students, like me, completely believed that vampires were just blood-sucking monsters. People like me, who knew that Miss Malfoy was actually a kind girl, wouldn't know this, and I believe most students would think the same if they discovered her secret. Mr. Malfoy was expressionless, her cold gaze, as if she didn't consider us human at all, because she only saw us as bait. She just wanted to suck other people's blood and acted expressionless. Such a simple fact, it was impossible for her, who was smarter than anyone, not to see. This was tragic. The more she thought, the more she had to reject others, and her future was hopelessly stagnant. Perhaps the only people she could trust were her family, including Draco and her best friend Mr. Greengrass. That small world was her only companionship, and everything else was just an enemy to her. And among these enemies were Dumbledore, who still suspected Mr. Malfoy was an accomplice to the heir, and of course me, who just wanted to get close to her, even though I knew nothing about it. It seemed that by understanding just one fact, the reasons for her actions would emerge one after another. I know now why she helped me and then eventually rejected me. After escaping the basilisk, why was she so anxious, called herself a monster, and helped me so much? Why did she have such a brilliant smile on her face last time in Hogsmeade? Why didn't she answer Professor Snape's question, thereby protecting Professor Lupin from the werewolf? As time passed, my thoughts became darker and darker. In front of my eyes, the snow scene, as always, painted the campus white. Tomorrow was Christmas, so the windows were decorated in a Christmas style, and there were many trees with bells hanging outside. If there were other classmates, the common room would be brighter, and the Christmas atmosphere would be everywhere. But the reality was different. The bright common room had a dark atmosphere, and the only one speaking was Ron. Ultimately, Harry and I didn't speak again that day. Harry's perspective. Christmas finally arrived. The castle was finally filled with the Christmas spirit, and even the cold ghosts brightened up their cold faces. But, hey, Harry, cheer up. Hermione has been silent for some reason since Hogsmeade. Hey, let's do something. It's Christmas after all. Hey, look, it's snowing outside. We can have a snowball fight or just change our mood. Ron, I haven't had Christmas in a long time. I'm sorry, but I'm not in the mood right now. Can you be quiet for a while? The air we exhaled was as cold as ever. Even though Ron was talking to me kindly, I suddenly interrupted him. I don't know how many times we had had such a conversation. This exchange had been repeating since the start of the Christmas holiday. I saw Ron next to Hermione looking awkward, and Hermione remained silent as usual. But even so, I was powerless to worry about him now. I felt like I had to do something with my hatred. Although I was able to go to Hogsmeade, which I had always dreamed of, through the ninja map, that enthusiasm was no longer there. Only intense hatred. Hatred I had never felt before crawled through my body like poison, and I felt as if my head would lose control just by sitting there. Sirius Black. Although he was a close friend of my parents, he was actually a subordinate of Lord Voldemort and the traitor who ultimately caused my parents' deaths. He was no longer in Azkaban and continued to walk around openly outside without any inconvenience. Even with Dementors nearby, I no longer suffered from my mother's voice as I used to. This fact made me unbearable and disgusted. As I remained silent, the common room fell silent again. Although it was pure white outside the window, it was pitch black inside the common room. Breaking this dark silence was, I understand. But, listen, before that, let's open our presents. I'm sure Mom sent me a sweater this year too. Hey, Harry, I wish I could open presents. Maybe your mood will change a bit. After all, this was Ron, my dearest friend. She winced at the strange atmosphere I created, but she still didn't bother me. I guess he thought he couldn't leave. She mustered up the courage to keep calling me, to change my mood, if only a little. And this time, her words worked. Even when I was down, when someone brought up Mrs. Weasley, I had no choice but to react, as Mrs. Weasley had helped me a lot during the summer holidays. I reluctantly turned to Ron and replied, I understand. I have to open the presents anyway. The pile of presents was closer to me, so I immediately started unwrapping them. Although the process was very slow, they still opened the presents one by one. I quickly found the gift I was looking for. Mrs. Weasley sent her a dark red sweater every year. It used to be on the top, but it was hard to find. It was possible. I'm here too. Mom's sweater. It's maroon again. How's your sweater? That's a dark red sweater. It's a good gift full of love. I'm jealous. Unconsciously, his reply to Ron became harsh. It was useless. Even though it was just a gift, my broken heart ended up interpreting it in an unnecessary way. I couldn't help but look away from Mrs. Weasley's gift. I was very happy with the gift from my aunt, but to be honest, for me now, being able to show off a happy family to others was really painful. But, what's this? When I averted my gaze, my eyes were drawn to a gift box. It was a long, thin box. For some reason, I was immediately drawn to this unassuming gift box. What's wrong, Harry? What is that package? No, but I'll take this chance to open it. Guided by a mysterious pull, I opened the gift box. Inside, oh my god! Harry, it's a firebolt. It had a clean, sleek design. Lying beside it was a broomstick whose shape was unlike any other, dreadfully neat, with a tail that looked as if it had been carefully selected and polished strand by strand. When I reached out, the broom rose to a height where I could easily mount it, and the golden registration number on the handle shone brightly. This situation made me temporarily forget the hatred I had just felt, and I just stared at the broom I had dreamed of, as if it had mesmerized me. My mind could barely keep up with the sudden turn of events. As I did this, Ron spoke loudly next to me. Wow, that's amazing. This is the best broom ever. So, who spent this much money on you? Does it have a card or anything? My thought stopped, and as Ron pointed out, I started looking for the card. However, finding no card, I could only respond blankly as usual. No, I can't find one. It certainly wasn't the Dursley family, but I don't know who sent it. Isn't that Dumbledore? Look, he sent you an invisibility cloak in your first year without revealing his name. I'm sure it's him. Dumbledore could easily afford this broom. I don't think it's Dumbledore. That invisibility cloak originally belonged to my father, so he just returned it to me. I wouldn't use my professor giving me hundreds of galleon worth of gold. No, that might be the reason for the anonymity. If you were a lowlife like Malfoy, I bet you'd think the professor was showing you favoritism. Ron suddenly cheered and rolled happily on the common room carpet. That's right, Malfoy. I don't know what you'll look like when you ride this flying broomstick. It will be spectacular to see that already pale face turn even paler. After all, the Firebolt is an international competition-level warrior. This is a broomstick. Even his Nimbus 2001 can't catch up to this broom. With this, Gryffindor's victory is certain. After a cheer, he stood up and said, "All right, let's go out and try riding it. And after you're done riding, can I try riding it too?" Yes, that's right. Let's do that. My mind hadn't caught up with me yet, but I understood that this was the best gift I had received during my lowest point. Ron and I tried to leave as quickly as possible. I didn't even try to put on the robes I was supposed to wear outside. I was just too excited and started running out. Don't hang up. He was stopped by Hermione, who had remained silent throughout the holiday. Although her eyes had been blank, she was now looking at my firebolt with an incredulous expression. Then, as we looked back at them, Hermione began to speak in a calm tone. "Hey, is there really no sender written on your broomstick? That's a very expensive broom, isn't it?" Yes. I don't understand it at all. It doesn't have a card either." Hearing my reply, Hermione's face grew gloomier, and she continued, "That's strange. I saw that broom in Diagon Alley too, but it's not worth the price to buy it for a student." "Exactly, Hermione. This is the best broom in the world. Even if Slytherin owned all the brooms, they wouldn't compare to this one." "Yeah, so that's why it's so strange. Who is this person who sent such an expensive item anonymously? First of all, how did they even get that broom to Harry?" Ron said, annoyed by Hermione's roundabout way of speaking. I wanted to ride this broom as soon as possible. Those thoughts seemed to be overflowing. But, However it is. Besides, they must have sent this broom because Harry's Nimbus 2000 broke. What else? Come on, Harry, let's hurry. Before breakfast, let's see how comfortable that broom is to ride. No, you can't go. No one can ride that broom yet. His path was once again blocked by Hermione's scream. Then she snatched the broom from my hand and told me with a resolute expression, Harry, don't you think it's strange? Someone sent such an expensive broom anonymously. This broom could very well have been sent by Sirius Black to kill you. That's why I brought this. You should give this to Professor McGonagall immediately. *** Dahlia's perspective ***. Christmas break was over. The peaceful days were finished, and I returned to a life where I had to be constantly vigilant. Although Dahlia was at Hogwarts, she still felt lonely during this separation from her parents. Dahlia, Draco, even at Hogwarts, be careful of your health. Especially Dahlia. Make sure you don't put too much pressure on yourself. Yes, Mother. Dahlia, be sure to keep an eye on Draco and make sure he studies hard. Yes, Father, leave it to me. No, Dahlia, you don't need to be so excited. Just keep it moderate. I have a Quidditch match starting now. Perhaps I wasn't the only one who felt lonely. The Malfoy family knew how much I valued spending time with family. They spoke in a flurry, but their eyes were full of sadness. But no matter how sad I was, I couldn't just stay home. When the train finally started whistling, Father patted my head and said, Dahlia, you don't have to look so sad. Thanks to Dumbledore's interference, it might take some time, but we still have opportunities at Hogwarts. Can you endure it? Yes, Father. Although he was clumsy, I could see that Father was comforting me in his own way. When I tried hard to force a smile, Mother gently hugged me. Dahlia, I've said it many times, but I worry about you. So if you have difficulties, you can tell me anytime. However, Lucius is certainly no longer a board member, but he still has a position in the Ministry of Magic, and he will definitely protect you. So if anything bad happens, be sure to notify us. Thank you, Mother, but I'm always spoiled by Mom and Dad. The time had finally arrived. The train blew its final whistle, giving the feeling that it was finally starting to move. Students who had been lingering at the station began to rush onto the train, and those already aboard were calling out to students still outside. My best friend was one of them. Hey, Dahlia, long time no see. If you don't hurry up and get on the train, it's going to leave. When I turned towards the sound, I saw Dahlia looking out the train window. I thought time was running out. Fortunately, the luggage itself had already been moved in, but if we stayed here any longer, the train would really start moving. I couldn't make Dahlia wait any longer. I waved to Dahlia, and after greeting Father and the others, I started calling. Dahlia. I'm leaving right now. Okay, Mom and Dad, I'm going. Father, please be sure to contact me before you come to the castle. Oh, go on, Dahlia. Draco, be careful, don't push yourself too hard. Yes, I'm going. Dad, Mom, see you again next summer. As soon as my brother and I got on the train, it began to move slowly. I quickly went to meet Dahlia, and when I looked out the carriage window, I saw Mom and Dad still standing at the station in the distance. Just like when I first entered Hogwarts in my first year, Mother was waving while wiping her eyes with one hand, and Father was elegantly raising his hand. No matter how much I grew up, I could see my parents' unwavering love for me. I kept waving until they disappeared from my sight. Forever and ever. Just like that, without my knowledge, events progressed, and the last Christmas I spent with my family as Dahlia Malfoy came to an end. This year, Ron and Hermione often quarreled. The pet issue involved Ron's rat Scabbers being chased by Crookshanks, whom Hermione bought this year. This led to many arguments throughout the year, with Hermione and Ron sometimes coming together and sometimes drifting apart. However, in this situation, it was also decisive. I, who had been a bystander, finally decided to join Ron and Hermione's feud. Moreover, this time it wasn't about my pet, but the gift given to me, the firebolt. Finally, Hermione snatched the firebolt from my hands and gave it to Professor McGonagall. I only held the firebolt briefly. I even had to postpone riding the broom until I found out it wasn't cursed. I knew Hermione did this with good intentions, but even knowing that, I couldn't forgive her. It was said that the firebolt needed to be taken apart into pieces to test how to break a curse. If something like that happened to me, I would never know what the firebolt would look like when it returned to me. Ron seemed to agree and was angry every day. Because of Hermione, our Christmas holiday was an absolute disaster. Thanks to a generous gift, he was able to forget about Sirius Black, but everything was ruined because of her. and Hermione showed absolutely no remorse, still insisting that what she did was right, which complicated the situation further. She never returned to the common room and never even tried to see us. From what I heard from students who returned after the Christmas holiday, she seemed to be hiding in the library instead of returning to the common room. Even in class, which was our only chance to meet face to face. When are you going to repent and apologize to us? I didn't do anything wrong. Ron, are you saying Harry should die for the sake of a broom or something? What broom? That's a firebolt. The best broom in the world. Besides, there's no way Sirius Black could have cursed the firebolt. He could buy a firebolt. No way. He's on the run. There's no way he'd show up at Quality Quidditch Supplies when the whole country is watching him. You're always like this. Don't worry about that monster cat, Dahlia, and Malfoy. You can't admit your mistake. This kind of exchange happened every time. The defense against the dark arts class ended after Christmas. The cries of Ron and Hermione echoed in the classroom, where only a few people remained. Apparently, Professor Lupin, who was still feeling unwell, had retired early to his private room, and our discussion had become heated as I was talking about the lesson on the charm against Dementors. Despite the strange looks from those around them, the two continued to shout and insult each other. Why won't you admit it? You actually know. There's no way Sirius Black could have sent the firebolt to Harry. You are too stubborn. That's not true. I'm not wrong. For Harry's sake, I should have left that broom with Professor McGonagall. Fine. Even if I am right, I'm sure I'll regret it someday. I see. That's enough of you. I mean, I'm tired of giving you chances to apologize. After saying that, Ron returned to my side with a tense demeanor. He also asked me in an annoyed tone, HMPH, what? This is my chance to apologize. I don't even know who that guy is. By the way, Harry, how was your lesson with Lupin? It's 5 o'clock tonight, overlapping with dinner time, but it seems there's a visitor before that. I was supposed to go to class after that, but honestly, are you okay? I temporarily set aside the issue with Hermione and confided my immediate worries to Ron. I was worried about two things when participating in Quidditch matches. One was the broom. Now that I lost my Nimbus 2000, I needed to buy another broom. Luckily, it was about to be the firebolt, but because of Hermione, I had to replace the broom. I had to reconsider the broom from scratch. The other thing I was worried about was the Dementors. Even with Dumbledore, there was no guarantee that Dementors wouldn't invade the next match. In preparation for that, I really wanted to learn how to defend against Dementors. Nevertheless, Professor Lupin, you still seem unwell. I wonder if it will be postponed again? Although the Christmas holiday was over, the professor's illness had not improved at all. I wondered if he would be able to give me a private lesson on defensive techniques at this rate. Ron nodded in response to my concern, as if he agreed with my perspective. Yes, I really hope Professor Lupin gets better soon. It's the same for your class, but if he gets sick again, he might end up in Professor Snape's class again, which is an absolute nightmare. That's just how it is. Ron threw his textbook into his bag, trying to continue talking about Professor Lupin. But, I wonder what's wrong with me? In fact, I'm so sick that even Madame Pomfrey can't cure me, right? I even drank some suspicious concoction brewed by Professor Snape and delivered by Dahlia Malfoy. In fact, that makes you even more likely to get sick. I wonder what illness Professor Lupin has. They are such idiots. He was interrupted by Hermione's irritated words. Hermione cursed and tried to leave the classroom. Ron, with a gloomy expression, asked again. Say what you mean clearly. Nothing. Ron seized upon Hermione's clear answer. No, that's impossible. When I asked you what was wrong with Professor Lupin, you spoke very clearly. If you have something to say, then, what? It doesn't matter what's wrong with Professor Lupin. Are you ready? I'm busy because I have my next Muggle Studies class. No, not like you guys. His words carried an irritating sense of superiority. After saying this, Hermione ran out of the classroom without another word. Only Ron and I remained, still standing there with angry expressions. What was that? He really doesn't know anything. He just wants us to talk to him again. And what's with Muggle Studies? He's going to get the same Muggle Studies as us next, isn't he? Not Divination class. You can't study both Divination class and Muggle Studies at the same time. After all, everything he said was nonsense. So he doesn't know the value of Divination class at all. Firebolt. It took me a while to realize that her words were actually correct. And, in any case, soon. Why are you here? He would forget what Hermione had said. Professor Lupin's designated time. When I visited the classroom. Ah, Potter, so that's it. You certainly have enough motivation to learn the Patronus charm. Dahlia Malfoy was about to leave the classroom and was standing there, even considering that Hermione not only skipped divination class that day but also returned to her dormitory, and I am her girlfriend. I don't remember what he said. Dahlia's perspective. Breakfast on the first day after the holidays. As I returned from the Christmas holidays and enjoyed the special breakfast Dobby had prepared, I received the following. Could you come to my classroom after class today? As you know, I'm getting sick again. I want to give you a lesson before everything falls apart. This was a letter from Professor Lupin. After a long wait, the highly anticipated Patronus Charm lesson was finally about to begin. I spoke to Dahlia, who was happily eating breakfast next to me, my characteristic poker face trembling slightly. Dahlia, today's classes are over, but I still have some things to take care of. I finally have a plan to learn the Patronus Charm from Professor Lupin. I'm sorry, today's study session will be rescheduled, okay? Please help me. Today's class is Muggle Studies, right? We almost always held study sessions on elective class days. Of course, although I called it a study session, it was very small, only me, Dahlia, and my brother. It was more about being together than studying. This year, I was very much looking forward to this study group. It gave me the energy to get through this year at Hogwarts. However, I had more important things to do today. I was looking forward to the professor's private lessons, but more importantly, the Patronus Charm was a spell I had to learn. Considering this, I tried to refuse Dahlia, but, yes, that's right. Dahlia is an arithmancy fortune teller, isn't she? Well, I understand. I have class with Professor Lupin today. I don't mind waiting until that's over, okay? After all, studying with Dahlia is fun. He made a pleasant suggestion. There was no lie in her eyes. She just wanted to study with me. She just wanted to be with me. I replied, my poker face trembling even more. All right, I think I can probably finish by around 5, so let's have dinner first, then have some tea and share what we saw and heard today. Thank you, Dahlia. Time passed by quickly. Although something happened in arithmancy class, the class went smoothly, and I finished it. I have now arrived in front of Professor Lupin's classroom. I gently knocked on the classroom door, suppressing the urge to shy away. Professor, I am Dahlia Malfoy. May I come in? Come in. Hearing a somewhat nervous voice, I opened the door. Inside, there was a professor who looked a bit nervous, with an awkward smile on his face, calling out to me. Dahlia, I'm glad you could come. I'm very sorry. As you know, another full moon is approaching. I might get sick again. This is why it comes around this time of year. Professor, it's all right. In fact, you can teach me even when I'm not feeling well. I can thank you, but I cannot complain. Thank you for listening to my request this time. My secret was revealed, and the elderly professor seemed a little nervous because he had something to say to her, so I chose words to reassure her in response. Even putting pressure on his own physical condition, Mr. Lupin was willing to teach. Although it was in the name of a transaction, I had no intention of revealing the professor's secret from the beginning. If possible, I hoped the professor could teach in a relaxed manner, but, oh, really? If you say so, that's good. My words had no effect. Perhaps my poker face wasn't good, but the professor's expression became even worse. It seemed I was being extra careful. As expected, the only people in the world who could read my expressions were my family and Dahlia. Realizing I had done something meaningless and even unnecessary, I sighed and quickly urged him to continue. So, Professor, this is the Patronus Charm lesson. How do you plan to proceed? Yes, but to be honest, I don't have any great ideas in mind. I also have another student to teach the Patronus Charm to, and I'm considering using a boggart. His most terrifying thing seems to be a Dementor. But your most terrifying thing might be different, right? I can't believe he brought a real Dementor. I can't afford to come here, so I'm worried about what to do. For now, can I first see how much you can do now? I had somewhat anticipated it, but it sounded like he was worried I would be angry. But he still answered honestly, both because he was afraid and because he wanted to be honest with me as long as he was going to teach me. Of course, I would be angry about this, and I wouldn't even think about spreading the news that the professor was a werewolf. I was originally stuck on learning the spell, so I asked the professor for this lesson. No matter how great the professor was, I didn't think a solution would be found immediately. So of course, then, Patronus, come. In response, he chanted the spell. As always, what spewed from the tip of the wand was a silvery mist, looking somewhat like a bird. Although it had taken shape, it was an incomplete Patronus, far from finished. The professor looked at my Patronus and began to speak, as if he had forgotten his previous nervousness. To be honest, I'm very surprised. You are incredibly talented. Although you don't use magic, I thought you might be able to do something. But I didn't expect it to go this far, Dahlia, you know. However, this spell is too advanced for even adult wizards to master. I imagine very few students will have mastered it by the time they graduate from Hogwarts. Indeed, your patroness cannot be said to be particularly special at all. Even if you can fight Dementors, one person is the limit at most. But even so, it's amazing. I don't think you'll learn much more. No, Professor, that won't do. I won't be able to protect anyone that way. I am obligated to learn this spell. As you said, this might be enough to protect myself. However, there's no way. It's useless if I can't protect the people around me, so I hope I can complete this spell, even if only a little. I hope the professor gives me his opinion so I can do better. I really need the professor's company. My gaze met the professor's. The professor stared at me for a while, as if trying to peer into my heart, but then, I understand, let's do it. Although I'm not good at it, I will help you perfect your spell. I'm also interested in what animal your patroness is. He announced this with a smile. There was no hint of wariness in that smile, only a firm determination. Finally, the professor and I reached the starting line. It was at this moment that my lesson with Professor Lupin, rather than a transaction, finally began. Lupin's perspective. To be honest, I was very surprised. Dahlia could use the patroness charm. To be honest, this was an unexpected event for me. She practiced in front of me. I'm telling you, you are excellent. Although I don't use spells, I thought I might be able to do something. To be honest, I thought the possibility of it not working was higher. Dahlia was undoubtedly the best student in this school. I'm afraid even professors can't compare to her, let alone older students. Even spells that adults can't master, she can easily handle. However, I thought the patroness charm was an exception, because this spell is one that no dark wizard can master. A patroness is a form of positive energy, and to create them, you need the will to live, happiness, and motivation. Therefore, to master the patroness charm, one not only needs magical power but, more importantly, a strong heart unaffected by darkness. A dark wizard who lives by killing cannot possess such a spell, and even among Lord Voldemort's Death Eaters, no one has been able to master this spell. It doesn't matter whether or not you are an excellent Magikian. So, I thought Dahlia was no exception. According to Dumbledore, she was one of the heirs who turned students into stone last year. Although it wasn't murder, just turning people into stone, it was still a pretty good crime. It was impossible for her not to be a dark wizard, and I thought she would never be able to create a patroness again, but the reality was different. Indeed, Dahlia's patroness was not yet complete. I could tell it was a bird-like creature, but I didn't know what kind of bird it was. But it was undeniable that she had created a patroness. This was clear evidence that she was not a dark wizard. Furthermore, it's meaningless if I can't protect the people around me. She had said something similar before. I couldn't read Dahlia's poker face, and to be honest, her voice sounded as cold as usual, but for some reason, this sentence felt real. I remembered seeing her before, the image of Dahlia being angry about her brother's injury and then overly worried when her brother returned home, leaning against him. Can I really judge her as a dangerous wizard? Dumbledore's perspective cannot be wrong. However, from the girl in front of him, he undoubtedly could not feel what kind of person Dumbledore had described. I thought about this with confusion countless times this year. I must find the answer. Her true nature. I don't know what she's thinking, looking down on me and having me teach her like this. This is why I decided to take this class. Now that I think about it, the first time I decided to face her was not out of fear, but out of pure will. To judge her according to my own will, not because of Dumbledore's orders. Dahlia's perspective. Welcome back, Dahlia. How was that guy in rags in your class? After a short 1-hour lesson, I returned to the dormitory as if missing Potter, and the first thing that greeted me was my brother's words. I responded to my brother with a wry smile. Yes, brother. Regardless of his appearance, Professor Lupin's class was wonderful. I see. So, did you learn the patroness charm? No, that hasn't happened yet. In fact, in terms of content, there seems to have been no progress at all. Today, the professor only took a look, and he actually taught me many things. Next time. Since an hour was a short time, this class didn't produce any obvious results. Even if I wanted to continue, it wouldn't be much of a lesson if Potter was so hostile towards me. However, I think he also understood that my purpose in studying magic wasn't to alarm an old man. At least, I noticed Professor Lupin's seriousness change during this class. This way, you'll receive more useful advice next time. In that sense, this class was by no means a waste. Moreover, my goal wasn't just to learn the Patronus charm. Getting to know the professor was also a worthwhile goal for me. If you rush, you'll waste your work. There's no need to panic, the best shortcut is to learn slowly and steadily. I dared to ignore my brother, who made no secret of his displeasure with Professor Lupin, and asked, "Speaking of which, where is Dahlia?" I inquired about Dahlia, whom I hadn't seen in a long time. Since I first returned to the common room, I hadn't heard Dahlia's bright voice again. Since it was about her, I thought he would be the first to call her at a time like this. Besides, she had me study before returning. In that case, it would be strange if she wasn't there, but no, I haven't seen her either. I didn't have classes in the afternoon, so I've been here, but I haven't seen her return. Her class is Muggle Studies class, right? And then, what else? That person couldn't possibly know. My brother's answer was just that. In the end, Dahlia never returned to the dormitory that day. She returned the next morning. Dahlia's perspective. I hate Granger. She was definitely the one who hurt Dahlia, and most importantly, when I thought she might take Dahlia away from me, I couldn't help but hate and fear her. That's why I kept Granger away from me and away from Dahlia. The rift between us was greater than the relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Even if I felt a little guilty for some reason, I had no intention of letting Granger get close to me, much less becoming friends with her. But this might be starting to change. I like the subject of Muggle studies. I was born into a pureblood family, and I myself held pureblood ideas. However, rather than respect for pureblood, it was more a love for the culture passed down through generations of wizards. It was never intended to exclude Muggles or Muggleborns. Therefore, understanding a world I had never seen or heard of before was purely a pleasure for me. But if you ask me if this means I like the Muggle Studies class, I would say no. The class content was interesting. It wasn't that I was dissatisfied with the professor's teaching method. However, my environment in class was extremely unpleasant. At first, I could tolerate it, but recently the environment had gotten worse, and I started to notice the smallest things. He's still here after the holidays. Why is he here? He's a Slytherin, right? And he always seems to be with Dahlia Malfoy, which means he's an heir. Isn't that what you mean? Even though you're pureblood, you come to a place like this to monitor us? Can you just leave? I've never heard of a Slytherin taking a class on Muggles. Even though I was in class, I could still hear the whispers of the student sitting next to me, and perhaps she didn't hear, or perhaps she heard and deliberately ignored it. Even Professor Charity Burbage, the Muggle Studies professor, didn't say anything. The latter was more likely. It had been half a year since the class started, and he still looked at me with distrust. This was a complete disgrace. The situation in my Muggle Studies class could be summarized in one word. The only person who wasn't looking at me with hostility was Granger, towards whom I had already developed hostility. This situation had been going on since I started the class and showed no signs of stopping. In fact, it was getting worse. This was especially true today, after the holidays. Honestly, what those who still doubted Dahlia as an heir thought didn't matter to me. I was still worried that I might not be able to do it without knowing Dahlia, but I had no desire to get along with them. If I encountered such a bad situation, I would remain calm. But the fact was that recently I felt a little guilty towards them, and it was certainly why I felt a little uncomfortable with this situation. The reason I studied Muggle Studies. I hadn't revealed that I had taken Muggle Studies, but among Slytherins. Understanding the stupidity of Muggles. If I were a stranger, I would definitely laugh out loud, and the plan was to promote this. Of course, this was just an outright lie, and the actual motive was completely different. However, if you don't advocate for it, you can't even take the Muggle Studies class, which is also true. I don't care if I get attacked, but I can't stand the thought that Dahlia might also get into trouble. And it wasn't just Slytherin house, it was the same for the other 3 houses. Since we didn't know where the information would leak, we couldn't deviate from the other house's perception of Slytherin's nature. Even if something happened, I would have nothing to say. Even with this lie, I had to keep working hard. He knew that Muggle-born children would definitely feel uncomfortable hearing this. A slight sense of guilt continued to disturb my thoughts like noise. Logically, I should be able to enjoy myself in this situation, but my thoughts were slightly delayed by their presence. And this was also the case on this day. Alright, that's all for today's class. Next time, we'll talk about how Muggles move without using brooms. It's said that they are not as good as wizards, but in reality, they are like this. We will continue to learn more about magic. Mr. Burbage gave me a final glance and announced the end of class. Afterward, the somewhat reserved gazes that had been present since the class began suddenly increased. I started to prepare to go home as usual. Just like that, the usual insults fell on my back. I'm glad I took Muggle studies after all. It's ridiculous to be obsessed with rigid ideas like pureblood, just like Slytherin. Really? Slytherins should choose different subjects. Those Slytherins. I didn't have the strength to argue with them, and the worst part was that I had nothing to say to argue with them. Without a doubt, many in Slytherin were pureblood, and most importantly, I was also covered by lies. So what happened next was inevitable. After packing up my things, I immediately started walking towards the Slytherin dormitory. Dahlia might not be in the dormitory, as she was currently in Professor Lupin's class, but the thought of her coming home made it easy to forget even the slightest sense of guilt. As long as I was with Dahlia, my small troubles would disappear like a lie. Hey, Greengrass, there's something I want to ask you. Only today, I didn't immediately return to the dormitory. Normally, it would end with others cursing behind people's backs, but everyone was probably excited because the holidays had just ended. As soon as I left the classroom, a female student called out to me in front of the stairs leading to the basement. She wore a blue tie, her expression twisted with anger, and asked, "Until now, I had remained silent about my claims regarding Muggle studies. Why did you choose Muggle studies? Even though you're a Slytherin, you chose Muggle studies like the rest of us. What exactly do you want to do?" On this day, the distortion I had deliberately ignored finally bared its fangs at me. Hermione's perspective. Whether I knew Mr. Malfoy's secret or not, time passed without asking any questions. Even if I had time, tools, and the means to reverse and undo, this fact would never change. Even today, after the Christmas holidays, I continued to attend classes as before the holidays. So, although I was worried about Harry's firebolt and Mr. Malfoy, I thought that now that the holidays were over, I would be busy with classes and homework, and that was all. I even hoped so. The busier I was, the less I needed to think about Harry and the others. I no longer needed to feel guilty about inadvertently discovering Mr. Malfoy's secret. I thought of this irresponsible thing, even though I felt guilty towards Mr. Malfoy. But, why did you choose Muggle studies? Even though you're a Slytherin, you chose Muggle studies like the rest of us. What exactly do you want to do? Soon he realized this was just a naive thought. After finishing Muggle studies, I was about to go downstairs for arithmancy, which should have been the end of the story, but when I saw Muggle studies, I couldn't help but look back. I heard a cold voice from behind me. There, a lonely Ravenclaw student was seen questioning Mr. Greengrass, his expression grim. "What? Don't shut up, answer. I'm asking a Slytherin student what he means by Muggle studies." No matter how insensitive I was, I knew that Miss Greengrass was a prominent figure in Muggle studies, and not everyone had good feelings towards her. But in the end, I didn't take any action. I didn't know how to talk to her. I couldn't even imagine what to say to her. She hated me not because of my pureblood status, but purely because of what I had done so far. So from the first class, I hadn't spoken to Miss Greengrass, and even after understanding her situation, I still didn't dare to speak to her. I didn't even know I had to pay for it. Just as I was shocked, the situation continued to unfold. Mr. Greengrass, exposed to the harsh gaze, finally began to make a move to escape. "But why do I have to tell you this? Whatever reason I take the class, it's my choice, right? I'm busy. I don't know why I'm taking Muggle studies. You can think about it yourself." Well, I guess that's what you think. Apparently, the story wasn't over yet. "What, are you making fun of me?" The Ravenclaw student continued, her already sharp gaze becoming even sharper. "This might not be news to you Slytherins, but my grandmother was a Muggle, but I found out my mother was a wizard, so I graduated from Hogwarts and married my father, who was also a wizard. After that, we became a bit estranged. We weren't very close to begin with, but somehow, we became estranged. That's why I didn't see my grandmother often. So grandmother, she passed away this holiday. I decided to take the Muggle Studies course because I wanted to learn more about my grandmother, whom I had never truly seen, even though she was my favorite grandmother." After saying this, she appeared even more agitated. I saw her hand reaching for a wand. The only one who noticed this was me. I was the only one in this unusual space who had no hostility towards Mr. Greengrass. The others, perhaps influenced by the Ravenclaw's words, continued to cast indifferent glances at Mr. Greengrass. No one even questioned the situation where Mr. Greengrass was being harmed. There was an atmosphere there where, if you were a Slytherin, you couldn't help but say or do such things. She began to shout at Mr. Greengrass, who seemed to flinch at the Ravenclaw's words. Chapter 123, The Imperfect Guardian. Yet you are mocking me for the reason I take Muggle studies. Even though I am a Slytherin, I am convinced you are taking this class just to ridicule Muggles. After the Muggle studies class, the social standing, despite everything, in the shadows, the Muggle is a horse. It must be a deer. I am certain you are making fun of me and my grandmother for not being pureblood. I don't want to mock you. What? Then why are you here? Explain the reason clearly. Oh, that is. The reason she took her to Muggle studies was simply because she and Mr. Malfoy were interested in Muggle studies. But she couldn't say that. It was considered taboo in Slytherin. If she said that, it would not only bring trouble upon herself but also upon her best friend, Mr. Malfoy, who held the secret of the vampire. Nevertheless, just like she told me in the beginning, to see how stupid Muggles are, the reason she wasn't saying that now was probably out of consideration for the female student in front of her. She must have felt that saying such a thing while the other girl was highly emotional would only hurt her more. However, her kindness was never understood. HMPH, I see I can't say it. Besides, you just said that too. I probably thought the same thing. Honestly, what are you talking about? If that's what you think, then hurry up and leave. Stop it. Stop making fun of us. Then the tragedy happened. After letting out a loud, almost hateful sound, the Ravenclaw finally waved her wand. She probably didn't intend to use any spell, she just wanted to threaten Miss Greengrass. In fact, she never used any specific spell. However, the location was extremely bad. Miss Greengrass, standing in front of the stairs, seemed surprised by the wand, stepped back, and suddenly lost her balance because she lost her footing. I should have used magic. I knew many spells that could make people float in the air. So at this time, if I had just taken out my wand, everything could have been resolved peacefully. However, what I actually did was I just used my body to grab hold of the falling Miss Greengrass. I threw away the textbook in my hand and jumped toward Miss Greengrass, who was unconsciously falling toward me. Of course, without a wand, I was just a girl, so it was impossible for me to bear the full weight of a female student. As a result, Miss Greengrass and I fell down the stairs together and then lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was lying on a bed in the hospital wing. Dahlia's perspective. Oh, Madame Pomfrey, but I have to attend class. Absolutely not. You fell down the stairs. You must spend the night in the hospital wing. Besides, the classes have long been dismissed. It's almost time for everyone to eat dinner now. Oh, I see. I was awakened by the loud voice coming from nearby. When I woke up, I was somehow lying in a bed. Huh? How did I get into bed? I should have just been near the Muggle Studies classroom. Then what happened after I suddenly got involved with a Ravenclaw female student? While wondering about my current situation, I tried to get up and out of bed. But that's it. What? My body couldn't move as I wished, and the pain was unbearable, as if my entire body had been severely hit. I didn't understand where I was or what had happened to me. When I did this, someone nearby seemed to notice the noise I made. The curtain beside the bed was drawn open, and Madame Pomfrey poked her head in. Obviously, this was the hospital wing. Miss Greengrass, you're conscious. Now, stay in bed. Does anywhere hurt? Overwhelmed by her energy, I barely managed to reply. Madame Pomfrey, my body hurts a little, but it's nothing serious. So, what exactly happened? Why am I in the hospital wing? Madame Pomfrey answered my question with a pained expression. You fell down the stairs. I want to know exactly what happened, but thankfully the students on the scene notified me immediately. She sighed and continued preparing some medicine for me. Now, if your body hurts, go to sleep. You must stay here overnight, don't worry. To be honest, I hadn't fully grasped my current situation. I vaguely remembered falling down the stairs because I was surprised to see a Ravenclaw holding a wand, but my memory was hazy, and I didn't truly feel it. However, what I was clear about was, I can't. I must hurry back to the dormitory. Dahlia is waiting for me in the dormitory. We already agreed to spend time together in the dormitory after class, so I must go back. I couldn't stay here any longer. I don't know how long I slept, but at least I passed out after the Muggle Studies class. Everyone has probably finished dinner by now. I promised Dahlia that we would eat dinner together and study in the common room after class. Even so, if I didn't return to the common room, Dahlia would be very worried. There was no way I could stay here overnight. However, reality was cruel, and Madame Pomfrey's attitude was stubborn. No, I cannot let you leave here. You were unconscious. I must keep you here overnight and watch over you. Oh dear, I called Miss Granger. I don't know how to receive treatment. Are you both going home without taking the test? I will have Miss Malfoy inform Professor Snape about your situation so you can focus on your treatment without worry, all right? But don't worry, that's wonderful. Miss Granger and we will be quiet tonight. At this moment, I finally noticed there was another person in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey moved aside and exchanged glances with Granger, who was looking at her worriedly from the bed next to hers. Now that I think about it, it seems someone tried to catch me the moment I fell down the stairs, or a strange and awkward atmosphere hung between Granger and me. The night for Granger and me in the hospital wing began just like that. The Ravenclaw common room, where he was located, was a spacious circular room. Inside, there were elegant arch windows, and the walls were draped with blue and bronze silk. Desks, chairs, and bookshelves were scattered everywhere, and next to the door leading to the dormitory stood a white marble statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. Inside the dormitory, a year and a half after entering Hogwarts, the scream of someone I thought was an older female student echoed. What should I do? If this continues, I will be killed by Dahlia Malfoy. The voice was full of terror and unsuitable for the peaceful space. Just as I looked up in surprise from the quibbler because of the sudden noise, the senior student screaming continued. When I took Greengrass to the hospital wing, I didn't tell Madame Pomfrey the exact situation, but once she wakes up, I will definitely tell Dahlia Malfoy what happened. Everything will be convenient for me. It gave Dahlia Malfoy an excuse to leave the wilderness. What, is this a usual occurrence? This is what I was interested in hearing. I thought this while looking at the magazine my father was writing. Dahlia Malfoy didn't seem like the type to do such things for any specific reason. I have only been at Hogwarts for a short time, but even in this short period, I had the chance to hear her name. Now I find this particularly notable last year, when I suspected that person was the Nair. Last year, we said the same thing every time we returned to the dormitory. Dahlia Malfoy was the heir, and she was trying to attack Muggle-born students. Everyone feared Dahlia Malfoy as the Nair. It wasn't just because she was a member of the House of Malfoy, the purest bloodline, but more importantly, her terrifying lack of expression. But I was not satisfied with everyone's story, because, to me, that person's expression didn't look completely expressionless. I didn't even need to hear the truth from my best friend Ginny, as if she were confessing or repenting, because I didn't think she was the Nair. If you ask me if that person's expression was rich when viewed from afar, I would say no. She was a beautiful woman I had never seen before, but her facial expressions were lacking, and I couldn't tell what she was thinking at all. I agree with that point. You need a certain skill to interpret that person's facial expressions. But if you want to know if she truly had no facial expressions at all, I don't think so. Although that person didn't have many expressions, she wasn't without any emotions. In fact, she could even hide her emotions with her hands. If a friend or family member hurt her, she would get angry, and when she wandered around the school alone, she would appear lonely. Although she didn't have many expressions, she was actually a person rich in emotion. I couldn't imagine how such a person would dare to attack students. That's not true, that person is really beautiful. While murmuring, I started reading the article about the crumple-horned snorkack again. However, my reading. What, did you say something? Even though you're a weirdo, say whatever you have to say clearly. My situation is terrible, but, absolutely, look at those stupid magazines. You have no idea how I feel right now. An older student who had been making a fuss in the common room for a while interrupted me. More importantly, even though she heard me murmur and yelled at me, she just walked towards the bedroom, as if saying she didn't have time to deal with me. It was like she was angry, like she was afraid, like she was running away. The screaming girl and her follower disappeared, leaving me alone in the common room, feeling uneasy. Hermione's perspective. The hospital wing was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Miss Greengrass and I just looked at each other without truly speaking. I forgot the classes I had to attend. I only knew I had to say something to the injured Miss Greengrass, but if I thought she hated me, I had to start talking. I couldn't do that. And Miss Greengrass, the person involved, seemed preoccupied, so she just stared at me awkwardly without really talking to me. The awkward time passed in vain, and at that moment, the person who finally broke the silence was, "I'm sorry, I don't remember very well, but were you the one who protected me back then?" It was Miss Greengrass. She was not only upset because of her injuries but also unconscious, so her memory at the time must have been hazy. She always asked me this, suppressing her hostility towards me. But even at a time like this, my response was not just to thank her. Just like before, this statement continued to hurt her and Mr. Malfoy. "Yes, when you fell down the stairs, I tried to catch you, but I'm sorry. Thinking back now, I should have done more. Instead of rushing in myself, I should have used magic. If I had used it, I could have safely restored you to normal. Most importantly, I continued speaking, feeling even more awkward. Most importantly, I should have acted sooner to protect you. When that Ravenclaw student spoke to you, I should have intervened immediately. No, more importantly, when I noticed you were being isolated in class, I should have talked to you more. If I had done that, you wouldn't have fallen down the stairs like this. I'm sorry, I didn't have the courage. I knew you were isolated, but I still couldn't even talk to you. I am very sorry. Although I was finally able to talk to Miss Greengrass, the words constantly coming out of my mouth were only confessions of guilt. The more I spoke like this, the more the guilt accumulated in my heart seemed to overflow. I always used the wrong method. The same was true of Harry's broomstick. In fact, I still believed the broom given to him might have been cursed, but there must have been a better way. If I had been more supportive of him, who was already frustrated, I wouldn't have quarreled with him or Ron. I felt like I wanted to apologize to them because I was stubborn in front of them. I believe the same is true in this case. First, if I had protected Miss Greengrass sooner, this wouldn't have happened. I didn't have the right to thank Miss Greengrass. Protecting Miss Greengrass was an impulsive act, and most importantly, it wasn't an action taken to gain appreciation. Even considering that, and everything I had done to her, it was clear that I did not deserve thanks. It was meaningless to say this now, but I just kept apologizing. Even though I knew this was nothing more than self-satisfaction, all I could do was continue bombarding Miss Greengrass with helpless, selfish words. This must have been the reason. The words I recalled were, "What is that? Why are you saying such things?" That was just anger. Mr. Greengrass exclaimed, recovering the fury he had previously forgotten. The only difference from what I imagined was that the target of that anger was not me. I pushed you away. I was angry about what you did, I was afraid of you, and most importantly, I said terrible things to you. Yet, even so, why? That's what you said. Although this was directed at herself. First, why did you protect me? To you, I am just another disgusting Slytherin student. I am just an annoying person getting in the way of my relationship with Dahlia. But still, by the way, why did you protect me? If you hadn't done that, you wouldn't have been hurt like this. A cry, almost like weeping, echoed through the hospital wing, which should have been quiet. There are many cracks between us. Gryffindor to Slytherin, Muggleborn to pureblood, and the victim is the perpetrator. Even if the gap between knowing and not knowing was filled, the remaining gaps were hopeless and certain never to disappear. But still, Dahlia's perspective. I don't understand what this means. I don't understand a single word Miss Granger is saying. She must hate me. No, it would be strange if she didn't. Because, under the guise of doing this for Dahlia, in reality, I was just keeping Miss Granger away for my own sake. Then why did she protect me, and why did she say she would protect me? I just don't understand. No matter how you look at it, it's strange that you would say such things to me without knowing Dahlia. To you, I am nothing more than an unpleasant Slytherin student. I am just an unpleasant person getting in the way of my relationship with Dahlia. But why did you protect me? If I had done that, you wouldn't have been hurt like this. I shouted excitedly at Miss Granger, trying to stifle myself. But, hey, what is all this commotion? This is the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey must have heard my shouting from the next room. Injured people, please be quiet. If you make noise again, I will give you a potion to ensure you stop making noise. I have already informed Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall about your situation. They are both pleased. You have agreed to let us stay here. The classes Miss Granger is worried about will be rearranged later, and Professor Snape will also tell you about Miss Malfoy. So that is why I am tying you both down here today. I'm sorry. After Madame Pomfrey confirmed we were quiet, she returned to the next room. We were left alone, speechless, as if cold water had been thrown on us. An awkward atmosphere filled the hospital wing again, and this time, it was Miss Granger who broke the silence. I'm sorry, I just said some unnecessary things. It's nothing. But that was only for a moment. We both fell silent again. Normally, I would ignore the slight guilt growing inside me and walk away from Miss Granger, but this time, I was saved, so for some reason, I couldn't do that. I began to speak firmly, but my heart was still guided by an incomprehensible emotion. What do you mean by classes? Because the Muggle Studies class we took was the last class of the day, right? There are no classes after that. What I said was just small talk. The words were only meant to fill the silence. Honestly, I thought I should thank her and apologize first. I hadn't thanked her for saving me, nor had I apologized for suddenly shouting. However, I just couldn't bring myself to be honest with Miss Granger. You are no longer needed. To Dahlia, you are no longer the only one or the best. Miss Granger's reaction was as if she had already made up her mind about me, and I remembered the image of a mimicking monster in my head. Normally, she would never tell a Slytherin, but she had a secret. I am taking all the classes. I am taking not only Muggle studies and care of magical creatures, but also ancient runes, divination, and arithmancy. What are you talking about? I mean, Muggle studies, divination, and arithmancy all happen at the same time, don't they? That's impossible, isn't it? No, it is possible, if you use this time turner. Saying this, Miss Granger took out a necklace with an hourglass shape in the middle. If I use this, I can rewind time. Normally, I wouldn't be able to use it, but Professor McGonagall spoke with the Ministry of Magic. Because I am an exemplary student, I cannot use it for anything other than studying. I convinced him I would never use it. I use it to attend several classes simultaneously. My face was probably filled with shock right now. Even I knew about the time turner. I didn't know much about it, but it seemed to be a tool that could reverse time. But due to its danger, it is strictly controlled by the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries, and its use or removal is prohibited without special permission from the Ministry of Magic. As Miss Granger said, this truly wasn't something a student should possess. Furthermore, I'm sorry to ask this, but is this something you should be telling me? She spoke casually, but there was no way she should tell me she had something like that. Perhaps it was because I was a Slytherin, but normally I shouldn't even be speaking to a Gryffindor classmate. Actually, yes, I shouldn't tell you. When I received this, I promised Professor McGonagall I wouldn't tell anyone. Miss Granger's answer was also affirmative. I asked, my expression changing from surprise to doubt. Then why did you tell me? To this, Miss Granger replied with a determined expression. Because I trust you. I want to be friends not only with Mr. Malfoy but also with you. What? Although I didn't start screaming, Miss Granger's words completely interrupted my thoughts this time. As I said before, I don't understand what Miss Granger's attitude towards me means. To her, I am just an obstacle between her and Dahlia. Although the two of them were constantly attracted to each other internally, I was a nuisance who hindered them. If it weren't for me, the two of them might already be friends now. Both had intense curiosity and the talent to satisfy it. If nothing unexpected happened, the friendship between the two would definitely be deep. In my opinion, the compatibility between the two was excellent. But I was the one hindering this goal. Without a doubt, I was a great nuisance to Miss Granger, and what made it even more difficult was that the reason I was getting in the way was for my own sake. Even Miss Granger herself felt this way. I'm sorry for saying this to you. I know it causes you trouble to suddenly say such things, but I have to say now, I know. I noticed your possessiveness toward Mr. Malfoy, and I think I understand what you meant by mimic monster. You are afraid of him being taken away from you, aren't you? I had noticed this a long time ago. Leaving Dahlia aside, it was impossible for Miss Granger, who was desperately trying to get close to her, not to notice me, this copy monster. But I still think it's okay, Mr. Malfoy. Considering the situation you two were in last year, I guess it couldn't be helped. She was about to bring up something about Dahlia, but her voice was gentle. Last year, you were forced into such an unreasonable situation, and this year is the same. In order to protect Ginny, we left Mr. Malfoy, who was still suspected of being the heir. It's impossible for you girls to trust anyone but yourselves in this situation. It's natural that you want to monopolize Mr. Malfoy and only be friends with him. Even if you don't feel that way, it's natural to feel like you want to monopolize your friend. It's definitely not just you. I also have some of those feelings. So, I don't think I can blame you for that. No. As I struggled to adjust to the situation, Miss Granger continued. I did that. When I was in first year, I only wanted to be friends with Mr. Malfoy. I only realized that feeling last year, but I definitely thought that in first year. But now it's different. Now I want to be friends with you just as much as I want to be friends with Mr. Malfoy. I have no intention of stealing Mr. Malfoy from you, nor do I want to belittle him. It is entirely her. I just want to be friends with you. I have a secret. I just want to be friends. This made even less sense. My thoughts couldn't keep up with what she was saying. What I had done to her and her feelings toward me were completely disproportionate. Most importantly, I didn't trust her as much as she trusted me. As a result, the action I took was, I'm sorry for dragging this on, but I simply don't understand what you're trying to say. It looks like Madame Pomfrey is coming, so I'm going to sleep now. I'll leave first. Dahlia will worry if I don't get home early tomorrow. This was just an escape. I lay down on the bed and turned to face Miss Granger. Even the slightest movement caused me pain all over, but I had no time to worry about it. If I spoke to this girl any longer, I would forget what I was thinking. Considering this time But there's nothing I can do, so all I can say is thank you. Thank you for trying to help me. She said the words she couldn't honestly say, and then closed her eyes. I didn't even know why I was able to express my gratitude to Miss Granger so naturally, and thinking about it now, I vaguely felt that I hadn't properly listened to her for a long time. Hermione's perspective. The night passed, and the long-awaited morning finally arrived. Madame Pomfrey examined every inch of our bodies and said, "It seems there are no problems, right? Good. If you feel anything wrong with your body, come to the hospital wing immediately, all right?" Having clearly confirmed there were no problems, Mr. Greengrass and I were finally discharged from the hospital wing. As I walked toward the exit, I called out to Mr. Greengrass, who was walking beside me, his gaze averted from me. "That's great. I can attend classes normally today. To be honest, I almost lost my mind last night. But I heard you were going to catch me up on the classes, so I can return to normal life now." "Yes, that's good." But Mr. Greengrass's reply was very brief. Last night, after my confession, Mr. Greengrass and I didn't speak again. Mr. Greengrass had clearly rejected me, and I didn't know what else I could say to him. I thought this was my chance to finally tell her some things I hadn't been able to say, but as a true conversationalist, I couldn't express myself in better words. Even now, we weren't speaking very fluently. An awkward silence still persisted between us. However, the atmosphere was much better than before. Before, Mr. Greengrass wouldn't have even allowed me to start speaking. Of course, this didn't mean her distrust of me had vanished. I don't think she has completely forgiven my previous actions, and I worry she might take Mr. Malfoy away from me. Even if she wasn't afraid of me, her logic of keeping me away because of Mr. Malfoy was sound. If she didn't know that I knew Mr. Malfoy's secret, she couldn't afford to let me be close for her own sake or Mr. Malfoy's. But at least I felt he was starting to listen to me. At the very least, he was no longer adopting the previous attitude of not responding to questions. Based on that evidence, "Hey, can I talk to you again during Muggle studies? You can do whatever you want, but I won't necessarily answer." Mr. Greengrass's response was brief, but it couldn't be counted as a genuine denial. With a faint sense of satisfaction, I followed behind Mr. Greengrass, who walked a little faster. I had no idea that this incident could potentially trigger another event. Mr. Greengrass, running ahead of me as if escaping, pushed open the door of the hospital wing, and Mr. Malfoy was standing there, with his usual light golden eyes. He rushed toward us at the fastest speed. "Ah, Dahlia. I was so worried. Were you hurt anywhere? Have you recovered?" Mr. Malfoy's expression was still his usual blank one, but his gestures showed that he was genuinely worried about Mr. Greengrass. He continued to stroke Mr. Greengrass's entire body, just like Madame Pomfrey. "You came home too late yesterday, so I asked Professor Snape. Then I heard you fell down the stairs. Ah, I'm glad you're all right. Are you in pain anywhere?" "No, it's fine. Thank you, Dahlia. I worried you, and I also missed the study session." "It's fine, let's leave it at that. As long as you are safe." Even just watching them from the side, I could feel how much they genuinely cared for each other. The two of them were playfully checking on each other, while I watched them with a hint of envy. Just then, Mr. Malfoy finally noticed my presence. "Now that I think about it, what happened to Granger? You didn't seem to attend arithmancy yesterday. Are you feeling unwell?" he asked me suspiciously. In response, Mr. Malfoy, she protected me when I fell down the stairs. She was apparently passing by where I fell, and then we fell together. It was Greengrass, not me. Apparently, he was trying not to tell Mr. Malfoy that she hadn't fallen but had been knocked over midway. Mr. Malfoy seemed slightly surprised by Greengrass's reaction, but continued speaking expressionlessly. "I see. Thank you, Granger, for saving Dahlia. It seems you were also injured. Are you all right? I apologize that you were unable to attend arithmancy." Oh, it's fine. I see. That is good." Then, his usually expressionless face, which had been slightly twisted with concern, returned to its completely blank state. "Now, excuse us, Dahlia. Your brother is also waiting in the Great Hall. Let's go have breakfast first." This reverted to his usual passive attitude. Sure enough, I was going to the Great Hall anyway, so I thought I would go with her. I can't tell her that yet. "Yes, exactly. Let's do that. See you later, Granger." "No." I followed closely behind them as they walked hand in hand into the Great Hall for their meal. Just then, Buckbeak is going to be tried. Actually, I was about to be tried myself, but Dumbledore protected me. I have to testify for Buckbeak in court. Hermione, I know telling you this will only cause you trouble, but I am too foolish and cannot think of any other way. Can you give me some advice? Harry has bigger problems than this year. If you can, please don't tell him. All right. Just before I received a tear-stained letter. Dahlia's perspective. Feeling Granger's gaze on my back, I held Dahlia's hand and walked toward the Great Hall. At the same time, Dahlia, did something happen with Granger in the hospital wing? Dahlia suddenly asked me this question. I replied, feeling nervous inside. And nothing happened. Why do you ask? No, as long as nothing happened, that's fine. Besides, I don't care about Granger. Granger's usual denial was my answer. Normally, no. If it were me earlier this year, I would have been secretly delighted by Dahlia's words. I don't know why Dahlia, perhaps oblivious to my possessiveness, suddenly asked me this question, but when I heard Dahlia say she would try to stop Granger, I felt a dark joy deep inside. But somehow, it was different now. I certainly felt the joy of possessing Dahlia, but alongside those cruel thoughts, I now felt a sense of sadness and grief regarding what Dahlia had said. I hate Granger. She hurt Dahlia, and most importantly, the thought of her taking Dahlia away from me made me hate and fear her. That is why I kept Granger away from Dahlia. The rift between us was greater than the relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin, but later I realized that it was probably around this time that things started to change. Lupin's perspective. I became a werewolf when I was young, and I was bullied wherever I went. No matter where I lived, every full moon would reveal me. Get out, you monster! The days of being stoned and wandering were over. There was no place in this world where I belonged. Although I was only bitten by a mad werewolf and had done nothing wrong, I was still treated as a monster that attacked humans. Although my parents showed me respect verbally, there was no doubt that deep down, they were pained by the fact that I was a werewolf. First, the mad werewolf noticed me. Werewolves are not worthy of living. These were the words my father, who worked in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures, blurted out. Since he was also a werewolf, he certainly wouldn't be pleased with me. I was a human-shaped monster that no one could accept. Even its shape would turn into a monster during the full moon. Fortunately, I had never actually attacked anyone, but it was only a matter of time. I thought no one would ever accept me, and I would only live in fear of attacking someone, which would then end my life. Yes, even when I entered Hogwarts thanks to Dumbledore's kindness. Are you Remus? First, congratulations on your acceptance to Hogwarts. To be honest, there are many things I am worried about, but these are all unfounded worries. I will spare no effort to ensure you can spend your time here in peace. Even when he explained the isolated facility later known as the Shrieking Shack, and that he would plant the Whomping Willow on the path leading to the house, the depression I felt never vanished. It would be the same here anyway. Even this Professor Dumbledore accepted me now, but eventually, he would surely become afraid of me and abandon me. Even if Professor Dumbledore didn't kick me out, the students would eventually find out. The result would be the same. There would never be a place for me here. That's what I thought. Nevertheless, Remus is an idiot. You're just a little hairy, aren't you? That doesn't make us afraid of you, does it? Yes, you're right, Sirius. Of course, mate. We Mariudas aren't afraid of things like that. Peter, what about you? Of course, me too. At Hogwarts, I would have the best encounters of my life. The three met in Gryffindor, James, Peter, and then, even though they knew I was a werewolf, they still called me their friend. On the contrary, they even became my animal-like animagus in an attempt to stay by my side. I felt the world regain its color. Thanks to my friends, the always dull scenery became vibrant. I had no choice but to hate being a werewolf, but thanks to my friends, I was truly happy. Werewolves only attack humans. That's why, when I was with my animagus friends, I was just a quiet wolf. I lived a life of spending the night with my friends in the Shrieking Shack, and sometimes even venturing out of the shack. I couldn't help but enjoy those days. My time at Hogwarts was the most brilliant time of my life. Dumbledore did not betray me as I had initially feared. He took care of me until the very end, just as he had promised at the beginning. My relationship with my friends would never change. Even after I graduated, Dumbledore would undoubtedly remain my mentor, and my dear friends would continue to be my friends. I always believed that our relationship would never change, even during the dark era of Lord Voldemort's rise. In fact, our friendship would end that dark era. My happiness was being with these people. Yes, until that day. That was the 31st of October 2013 years ago. As usual, while the Order of the Phoenix was preparing for battle against the Death Eaters, the news arrived. The Dark Lord's destruction. That special edition reported that Lord Voldemort had been defeated by a baby, and the baby's parents, James and Lily, had been killed. At first, I didn't understand the meaning of the extra issue. More than the joy of Lord Voldemort's defeat, I was confused as to why. Because such a thing could never happen. By making Sirius their secret keeper, Lily and James's whereabouts were completely protected. It was impossible for them to be attacked by Lord Voldemort unless Sirius betrayed them and leaked the information. Sirius was our dear friend. Even if the sky fell, such a thing would never happen. However, Remus, I know this is hard to believe, but please calm down and listen. Sirius Black was imprisoned in Azkaban as a traitor. He chose to follow his bloodline instead of his friends. Not content with just James and Lily, he even killed Peter with his own hands. Reality was cruel. He didn't reveal the information under torture. He voluntarily told Lord Voldemort the whereabouts of his best friends. The person who confirmed this fact to me was the greatest genius of the century and the great benefactor who had always guided me. Everything I had once considered beautiful was just an illusion, and the friendship I thought existed with Sirius, whom I considered a friend, was not real. For some reason, from that day on, my wolf patronus, which had been a beautiful silver, turned into a silver lump. Its limit was destroying 2 or 3 Dementors, and it was far from perfect. My happy days were long gone. Most importantly, it was all just an illusion. Dahlia's perspective. Professor, what's wrong? You look a bit spaced out. Oh, no, I apologize. I was just thinking. Looking at your patronus somehow reminded me of the past. Besides, I've been observing the broom for a while. I'm so busy. Professor Lupin's private lessons had become routine. Recently, perhaps because her fear of me had finally subsided, even the professors could talk to me normally in class. However, amidst all this, he seemed a bit run down today. Nevertheless, he responded when I spoke to him, and his complexion didn't look particularly bad, so I assumed his health was fine. Besides, it wasn't the time of the full moon yet. The professor seemed slightly uncomfortable when I looked at him, but he quickly regained his composure and continued. I'm truly sorry for asking you to come at this time. I will concentrate from now on. Anyway, I want to know exactly what the problem is. I felt this was a bit of a forced change of subject, but I didn't think he was wrong. I replied, shifting my gaze from the professor to the patronus imitation. So, Professor, do you understand? Yes. I don't think there's any problem with how you use your wand or cast the spell. Your method of using magic is likely fine. If there is any other issue, even with the professor's guidance, my patronus never came close to perfection. I thought the chances were slim, but even after the professor checked me, there was nothing wrong with my use of the wand. If there was any other issue, if there is a problem, as I said last time, I think it's because your happy memories are not fully present. What about those? I haven't heard the specifics yet, but is there anything wrong? Will it help you concentrate? Yes, of course. I don't remember anything else. Those were my happy memories. But that's impossible. My happiness is being with my family and Dahlia. There is no happiness to be had outside of being with those who view me as a monster. The professor seemed surprised by my firm answer for a moment, but then returned to his thoughtful expression. I see. If that's truly the case, then I don't know where the problem lies. Is that so? The atmosphere became somewhat gloomy. To change this, the professor now offered some words of comfort. Don't be so discouraged. Even though you are the best student in this school, this spell is not one a student should be expected to perform. In fact, I am currently teaching Harry this spell, and he is struggling too. I only learned the patronus after graduation, so comparatively, your current achievement is quite good. Although his way of comforting me was clumsy, I could tell the professor was genuinely trying to reassure me. I asked with a slight smile, but, by the way, what animal is your patronus? Mine? My patronus is a wolf. No, I should say it was. Isn't it ironic? My patronus is a werewolf, but the person I used to be never cared about it. In fact, I was even proud of it. But it's different now. I just can't produce the original finished product. Apparently, this was something I shouldn't have heard. The professor's expression became filled with pain and regret, and he silently chanted the spell. Expecto Patronum. Silver mist spilled out from the tip of the professor's wand. The shape of the mist was much better than mine, but as the professor said, it was certainly far from perfect. Now that I think about it, even when we first met, the professor's patronus wasn't complete. There was only one Dementor at the time, so I thought that form was enough, but apparently, that wasn't the case. The professor didn't not do it, but he couldn't do it. So, the professor was stubborn from the start. As I said at the beginning, it's really too embarrassing to teach you the patronus charm. I don't even know if I should send out the spirit. I'm sorry to disappoint you. He definitely didn't want to teach the patronus charm. After speaking, the professor lowered his head and fell silent. It seems the professor is in a very serious situation today. What on earth happened? I had intended for a light chat, but it turned out to be more serious than I imagined. I was surprised by this development. Yes, but you wouldn't be disappointed by something like this, would you? Even if you can't do it, it doesn't mean your teaching ability is poor. I am satisfied with the lessons I've learned so far. Isn't that good? I'm sorry to say this, but I think it's a good thing for me that the professor can no longer produce a complete patronus. This means that when your patronus is complete again, depending on the reason, my patronus might also be complete, right? The professor had heard my words countless times today. He looked very surprised. Although his fear of me had diminished somewhat, he must still have been surprised that I would say such a thing. The professor looked at my expressionless face for a while, then said, yes, you're right. Although he's a worthless professor, we still have to work together to make him a true patronus. Yes, of course. He gave me a pleasant smile and nodded. Hermione's perspective. Weeks had passed since what happened in the hospital wing. Since then, mentions of Mr. Greengrass in Muggle Studies class had disappeared. Of course, not everyone accepted Mr. Greengrass, they were just afraid he would report to Mr. Malfoy at any time. But even considering this, it can be said that the current environment is much better than before. Most importantly, hey, Mr. Greengrass. What's next, Granger? Mr. Greengrass no longer ignored me as he used to. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Although I could feel the strong gaze of the Ravenclaw students, his tone was slightly harsh when I spoke to him. The content of the speech was probably the content of the class. That's why I think Harry and Ron weren't careful enough. I wonder why they didn't consider the possibility that it came from Sirius Black when the new broom was anonymously sent to them. I can only say, Granger, besides being vigilant, you should choose more friends. They are not that bad, are they? It's just, what can I say? Even though he talked about his own family, or even the weather, Mr. Greengrass responded politely. This reaction did not mean that caution and fear had completely disappeared, but even amidst all this, I was sure that at least he felt he could look at me again, and I couldn't help but feel very happy about it. However, this was the only positive thing about my recent situation. When I returned to the dormitory, I found myself facing those gloomy emotions again. This broom is amazing. I've never seen a broom with such a beautiful streamline. Harry, can I ride it next time? Where on earth did you get something like this? Have you tried riding it? Ravenclaw and Slytherin no longer stand a chance. Ravenclaw has a Comet 260, Slytherin has a Nimbus 2001, but in front of the Firebolt, they are like babies. This was indeed a celebration. Professor McGonagall finally returned the Firebolt to Harry, even though I was the only one in the dormitory who wasn't participating in the commotion and continued to study. The commotion praising the Firebolt continued, even when it ended. Hermione, look, the Firebolt is back. I told you. McGonagall asked Flitwick and Lupin about Sirius's curse, and even the broom wasn't cursed. But this doesn't change the fact that it's unpleasant. I replied dejectedly as Harry and Ron spoke to me, their eyes sparkling, holding up the Firebolt. Oh, that might happen. I just did what was expected of me when the broom arrived. Instead, can I go back to studying? I'm really busy right now. It was really unpleasant. Indeed, the broom might not have been cursed, but there was indeed a very good chance. Who on earth would anonymously send a top-tier broom for free? Besides Sirius Black aiming for Harry, I can't think of anything similar. Not just me, even Mr. Greengrass, who heard the story, agreed with my perspective. There's nothing to blame me for. I turned my attention back to the pile of textbooks on the desk. There were too many things I didn't like about this place. It wasn't just about the Firebolt, but exams were approaching, so I had a lot of homework to do, and my life was starting to fall apart. Although the amount of homework for each class was still acceptable, as far as I was concerned, I had chosen all the classes, so the amount of homework was outrageous. Besides Mr. Greengrass, I had no advantages. The Firebolt, Crookshanks, a lot of homework, and collecting materials for Buckbeak's trial. My head seemed to be in trouble. However, the two people in front of me seemed excited about the broom, oblivious to my unpleasant feelings. Yes, that's right. But can we talk again? After I take the broom to the bedroom. I'll accept it. I have to give Scabbers a rat energy drink. Hey, is that okay? Yes, then, please. Harry seemed to forget our conflict and sat next to me, while Ron almost skipped up the stairs. Harry spoke to me, looking excited. "It's just, how have you been doing lately?" He seemed to feel a little guilty. If I had calmed down after getting the broom back, I might have realized that I had done the right thing. "You can tell by looking at me, right? I'm so busy that I haven't even finished my arithmancy report, and it's a shame I missed class the other day. Also, I still have to do my Muggle studies homework, and even ancient runes need to be translated." Harry patiently answered my loud voice. "Oh, you always do so much homework. How do you even do it?" "I just do my best." As I picked up a textbook and answered randomly, he continued, "Why don't you stop a few times? You really look tired right now." After hearing Harry's words, I felt my sanity break. Even though Harry's situation was much worse than mine, I still wanted to vent all my frustration on him. "Even I don't know." I tried to make a hysterical sound, but that's impossible. I want to catch up with Mr. Malfoy as soon as possible, and Professor McGonagall is trying to make me take all the subjects. "Hermione, hey, what is this?" Suddenly, he was interrupted by a scream from the boys' dormitory. The common room instantly fell silent, and everyone's eyes focused on the sound. At the same time, the owner of the voice, Ron, rushed into the common room. He walked towards me, shouting, dragging what seemed to be bed sheets, and throwing them on the table. "Look, there's blood. So much blood. Scabbers is gone. And also," the next thing he threw at me was, "and this thing was on the floor too." "Hermione, what on earth does this mean?" It had several layers of long orange cat hair. It obviously belonged to my pet Crookshanks, and this also seemed to be strong evidence that he had eaten gorse. In short, it was a bad match. Ravenclaw versus Gryffindor. As a Slytherin, I can say this, but the quality of the players on both teams was excellent, and to be honest, it was a match that both sides could win. Although the Seeker held the key to victory or defeat, there was also Cho Chang, known as the most beautiful Ravenclaw, and the talented Potter, despite his anger. Both Seekers were excellent riders. Before the match truly began, none of us Slytherins could predict the outcome of the match. However, the actual match was not what I expected. As a result, the Gryffindor team achieved an overwhelming victory. Within minutes, both Seekers found the golden snitch, and Potter, with overwhelming accuracy, precision, speed, and skill, easily caught it. Cho Chang's broom was a Comet 260. On the other hand, the broom Potter was riding was the latest model, the Firebolt. More importantly, the Firebolt's performance couldn't even compare to the Nimbus 2001, let alone the latest model Nimbus 2001, which was only released last year. This was a match that showed the difference in performance, regardless of broom skill. This is terrible. Draco and I looked up at Potter, who continued to fly in the cloudy sky, a little dazed. From Granger's words, he knew that Potter had acquired a broom to replace the Nimbus 2000, a broom that seemed to be a gift from Sirius Black. From what Potter was using now, I could see that no magic was involved, but I didn't expect it to be the Firebolt. Last year, all the Slytherins, including the Seeker, switched to the latest model flying brooms, so I really can't say too much about others. But isn't this a bit sly? Or rather, after criticizing us so much last year for using the same technique. Draco was too shocked to reply. And so it would be. Last year, the broom performance was excellent, so we were able to play an evenly matched game. If someone came out with a broom that was not only better, but even superior in performance, I would be speechless. I can't criticize people, but to be honest, this is not cowardly talk. No matter how bad the Seeker is, as long as there is a Firebolt, victory can be easily achieved. However, it seemed that only Slytherin students would think this way. Not only the winning Gryffindor, but also Hufflepuff, who supported both teams, and even Ravenclaw, who should have been disappointed after losing. Gryffindor, praising Gryffindor's overwhelming victory. With this, they could defeat Slytherin. If that were the case, he could further humiliate Slytherin's cowardly behavior from last year. Especially Hufflepuff, who had just lost to Slytherin a few days ago. The cheers were particularly loud. The players and the entire team stood shoulder to shoulder in delight, and Potter could be seen blushing, while Cho Chang smiled and asked for a handshake. Dahlia also came, but to be honest, I don't think she would have much fun in a match like this. I left the still dazed Draco alone and aimed my binoculars at the professor's table. Although Draco would not participate this time, following the previous Hufflepuff and Slytherin match, Dahlia still came to watch this match because it was an important match, preparing for the next match. It seems this was not the only reason. I thought to myself, ignoring the Slytherins who were staring at me. She probably wanted to practice the patroness charm in the common room, but she still came all the way here. If that's the case, I hope this match at least looked more interesting, even if it wasn't Draco's match. But that was no longer possible. The result was terrible. Chapter 124, The Fate of the Trial. Even though Dumbledore had endured the fact that he was nearby, what he saw was a game that looked like a broomstick market. All I could do was worry about the next game. Looking at Dahlia's expression through binoculars, something ashen also showed on her expressionless face. Sighing, I shifted my gaze from Dahlia and called out to Draco, who seemed to finally be regaining consciousness. Indeed, we can't stay in the common room forever, which is why Dahlia and I came to watch this game. But for that girl, the game she really wants to see is the next one. It goes without saying. So, can I win? Draco's response to my words was simple. It's not a question of whether I win. I don't know if I will win. In front of Dahlia, I can't appear any more pathetic. The exam period was approaching, and the end of the year was finally in sight. However, the last game before the exams, Ravenclaw vs Slytherin, was filled with anxiety. Dahlia's perspective. I regretted coming here from the very first second of the game. Because, phew, when was the last time I could watch a game with Dahlia like this? The old man sitting next to me often started talking to me. Contrary to his voice, his eyes were somehow observing me as usual. I responded, desperately suppressing the urge to click my tongue. Since my brother's game last year, an incident happened last year where Mr. Lockhart tried to take me out to sunbathe, so I didn't dare to come here. Who knows? I don't know who appointed such a person, but he doesn't seem to have actually told them about me. The person who brought him here probably doesn't have much foresight. Please speak. I'm truly sorry about last year. However, please don't bully this old man too much. I repeatedly gave my answers, as if I had completely lost my manners. To be honest, I didn't want to come to such a place. Although the weather was cloudy, it wasn't like my brother's game, and there was also an extremely unlikable old man nearby. Normally, he wouldn't come to watch the game, but he was practicing his patroness charm in the common room as usual. But this time, it was not the case. I personally could have stayed in the common room, but, Mom, Mr. Malfoy, can I talk to you for a moment? Regarding Greengrass, does Mr. Malfoy know he's studying Muggle studies? I couldn't let Dahlia stay by my side any longer. Recently, whenever I was alone, for example, when she went to the restroom, Slytherin kept warning me about Dahlia. And of course Dahlia herself, hadn't told anyone around us about studying Muggle studies, but it seemed that after more than half a year, Dahlia finally started to realize that she was studying Muggle studies. Of course, my answer was, of course I know. She said that through Muggle studies, she will reaffirm the foolishness of Muggles and the greatness of pureblood. Is there a problem with that? Or are you trying to tell my parents/friends there's a problem? No, if Lord Malfoy knows, then there's nothing. This was planned. This was the excuse Dahlia had been planning from the moment she decided to study Muggle studies. Coupled with this Slytherin's excuse, Dahlia had been appearing in pureblood noble circles throughout the summer, so there had been no obvious problem so far. However, it was also clear that Dahlia's situation was not moving in the right direction. I needed to be a little friendlier until the heat died down. Therefore, I heard from my brother that he wasn't too happy about not coming to the game, so I decided that this game couldn't tie Dahlia to the common room, so if I stayed, Dahlia would follow. I came here thinking I would definitely stay in the common room, but, by the way, I heard you've been taking private lessons with Professor Lupin recently, right? He enthusiastically asked you to learn the patroness charm. Your enthusiasm for learning impressed me. No, I wish other students were as curious as you. This decision might ultimately be a mistake. Even though he had been treating me with an unfriendly attitude from the moment I arrived, the old man still called out to me without giving up. However, I heard you can already create your own kind of patroness, right? Indeed, I am Dahlia's age, and back then, even if I didn't complete it, I couldn't cast a patroness. I like having a teacher to teach me. Nothing was more frustrating than this. And, at this age. Speaking of which, the eagle's patroness is in the shape of a phoenix, so I wonder what animal Dahlia's patroness is? Also, what kind of memory do you use to shape your patroness? Are you trying to do that? He kept asking probing questions. I guess it's unavoidable that I want to go home, I answered without even looking at the old man. Why would I talk to you about my happiness? No, I'm just curious. Just curiosity. Come to think of it, it's been a while since I last talked to Dahlia. I just want to get to know this student a little better. I glared at the seekers of both teams, praying in my heart for this painful time to end quickly. Dahlia, who loves Quidditch, might have hoped this would be an interesting game since I had come this far, but honestly, I just wanted this game to end as soon as possible. And this wish would soon be granted. Oh, it seems the game is over. Potter caught the golden snitch with incredible speed, and the game ended in record time. The game itself was boring, but now wasn't the time to say such things. I glanced at Potter, who was still showing off his snitch in the air. I don't think we'll make it to the next game in time. But now we've decided to give my brother a Christmas present this year. He said this without even looking at the old man next to him. Okay, Principal, I'm done here. There was no need to hear a reply. After I made this statement, I immediately began to take action to leave. Then, shaking off the gaze behind me, I walked down the stairs and met the person I cared about who was walking towards me. Dahlia, are you all right? That old man seemed to be right next to you. Sorry for taking you out to such a game. I didn't expect it to be a meaningless game. As you can imagine, I've been talking nonsense, but it's okay. After seeing you, I'm not tired anymore. As I embraced Dahlia, she was hugging me as if to make sure I was okay, and I called out to my brother, who had a gloomy expression behind me. Brother, how was this game? HMPH, you're just relying on the broom's performance. I don't know if such a person counts as a seeker. If it was someone from another dormitory, my comment would definitely be criticized, but knowing that my brother last year didn't entirely rely on the broom's performance, I just gave a wry smile. I replied, yes, indeed, the opposing seeker was already strong, and after acquiring the firebolt, became even stronger. However, this doesn't mean the chance of victory has completely disappeared, does it, brother? Ah, of course. I will definitely win the next game. Watch me, Dahlia. Harry's perspective. Gryffindor's common room was filled with a festive atmosphere. Even though it was Ravenclaw who defeated them this time, not their arch-rival Slytherin, it was as if they had already won the Quidditch Cup. Solved in a flash. Like this, even Slytherin will have to squirm. I can already see the dejected looks on their faces. This year's Quidditch Cup has been decided. Like last year, Gryffindor will win this year too. Many students let out what could only be described as cries of victory. Of course, quite the opposite. No, I haven't won yet. Well, as for the Seeker, his broom is a firebolt, and his opponent is Draco Malfoy. He has no reason to lose. But besides that, all these guys are riding Nimbus 2001s. They are still a force to be reckoned with. We lost to Hufflepuff in the first game, so unless we beat them by at least 80 points, we won't win the championship. Some students expressed their concerns. I also agreed with some of their perspectives. In a Seeker duel, he might not lose to Draco. Last year, Draco's broom won, so we had a tough time, but this time, since we won, I don't have to fear him. But the reality was that winning a game didn't necessarily mean winning the championship race. Unlike Gryffindor, who lost once to Hufflepuff, Slytherin had won all their games so far. To stop them and win the championship, we had to ensure we were at least 80 points ahead in the next game. That is to say, we had to catch the golden snitch before being more than 80 points ahead. Yes, but still, don't worry. Before the game against Hufflepuff, we also trained hard for the game against Slytherin. It almost killed us. Besides, our excellent Seeker will definitely catch the golden snitch. Come on, let's eat and drink well. Look, I even brought you these candies. I didn't feel very anxious. Where on earth did you get this? I got a little help from the former Mariudas. Harry, you should go there next time too. The kitchen's location is clearly marked on the map. While talking to Fred, who was as excited as ever, I thought to myself, it should be fine. If it's us, we can definitely win. Even though I have the best broom, the firebolt, I won't arrogantly assume that I can always snitch when the opponent's score is less than 80 points. But I have the best friends in Gryffindor. The game can't go on like last year. As long as we have the Gryffindor bond, we don't have to fear Slytherin. Even if Dementus invade, as long as you are there, your Patronus will drive them away. After this game, we completely regained our confidence, and the party lasted late into the night. Finally, the feast was held. What time do you think it is now? It's already 1 a.m. Really, I'm happy Gryffindor won too, but this is too much fun. Now, I'm going to sleep. Go. Immediately. Just then, McGonagall, in her dressing gown, yelled at me. However, we were too excited to fall asleep immediately, so when Ron and I returned to the bedroom, we still sat on the bed chatting. Now that I think about it, I didn't see Hermione at the feast just now, but I don't know if she was normal when she came to the game. It seems she was too busy, too desperate. Is everything all right? How could that guy know? He said such a thing happened to Scabbers and left that monster. And in this situation, he still said it was just circumstantial evidence. I won't talk to you unless you apologize. I forgive you now. At least when it comes to the broom, Hermione was thinking of us. Now that we were together, I somehow remembered my other best friend, and the story became a bit dark, but I still wasn't sleepy. I opened the Marauder's map to change the pace and check if Hermione was still alive. Yes, he looks safe. He looks like he's in his bedroom. Hermione's name was clearly visible in the girls' dormitory bedroom. There were also the names of her roommates around, presumably she was sleeping soundly. Ron looked at the map and said, "Besides Hermione, this map is truly amazing. It not only shows the secret passages and hidden rooms in the castle, but also the names of everyone in the castle. Now we can even find where that person is." Hearing Ron's words, I nodded obediently. As Ron said, the more I looked at it, the more I felt it was a great tool. A wonderful item that showed all the rooms and corridors of Hogwarts, and even the current locations of Hogwarts personnel. Because of this, I could even go to Hogsmeade. Now that I think about it, I couldn't help but like this map, not only because it was a great tool, but also because it felt like it brought me good luck. We kept staring at the map, tirelessly. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was still pacing at this time, and Dahlia Malfoy, who had evil plans outside in the middle of the night last year, was now in her bedroom in the basement. It was at that moment. Someone's walking around outside at this hour. Who could it be with that name? Is he at Hogwarts? We found the name. Peter Pettigrew? I'm sure that's the name. Without a doubt, this was the name of a man who should have been dead. After discovering Sirius Black's betrayal, he was shocked, leaving only a finger on him, the name of his father and mother's best friend. Lupin's perspective. This happened when I was on my nightly patrol at Hogwarts to ensure safety. Ever since Sirius tried to break into the Gryffindor dormitory, Hogwarts teachers had been required to take turns guarding the school at night. I don't know what last year's security system was like, but this year's might not be bad. Earlier, I encountered a ghost who seemed to be in charge of security. Just by looking at this security, I could tell how seriously people were taking Sirius's intrusion. I continued down the corridor, feeling a bit depressed as I remembered the person I once thought was my best friend. It was at that moment. The map should show us here. Why isn't anyone here? Ron, you're so loud. I heard voices that shouldn't have been heard at such a time and place. The moment I recognized the voices, my first question was why, and then I felt intense anger. If I remember correctly, the voices I was hearing now were those of Harry and his best friend. As soon as I arrived here, I heard that their behavior was not very likable. Even if this action led to the resolution of various incidents and was initiated out of their own indignation, from the teacher's perspective, it was certainly not something to be praised. Although the motivation was completely different, he gave a wry smile at his actions, exactly like his father. But this year is different. This year, unlike before, Harry was completely targeted by criminals. Firstly, half of the security measures were set up to protect Harry. Even after all this time, he still didn't understand the position he was in. I quickly called out to the people whose voices I heard, to scold the child and protect the child from Sirius, who might invade tonight. He must have heard me rushing towards him. From the other side of the darkness, I heard gasping, and then the sound of a man frantically covering his body. And, as I expected, there was no one where I rushed to. Other teachers might have been confused by this, but I knew about the invisibility cloak his father owned, so this method wouldn't work. In fact, seeing this empty space made me even more certain they were there. I expressed my anger, shouting into the seemingly empty space. "Harry and Ron, this is the invisibility cloak. I know you're in there. I have something important to tell you, so take off the invisibility cloak and come out. If you come out now, there will be no punishment, and I won't deduct points. If you don't show up, you can turn me over to Professor Snape, okay?" I didn't have Dumbledore's ability to see through the invisibility cloak, but I could determine their approximate hiding place. And it seemed I wasn't mistaken. Harry and Ron emerged from the empty space, looking awkward. Having been told so much, both of them probably felt there was no need to hide anymore. Harry's voice sounded as awkward as his expression. "This is what I do. Professor Lupin. I am sorry, No, it's nothing, Harry. I'm not interested in knowing your motive for going out." I interrupted him, still angry inside. "Harry, Ron, I know you've been wandering around the school every night last year and the year before. Of course, that wasn't mischief like Fred and George. But this year, no, you're being targeted by Sirius Black. That's why we can't let Harry go to Hogsmeade, and that's why we teachers have to conduct night patrols like this. Harry, I feel sorry for you. We might treat you this way, but I want you to understand why we're doing this. But, I continued, however, you don't seem to understand. Although various adults have explained it to you, you still don't seem to take Sirius Black seriously. No, that's not all. I guess you don't really understand what they mean by death. Listen, your parents sacrificed their lives to keep you alive. When the Dementors approached, you should have understood this. You would never waste your life to repay this. You would never put your parents' sacrifice as a gift in danger, and so on. Perhaps that's it. Then I noticed Harry holding something that looked like parchment in his hand. We Mariudas created this item and used it for various pranks. It even made me feel nostalgic. At first glance, it looked like just a piece of parchment, but as one of its creators, I wouldn't mistake it. My anger flared again, and I snatched the Marauder's map from Harry's stunned hand. This too. I know Mr. Filch confiscated this many years ago, and it's actually a map. Of course, it also explains how to use this. But I don't want to hear how this came to be yours. I'm just surprised you didn't submit this to us. With this, Sirius Black could easily find you. A complete lack of crisis awareness. At this moment, Harry and Ron both seemed to realize how foolish their actions were. At first, he must have thought I would laugh and ignore him, but now he showed no such thoughts, only lowering his head, looking defeated. I don't think I said too much, but when that expression appeared on his face, it was hard for me to suppress my anger. I sighed, expelling the heat from my body, and this time, when I spoke, I tried to keep my voice soft. It seems you understand what I mean. If so, go back to sleep. As I just said, I have no intention of punishing you or deducting points. Harry will also attend your next private lesson. I'll do it well, so don't worry, come on. But next time, I won't protect you again. If you don't go straight back like this, I can understand. Yes, I'm sorry, Professor Lupin. I am sorry. After apologizing to me, the two walked towards the dormitory with heavy steps. But, Professor, that map doesn't seem very accurate. Finally, he dropped a huge bomb. That map had a name on it that shouldn't have been there. We traveled all this way to check, but when we arrived, we couldn't find the person. Who was that name? Peter Pettigrew. Isn't that the name of a dead person? Buckbeak is not dangerous. He's really smart. In the usually solemn courtroom, the voice of a barbarian echoed. He was wearing an ill-fitting brown suit and an unlikable yellow-orange tie. Coupled with his unsightly appearance, some parts of his speech seemed a bit comical. The jury also seemed to agree with my perspective, as I could hear laughter everywhere. This was probably the worst impression he left on the jury. Moreover, what was written on the memo prepared in advance fell apart directly, and I didn't even bother to look at it. I don't know who prepared it, but now he has no chance of turning the tables. Logical opposition to this will no longer be possible. To deliver the final blow, I interrupted the barbarian's incessant rambling. Enough. I'm tired of listening to your nonsense. Now, everyone, you have convinced me. He kept saying that the hippogriffs were not dangerous, and they are indeed not dangerous. Trying to show me any evidence that it doesn't exist, even though you took my son's arm for no reason. I find it hard to understand why people object to executing creatures that commit such crimes. So I glanced at the old man sitting in the audience and continued. It's truly, truly incomprehensible. Such an obvious conclusion still needs to be judged in court. I can't even make such a simple judgment. I can't even make such a simple decision. I can't believe the principal is someone who still tries to protect barbarians. Originally, I intended to use this hippogriff incident to drag Dumbledore down. Just like Lockhart last year, this old man clearly had no ability to choose proper teachers. In this situation, Dumbledore might also be responsible for choosing a teacher who couldn't seriously manage students or classroom materials. But, Mr. Malfoy, I understand your feelings. You hurt my son, and you can't find peace in your heart. But you've already reached a conclusion, haven't you? Dumbledore has nothing to do with this, and Hagrid, who vouched for him, is not responsible. Well, wasn't that the conclusion reached in the last deliberation? In fact, he couldn't bring down this old man either. The jurors, like the board members last year, were worried that by blaming Dumbledore, they would be criticized by the public. Thanks to these extremely incompetent people, my original plan was completely ruined. I can only say this is completely incomprehensible. I can't even understand why such an old man is still hailed as the best wizard of the century, and why he still receives such a degree of support. This old man is still monitoring and harming Dahlia. Honestly, hearing the jury's words, I felt my insides boiling. but if I were to pursue Dumbledore's responsibility further, it wouldn't actually bring him down, and might instead leave a bad impression on the jury, potentially preventing me from even getting the minimum result. I suppressed my inner anger and spoke the following words. Let it be, however, even if Dumbledore is not responsible, that hippogriff named Buckbeak is clearly responsible. Of course, you will give him the severest punishment, right? Draco has been injured for almost half a year. He has tried many times to belittle Dumbledore. It took a lot of time and effort to do this. Even if I can't get rid of him, as long as I don't hurt his feelings even a little, the worms in my stomach won't be able to get rid of it. The jury probably knew this too. Sometimes, the hippogriff's responsibility is obvious, but just one hippogriff's life is enough to suppress my anger and protect my family. I cannot disagree here. Of course, we believe there is no need for any further discussion, so everyone. Buckbeak, this hippogriff, can he be executed later? Well, wait. Buckbeak is too dangerous. No objection. The juror's statement echoed amidst the barbarians' shouts. Of course, this time, Dumbledore, who was only in the audience, could only retort with flames of anger burning in his eyes. That was the moment my victory was confirmed. As soon as the declaration ended, Dumbledore, who had been quiet in the audience, rushed to the barbarian. Hagrid, are you all right? I'm sorry I couldn't help you. No, Principal. The professor is really good to me. I can't cause the professor any more trouble. Oh, it's my fault. If I had behaved a little better, this wouldn't have happened. It didn't happen. I was too anxious at the time. I didn't even read the notes Hermione prepared for me. As I watched them coldly, the fool's farce continued. No, you did very well. If possible, I'd like to do something for Buckbeak. No, I really don't want to cause the principal any more trouble. I understand, but at least let me be present at Buckbeak's end. I want to be by your side at least one last time. Why could he act so kindly towards the barbarian while causing endless pain to Dahlia? To end this disgusting farce, I made a proclamation to the fool. That's right. Why go to such lengths for a beast? Obviously, Hogwarts can't deal with a beast without going to court. Lucius Malfoy. You, get out of here. You rotten Malfoy. It's all right, Hagrid. The gamekeeper stood up, wanting to swing his fist at me, but the old man interrupted him, saying, Lucius, enough, isn't this enough for you? If so, get out of here quickly. Anyway, the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures responsible for the execution can only make you breathless. Go. Isn't it all about making you pay? When do you plan to set the execution date? I guessed he thought he was at a disadvantage here. Dumbledore said something special, and my mouth paused slightly. Indeed, you are the one mistaken for the greatest wizard of the century. You should know yourself well. I understand it is not the time for Hogwarts exams now. I will look into it immediately. He makes a request to the Ministry of Magic. The detailed schedule will be announced later. This will be a good break for Dahlia. I now know I definitely used the wrong method last year. Although he wanted to protect Dahlia, he should not have entrusted his fate to something so mysterious. It was really sweet back then. As a result, Dahlia ended up cornering Dahlia. So I will not make the same mistake again. Although they cannot banish Dumbledore again under these circumstances, they can at least tarnish his reputation. By doing this, I will gradually lay the foundation for his expulsion, and this time, I will save Dahlia. Harry's perspective. Several days had passed since Professor Lupin's serious sermon. Immediately after being scolded, he felt extremely distressed, and if he let things slide, it would be difficult for him to see Professor Lupin, even for private lessons. At the time, that's impossible. I don't know where you heard his name, but he is already dead. No, he was killed by Sirius Black's hands. That is why the name you saw might be a mistake. Otherwise, now, go home. Also, the next private lesson is coming soon. You need the Patronus charm. That is what the professor said, but honestly, an awkward thing is an awkward thing. However, I am in no position to say such things now, because Hagrid said since you are in a difficult situation, I don't need to tell you this. I thought you should know. Hermione, who had not spoken to me for some time, showed me a ridiculous letter she had received from Hagrid. It was one afternoon, just a few days before the match against Slytherin. Hermione handed over the letter, looking like she was about to cry. To Hermione, we lost. Buckbeak will be executed. The details are not finalized, but Lucius Malfoy will proceed with it sometime during the exams. He has caused Hermione a lot of trouble. This must be difficult for you too, but you did your best for me and Buckbeak. I will never forget how you helped me. The words were written in ink stained with large teardrops. I could not cope with this sudden situation. I thought Buckbeak's problem had been resolved long ago because Draco's injury healed the next day. I never thought we would end up in this situation without knowing it. But this shouldn't be happening. After all, Draco's injury healed quickly, and it was all Draco's fault. Why is it like this now? Oh, yes. You haven't said anything like that since then. I thought Lucius Malfoy wouldn't remain silent after something like this happened. As we stood stunned, Hermione began to speak, her voice trembling just like her expression. What? Actually, I didn't mean to tell you this. Harry is being targeted by Sirius Black this year and is going through a very difficult time. But I should have been more careful. Mr. Malfoy and Greengrass, I was too focused on my studies to help Hagrid. In past trials, I did a lot of research on the ecology of the hippogriff, but it didn't make Hagrid any better. Does that make sense? Oh, Buckbeak is going to be executed because of me. After saying this, Hermione burst into tears. Recently, when I looked at her from afar, she always looked like she had very little time, but now, she must be exhausted. Instead, we pushed her to this point and abandoned her when she couldn't handle it anymore. It was at that moment that Ron and I finally realized how much pain our best friend had endured while we were carelessly throwing tantrums over brooms, pets, and Quidditch. Although we felt more guilty than when Professor Lupin scolded us, Hermione's sobs continued. The first to stop it was, well, there's no hope. The trial can't continue, and even if we appeal, it won't change anything. Well, it's too early to give up now, Hermione. Surprisingly, it was Ron. Before I could say anything, Ron, who had been panicked by Hermione's tears and constantly arguing with her, continued. Why would that damned Lucius Malfoy threaten the judge? He might just be waiting for something like this to happen so he can get rid of Dumbledore. The trial went exactly as he wished, but there is always a way. Let us think about it. You don't have to hide things from us anymore, we will definitely help you properly this time. Perhaps the Scabbers issue was overshadowed by the suddenly announced Hagrid crisis, but I had only been stubborn until now, deep down, so maybe Ron also wanted to reconcile with Hermione. Hermione seemed to realize this too, crying louder than before, and then rushed towards Ron. Thank you, Ron. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about Scabbers. I've been too tired recently, and very stubborn. I know it was actually my fault. That's what I meant. No, yeah, it's okay. You handed the firebolt over to the professor because you were worried about Harry, right? Besides, you got your broom back. You can crush Ravenclaw and even secretly love Slytherin. No, you don't have to worry. And Scabbers, I can't help it. He's an old man already, and he's a bit useless. Now I'm going to send an owl to Mum and Dad. Someone might even buy it, so it's actually a good thing, yeah. Ron awkwardly stroked Hermione's head while hugging her, his face turning red for some reason. It seemed the two of them could now completely reconcile. But I cannot just be happy about this. Even if they reconcile, Hagrid's problem will not be solved or anything. Dahlia's perspective. Since the first class, care of magical creatures had temporarily ceased to be a serious lesson. In one class, you were forced to care for lettuce eaters. Moreover, as long as you put some lettuce in front of the lettuce eaters, these creatures were fine. It was as if nothing was actually done in class. However, half a year had passed since that shocking first class, and Moribund apparently thought things wouldn't go as smoothly as they were now, so he started dealing with creatures as relatively safe as fire salamanders, or so he thought. I'm eating lettuce again. I don't know what happened, but Moribund's mental state seemed to have returned to square one. Now, sitting in front of us was a lettuce-eating bug that would recover if left alone. What should I do? I'm bored in class. I see. As I looked at Moribund, he was surrounded by Granger and her cheerful friends, crying, with no sign of teaching the class. What exactly happened? I don't think this is good for the class, but I am very grateful for it right now. Draco had been unresponsive for a while, and he must have thought the same thing, so he sat a little further away from the lettuce box and started talking to me. The content was, Dahlia, I thought you were hurt that day. I think you were pushed down by a Muggle Studies student. I don't think that's quite accurate. I don't think she intended to use magic. She just wanted to scare me a little. She was just surprised, and then I fell. This morning, Dahlia finally revealed what happened in Muggle Studies a few days ago. It happened this morning. It all started when Dahlia and I were eating in the Great Hall, and a serious-looking pansy started talking to me. Phew. I heard you are currently studying Muggle Studies? I don't know what else they study besides care of magical creatures, but, or rather, Muggle Studies. Why choose such a subject? They say you cannot shut people's mouths, but now I guess the subject I am studying has finally been exposed. I had been noticing strange expressions from the Slytherins recently, and it seems this is the reason. I wonder if Pansy, who belongs to the same sacred 28 families as me, although her background is lower than mine, thought she could criticize me directly. Before Dahlia, who was sitting next to me, could speak, I spat out the excuse I had prepared for the Slytherins. Of course, it is to understand the foolishness of muggles, right? What else is there? Saying this, as if I had returned to my original self, was not a pleasant excuse, but since the other party was not muggle-born, my guilt was slightly lessened. At least it wouldn't feel like I was mocking myself. It was also the most effective tool against pureblood Slytherins. In fact, after Pansy heard my story, her previous anger subsided a little, and her expression turned into one of dissatisfaction, but it was better than before. So far, the reaction met my expectations. But from now on, is that so? If that's the case, I can understand it. But this is still the reason why I chose subjects like Muggle studies. Stupid. You kept attending pureblood gatherings during the summer vacation a few days ago, so I don't doubt your words, but I don't think you needed to do such a thing. You don't have to understand how foolish Muggles are to understand it. Because you did this, you were thrown down the stairs with the contaminated blood. This was unexpected. By the time I realized it, it was too late. Dahlia, who was listening to our conversation next to me, quietly raised her voice. You were pushed down? Oh, Dahlia didn't know either, even though we are always together. I heard earlier that this child was apparently pushed down the stairs by a Ravenclaw student after the Muggle Studies class. When I heard about this earlier, I learned that Dahlia was studying Muggle Studies. That's right. I thought the only students who took Muggle Studies were blood traitors. I'm going to a place like that, so I'm going to do something like that. Pansy did not continue speaking. Dahlia's gaze moved away from the pale-faced Pansy, her calm expression completely changed, and her eyes turned blood red. I heard I just fell down the stairs, but apparently, that is not the case. Dahlia, can you tell me more about this? I am certainly not angry at you. I just want to know who should be punished. Several hours had passed since Dahlia said that. Because of this incident, my studying Muggle studies was completely off topic for the Slytherins, but now was not the time to be happy about these things. In the end, I managed to conceal the identity of the Ravenclaw student who pointed a cane at me, but Dahlia's mood might still be very bad. If I let go, I could cause a bloody massacre for all Ravenclaw students, or even kill Professor Burbage, because they allowed them to attack me. I cannot give you any bad stimulation right now. Absolutely true. If I were in your position, I would definitely hide the Ravenclaw student, but I still think there is a way to do it, right? What should we do now? I was also hurt, so I won't let anyone know. I cannot say that, but Dahlia is very nervous right now. The same goes for Muggle studies, but she was even nervous about us attending that class this morning. That is true. Since the beginning of the year, Draco and I have been in the infirmary one after another. Draco was scratched by a hippogriff in class, and if he had made a mistake, the consequences could have been disastrous. As a result, I was pushed down the stairs by a student. If I had really just fallen, Dahlia would have worried about me, but ultimately wouldn't have cared that much. But if you were pushed, that is a different story. As for that groundskeeper's profession, hasn't it become more common than lettuce eaters recently? Luger, he is the kind of Professor Dumbledore would choose. You might do something again. This is not just your brother. Dahlia, please be careful too. If you get hurt, please give me the correct information this time, okay? I don't want you to be hurt without my knowledge. Dahlia cannot help but care, because she values our safety above everything else. This is especially true this year due to Sirius Black's invasion and the subsequent deployment of Dementors. Since this morning, we are sometimes afraid to go to places we cannot see. Well, we just need to wait for time to settle things. Right now, they might just be overly sensitive due to the sudden news. As long as we are careful not to get hurt, we will be fine. We just wanted to put Dahlia's mind at ease. After suffering so much last year, she finally learned to be kinder to others. With someone like me to share her secrets, Dahlia finally had a place where she didn't need to be guarded. I hope to maintain this current peace forever. I want to ensure I never have to feel the craving for murders she described. I hope she won't feel intense regret and self-loathing afterward. That is why we concealed the extent of our injuries, only telling Dahlia that we were hurt. But if the truth were revealed later, it would defeat the purpose. Draco and I swore to each other from the start that we would not get hurt, and I thought that at least I would not be injured during care of magical creatures, which Dahlia was so worried about. Hey, Mr. Greengrass. I apologize for speaking to you so suddenly, but I really have something I need to ask you. Hermione. This story never ends simply. Granger, who should have been standing next to Hagrid just now, ignored the Weasley family's attempts to stop her, approached me, and spoke to me with the most frantic expression I had ever seen. Draco, I don't need you. I wondered why this girl's sudden requests were always so ill-timed. Hermione's perspective. Even Hagrid and Buckbeak's plight could not change Harry's situation. Sirius Black had not yet been captured, and we had no idea how he managed to enter the castle. Visiting Hagrid's hut after dark was out of the question. Therefore, we could only talk to Hagrid during Care of Magical Creatures class. Parkinson and the others clearly knew about the trial. They smiled mockingly while we shouted at a completely stunned Hagrid. Hagrid, cheer up. We haven't given up yet. There must be a way. We'll think hard. Cheer up. Oh, right, the trial is over, but there must still be something we can do. Our frantic voices echoed across the grounds, but they never reached Hagrid. Thank you, but I can't do this anymore. It's all my fault. Hermione did well. Even though Hermione went to great lengths to prepare everything for me, my tongue got even more tangled. I panicked. I even forgot to read it. It's over. The committee is completely at the mercy of Lucius Malfoy, and they have no intention of reconsidering Buckbeak's execution. All I can do is make Buckbeak comfortable for the time he has left. All I can do is laugh at the situation. Hagrid finally couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears, large drops rolling down his eyes. A heavy silence fell between us. I couldn't accept it. To be honest, I had already resigned myself to the fact that Buckbeak's death sentence would not be reversed. Now that the trial was over, we had no chance to turn the situation around. But I still couldn't give up. If we gave up, Buckbeak truly would be executed. However, no matter how hard we tried, the situation remained as hopeless as it was now. I bit my lip, set aside the lettuce eaters assigned to us, and fell into deep thought. Now that the trial was over, Buckbeak could no longer be saved through legal means. We couldn't just let Buckbeak escape, because if we were caught, we might be sent to Azkaban. Overturning the verdict was impossible unless we had greater influence than Lucius Malfoy. At the very least, Gryffindor students did not have parents with that kind of power, even if there were such students. You have to pity those poor people. If their parents were connected to high-ranking Ministry of Magic officials, they wouldn't be talking about the trial right now. That's why blood traitor and dirty blood are not good things to be. That's just how it is. That was none other than a Slytherin. In other words, there was nothing we could do about it. I thought this was unfair. Why did so many disgusting people hold power in the wizarding world? Why were people treated so unfairly just because they lacked money or were not pure blood? I felt helpless anger at this situation, where even if I was right, I wouldn't be treated justly. I turned my angry gaze toward Parkinson and the others who were mocking me, but that didn't last long. But in a way, I'm glad to be back in the lettuce eater class. I believe if I tell Dahlia about this, she will feel a little relieved. Well, I don't think this is actually a good class. I found her standing next to Parkinson and the others. Seeing her only discussing other things with Draco, rather than joining Parkinson in mocking me, I quickly realized something. That's right, if it were her, or if it were her parents / friends, she might be able to overturn Buckbeak's execution. After all, her best friend is Dahlia, the sister of the victim Draco, and the daughter of Lucius Malfoy. Most importantly, unlike the other vile Slytherins, she wasn't quite so vile. I believe she will listen to our request. With this thought, I quickly moved forward. Hey, I apologize for speaking to you so suddenly, but I have a request that I really want you to hear. I called out to Mr. Greengrass, who is Mr. Malfoy's best friend. Hermione. Hey, Hermione, what are you trying to say to someone like that? Come back here. Harry and the others seemed to realize what I intended, but I ignored them and continued to stare at Mr. Greengrass in front of me. However, the reaction of Mr. Greengrass and the others who suddenly spoke to me was not positive. He responded with a puzzled expression on his face. I don't want you talking to me too much outside of Muggle studies. His reaction was perhaps natural. Although he started listening to me, it didn't mean we had become good friends. Nevertheless, I still pleaded with Mr. Greengrass with my eyes. Even Draco, who was indirectly responsible for Buckbeak's death sentence, was talking to him. Yes, Granger. Why are you asking Dahlia? Draco, I don't need you. I immediately cut him off and continued waiting for Mr. Greengrass's response. Apparently, my desperation was sensed. All right, Draco. So, what is it, Granger? Please keep it brief if possible. He seemed to be saying that it would be more trouble if he didn't listen now, but he still nodded firmly. I ignored his attitude and desperately voiced what I had been waiting to say. Tell Mr. Malfoy. Well, if possible, I hope you tell him directly. Please, cancel the execution of Buckbeak, the hippogriff that injured Draco. Dahlia's perspective. My current expression was probably as blank as one could imagine. Why on earth did this girl say something like this at this time? I didn't even try to hide the displeasure in my voice as I responded to the excited Granger. First, could you please explain what you mean? First of all, I knew nothing about the trial. Draco had not been injured by a hippogriff for a long time, and I had never heard of him being involved in a trial. Hearing my question and somewhat negative reaction, Granger seemed confused but began to answer. Oh, you saw it too, right? Buckbeak the hippogriff injured Draco. Lucius Malfoy took him to court because of this. So it's Draco's fault. So, just recently, the verdict came down. The hippogriff is to be executed. Execution is terrible. They even pressured the jury. So please help me stop the execution. I can only ask you. I felt like they were only saying things that were convenient for them, but I still couldn't help but understand the situation. No wonder Pansy looked so happy just now. Even before the holidays in Hogsmeade, she was talking about Hagrid and the trial, and this must have been what she was referring to. To get more information, I spoke with Draco, who was sitting next to me, whose expression suggested he was hearing about this situation for the first time. This is the first time I've heard about the trial. Draco didn't know either. This is the first I've heard of it, and I assume Dahlia doesn't know either. Father didn't mention it during the Christmas holidays. He probably intended to proceed without telling us. It must be the same as last year. He just said he had business with Hagrid, so he would come here whenever he had time. He also said he would come to see Dahlia. Same as last year, huh? This means they are preparing to get rid of Dumbledore. Executing a hippogriff with such brute force makes no sense. There must be a goal. There's nothing wrong with the goal/self/body. I understood. Once the situation was clear, things were simple. Just like last year, Lucius was taking action to protect Dahlia. All of this was for her. The reason he didn't tell Draco and the others might be because he felt guilty about what happened last year. Or perhaps for Mr. Lucius, such a trial wasn't important enough to inform Draco and the others about. Well, either way, the conclusion was the same. I turned from Draco to Granger. I understand the situation, but I must refuse to tell Dahlia. I flatly denied her request. The most important thing to me is that Dahlia can live her days peacefully. Telling Dahlia this information would not make her feel good. No, if it were only information about the trial, Dahlia might be happy. However, when Dahlia finds out who is involved, she will certainly be troubled. Especially now, the timing is terrible. Since this morning, she has been worried about our injuries, and if I suggest she should forgive the hippogriff for injuring Draco, that will only make her already poor mood worse. However, she completely failed to understand my reasoning, and Granger opened her mouth in astonishment. Why? No, because if this continues... Ignoring the idiots whispering behind me, she clearly hadn't expected me to refuse her. She was so surprised just now that she didn't continue speaking. I interrupted her and continued. I don't know why she asked Dahlia. It's true that Draco was at fault in many ways at the time, but he was one step away from causing a disaster. A human sister has to go through such things. But why should we help the hippogriff? Even if Mr. Lucius forced the trial, I don't think that changes the facts. If we are going to get involved, we must do it ourselves. But, still, moreover, the timing is particularly bad right now. Today, Dahlia discovered the real reason I was injured during Muggle studies, so my mood is very poor. If you tell her this, she will only get into trouble. I see. I don't know if my message was fully understood, but at least she seemed to grasp that I had no intention of telling Dahlia this information right now. Chapter 125. Where did the championship trophy go? I understand what you mean. Buckbeak did injure Draco. That's a fact that can't be changed no matter what, and I think it's natural for Mr. Malfoy to be angry, but Draco's injury is very minor. After all, maybe Buckbeak should be punished, but execution is too harsh. Besides, no matter how much you hide it from Mr. Malfoy, it will happen one day. He will find out. They probably found out about your injury, right? So maybe it's the same this time. I don't know what Mr. Malfoy will think then. He might be angry now, but Mr. Malfoy will never regret it later. Granger's words made me flinch this time. Perhaps what Granger wanted to say was that the kind Dahlia would be sad about the loss of a precious life. He fully admitted that Dahlia was kind, but unfortunately, Dahlia valued her family more strongly than that, so under normal circumstances, she would not care about the life or death of a hippogriff. In fact, what was even stranger was that I did not personally execute him, and on the day I was injured, I was actually going to kill him. However, if this had anything to do with Granger, the story would be a little different. If the hippogriff were killed, perhaps Granger would be sad. If Dahlia thought that way, she wouldn't be able to fully enjoy the hippogriff's execution. This might lead to Dahlia's unique troubles. Although in reality I had to push people away, I found myself attracted to Granger. That was her problem. Moreover, this time Mr. Lucius was pushing for the execution. It was impossible for Dahlia to easily agree to act against her father's wishes. So I didn't want Dahlia to feel that trouble, so I decided to keep it a secret from her. However, on the question of whether it could really be kept a secret, of course I couldn't agree. In fact, my injury had just been revealed to Dahlia. Moreover, unlike the previous case where only Muggle Studies students knew, this time it was something Pansy and everyone else in Slytherin knew. Thinking about it carefully, it was impossible for this to not be exposed. I couldn't help but fall silent, and Granger probably knew that becoming Granger would be a burden for Dahlia, so she just stared at me with a desperate look and said nothing. The only one who opened his mouth was Hermione. Come back. You already know it's useless to ask such a person. Last year, I found out this guy is as rotten as Dahlia Malfoy. This was still Weasley's style, but this guy's story wasn't worth listening to. An awkward silence, with only Weasley continuing to shriek. What broke it was, Dahlia, let's talk to Dahlia about this. Surprisingly, Draco had remained silent until now, and it also came with a bonus, confirming Granger's words. As we stood in shock, Draco continued with a determined attitude. You know about this too, don't you? Although I'm reluctant to admit it, what this guy says makes sense. Even if I hide it, Dahlia will definitely find out. If I think about Dahlia being kept in the dark again, that would be too bad. This guy, I'm sure he'll worry about that. It's the same as when he first came to Hogsmeade. So if he wants to know no matter what, it's best to save Sasser. Well, as you said, I think timing is also important. But, at least not now. If I were to say so, it would be after my game is over. Before that, I'll also talk to my father. My father, he is for Dahlia. They won't listen to me. I don't think they'll overturn the verdict, but if they cancel the execution, there's no need to tell Dahlia at all. Many surprising words came from surprising people. I was just surprised by Draco's suggestion and couldn't think of anything to say to him. The same was true for Granger and the others listening next to him. As long as Dahlia wasn't involved, Draco was nothing more than a selfish child. For Granger and the others who had only seen this side of him, seeing Draco like this was a bolt from the blue. The girls were stunned for a moment, and then Potter and Weasley fell into a state of confusion and began to talk. Draco, what do you mean? What's your plan? Why should I tell Dahlia Malfoy? Even if I tell her, she won't intentionally stop the execution of Buckbeak, will she? Even if I tell her, Dahlia Malfoy won't stop Buckbeak's execution. In fact, she'll be happy about it. So I know you'll see it. I doubt you even knew it at first. Denials and questions came one after another. Granger, next to Potter and the others, stared intently at Draco and finally opened her mouth. What's gotten into you? Sure enough, my heart was filled with doubts. However, Draco continued calmly, not caring about their attitude. HMPH, I'm not doing it for you guys, it's all for Dahlia. I wonder what Dahlia will think when she finds out you and Granger are involved in this case. From now on, Dahlia is forbidden from being harmed. I don't care if you believe it or not. If you have doubts, doubt me. I'll do it myself. After saying that, Draco fell silent and began to senselessly fiddle with the man-eating letters placed in front of him. He probably had no intention of talking to Granger and the others around him. And, as if on cue, a distant bell rang, signaling the end of class. As soon as the bell rang, Draco quickly walked towards the castle, leaving Granger and the others still looking at him in disbelief. I chased after Draco and asked, "Hey, what do you mean? Why are you cooperating with Granger?" No reply. Draco just glanced at me, didn't answer, and quickly walked towards the Great Hall, leaving everyone behind. And he finally responded, "Dahlia, aren't you afraid?" There was no one around at that time. I was surprised by the sudden words, but Draco continued, looking at me with an inquisitive gaze. When Granger made that proposal, if it were before, you would have refused without question. You weren't lying about protecting Dahlia, but more importantly, you wouldn't want Granger near Dahlia. You must have been afraid of that. And you must have also been afraid of considering that Dahlia might suffer because of Granger's request. But you didn't look like that at all just now. No, you weren't. Are you really not afraid? Draco's words were long. Regarding this, I now take for granted the fact that Dahlia is still attracted to Granger. I feel jealous and a little afraid of what he has done. Draco's perspective. Why me? Dahlia, standing in front of me, seemed to finally remember her fear of Granger after hearing my words. Moreover, it wasn't as strong as it was during the Bogart era. This attitude was unimaginable a few days ago. Dahlia's fear of Granger had clearly changed. I'm sorry, Dahlia. I think I said some unnecessary things. It's okay, don't worry. You're just acting out of concern for Dahlia. You don't have to be afraid of anything. Come on, let's go to the dining hall. Let's go. Dahlia should be waiting too. Dahlia had a clingy look on her face, I thought, as I tried to move forward. In the past, even if Dahlia tried to talk to Granger at first, she would ignore her. Even if Granger responded, she would not allow Granger to talk about Dahlia, and would not even consider the fact that Dahlia was attracted to Granger. Granger's wish for Dahlia. If Dahlia were asked to do such a thing, I think her reaction would have been anger, fear, and hating herself for having such emotions. But what about that? Before I said so, she didn't seem to be afraid of Granger. It wasn't until I pointed it out that I felt a hint of fear, as if I had just remembered. This is how Dahlia is now. I didn't need to do anything at all. I had been worried ever since the Bogart incident, but apparently, it was unnecessary worry. I don't know when it changed, but now I have one less thing to worry about. If there's any connection, it's Muggle studies. Although Muggles are worthless, if that's the case, I don't think you can say you shouldn't go to Muggle studies. Draco, did you say something? No, nothing. Let's go, let's go. I walked, taking care of Dahlia. I believe this small change will have a positive impact on Dahlia, as well as Dahlia, me, my parents, and my friends. As I thought about the future, I couldn't help but feel worried. Although it was said to have decreased, this was only because of Dahlia, and it could even be said to have increased by a point because of Granger. No matter how hard I tried to prevent the relationship between Dahlia and Granger from getting worse, I don't think I could overturn my father's opinion. Of course, my father didn't know about Granger. Furthermore, the timing of the consultation with Dahlia was also important. As Dahlia worried, Dahlia would certainly encounter trouble at first. The question was how to support it. Even if my mouth was torn, I couldn't say I wasn't worried. However, even in such a situation, at that moment, I couldn't help but feel that the future was bright. The game is coming soon. If we win here, we can cheer Dahlia up even more. Dahlia, look, I will definitely win the championship trophy. Yes, Onyi-sama. I will be looking forward to it, but I just hope you don't get hurt. Onyi-sama, who was about to go to the game, listened to my words and nodded silently. The Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor was about to take place. The winner of this match would win this year's Quidditch tournament. This match was indeed the last major match of the year. The game would be very difficult. The opponent was Potter. After all, he had a firebolt in his hand. It could be said that not only his talent, but even the broom he possessed was superior to his brother's. It seemed extremely difficult to defeat him. However, this did not mean that Slytherin would definitely lose. Slytherin still had a small chance of winning. After all, unlike Gryffindor, Slytherin had won all their matches so far. The point difference between them and Gryffindor was 80 points. That is to say, since the Golden Snitch is worth 150 points, as long as they are 80 points ahead, Slytherin will win the Quidditch championship. A lead of 80 points is quite difficult. If you fight fairly, squarely, and honestly, you will always lose. I believe your brother also knows this. Although he nodded when he heard my words, he looked a little anxious and didn't want to leave. I continued, and a bitter smile appeared on my brother's face. It's okay, Onyi-sama. The opponent is indeed a strong one. Unlike last year, they are just better in terms of brooms. However, this does not mean there is no chance of victory. If it is Onyi-sama, you will be fine. Victory is a matter of luck and timing. Onyi-sama has the ability to seize this opportunity. I guarantee it. Moreover, just seeing him fly makes me happy. So, Onyi-sama, there is no need to worry about anything. Please show me your calm side. Also, please don't get hurt. Then I gently stroked my brother's head. It was like cradling a child, but it was enough to dispel my brother's anxiety. Onyi-sama's complexion changed from the pale color just now, and his face was slightly flushed. I see. No, that's right. You're right. There was no longer any anxiety in Onyi-sama's expression. Finally, my eldest brother said with a reassuring smile. Then I'm off. Also, after this game, I'll have a few words with you. Please wait a moment." After saying that, he walked towards the stadium. Harry's perspective. "Harry, I told you to do it. If you catch the golden snitch before Slytherin gets 80 points, we Gryffindor will win." "Well, if it's you, it'll be an easy win. We're going to beat that Malfoy guy." As I was about to leave the Great Hall, I was greeted by thunderous applause and various cheers. And they were all in my favor, and they came not only from Gryffindor, but also from the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables. And among them, "Harry, good luck." It also included the voice of Cho Chang, the Ravenclaw seeker from the last game. As I began to walk towards the stadium with Ron and Hermione, a smile appeared on my face. As the sun poured down on me, I heard Ron's excited voice beside me. "It's finally here. Harry, crush Malfoy with the firebolt. Let's see if he can still look so smug after the match." To Ron, victory was already a foregone conclusion. It had been like this since the morning. It was as if the victory celebrations had already begun. It was the same in the Great Hall, but most people expected my success and supported me. But on the other hand, I don't like it. My other best friend, Hermione, was extremely downcast. I didn't know what she didn't like, but I looked up at the cloudless sky in disgust. Moreover, I wonder if Draco will talk to Mr. Malfoy after the match. He talked about things that frustrated me. They didn't seem to have the energy or the funds to support me. Hermione still seemed to believe in Draco, or rather, in Dahlia Malfoy. I talked to her before the match to avoid generating more unpleasant feelings. "Hermione, don't talk like that right now. Besides, whether he wins or loses, he won't tell Dahlia Malfoy anyway. So far, Hagrid hasn't told me the execution has been cancelled. Well, at least Draco hasn't said anything to Lucius Malfoy. He didn't want to help us from the start. He's such a jerk. That's why we're going to defeat him today. I'm going to avenge Buckbeak." Hermione didn't respond. I should have told her the obvious truth, but I couldn't seem to get her to focus on the match. This was evident from her unconvinced expression. However, I couldn't spend any more time with Hermione. We had finally arrived at the stadium. "Well, I'm going now. See you next time in the common room." "Ah, Harry, good luck." Harry, good luck." This was a tough match, so I wanted Hermione to cheer me on, but what was done was done. I nodded firmly to my two best friends and headed into the changing room, where the other Gryffindor players were waiting. The last Quidditch match of the year was about to begin. Draco's perspective. This was the usual scene. Now, in my view, I could see the students cheering loudly. 3/4 of the students wore crimson roses on their chests and waved crimson flags bearing the Gryffindor lion emblem. Cheers echoed in my ears. "Go, Gryffindor, give the championship to the lion." I only heard support for Gryffindor and almost none for us, Slytherin. Only 1/4 of the students were Slytherin, and one reason for this situation was the low morale of Slytherin. The morale of the players themselves was fine, but the morale of the spectators was surprisingly low. After learning that Potter had acquired the firebolt, all the Slytherins seemed to think they had lost. Even from here, Dahlia was the only one frantically waving a flag. However, what I had to do was the same. Even if everyone thought this was a match we would lose, I had to seize the few remaining opportunities to win. I waved to Dahlia, who was vigorously waving the flag, and then looked at the other person who had been cheering for me, the only shaded seat among the teachers' seats. Dahlia. Just like last year, Dahlia and my eyes met. The only difference was that this time Dahlia's father was not sitting next to her, but Professor Snape was sitting in his place. I briefly glanced at Professor Snape, who sat down as if protecting Dahlia from Dumbledore's harm, and I turned forward, feeling safe enough to play. In the end, Father did not agree to my request, so after this match, I must tell Dahlia about the hippogriff. Miss Granger owes me no obligation, but since Dahlia might suffer more, I have an obligation to tell Dahlia about this. So I must at least ensure Dahlia's mood is a little brighter right now. Just as I was thinking this, enthusiastic cheers and applause erupted in the stadium. Now, here comes Gryffindor. Well, let's begin. Potter and I were at a disadvantage in terms of ability, both in brooms and talent. If I played normally, I would have no chance of beating him. However, there was still work to be done. No one but a Slytherin would think of such a method, and even if they did, they wouldn't do it. But I am a proud Slytherin. I will never hesitate to choose any means for the result. For me, the most important result was seeing Dahlia smile. For this, no matter how people criticize me for being cowardly, I will execute this strategy. Dahlia's perspective. Because of the last match, I didn't want to come to a place like this unless it was my brother's match. Who wants to sit next to an old man? To be honest, I wasn't confident I could suppress my murderous intent, even though this was Big Brother's match, and the guy next to me would also ramble like an old man. However, this turned out to be an unnecessary worry, because, Professor Snape, thank you. What do you mean? I just want to celebrate this victory with Slytherin. Also, there are dangerous wolves here, and you have no idea how dangerous wolves are. It is the duty of a professor to protect students. I agree. Unlike last time, Professor Snape was sitting next to me. As the start of the match approached, Professor Snape and I chatted quietly, and he sat as if to protect me from the ravages of old age. It seemed he hadn't given up the idea of expelling Professor Lupin, but apart from that, I thought he was a very good professor. Probably a professor who was very considerate of Slytherin. Sure enough, he felt it was a shame to let such an old man interfere with the match I was most looking forward to. He was indeed a good professor for Slytherin. When I responded, half ignoring Professor Lupin's question, Professor Lupin seemed to think there was no need to say anything more. Miss Malfoy, what do you think of this match? Although he had a hint of doubt on his face, he approached me with such small talk. I answered while trying not to let the old man, who seemed to be participating in my conversation, leave my sight. If everything goes well, Gryffindor will definitely win. I think it's impossible for Potter, who has the firebolt, to catch the golden snitch before we Slytherin lead by 80 points. Especially the weather today. It's terrible. It's sunny. Even the weather is favorable for him. Shake my captain's hand. However, I continued speaking as Mr. Fudge signaled the two captains. But that doesn't mean we have no chance of winning. It seems your brother has a plan, so maybe Slytherin will win. I just hope something like that happens. I can't bear to let that arrogant Potter rise again. At the same time, the match finally began. Nearly 12 brooms flew up at once, and the two seekers flew higher. While many players leaped for the quaffle, the two seekers still flew very close. It was as if Big Brother was constantly blocking Potter's sight. When my brother's performance completely met my expectations, I felt the corners of my mouth, which had barely moved, curl up. That's right. Vinegar. That's right, brother. Even if everyone criticizes me for being cowardly, I will not deny my brother. Dahlia's perspective. Dahlia looks good, very good. I ensured Dahlia was safe in the teacher's seating area, and then, relieved, I turned my attention to Draco. Draco was right there, clinging tightly to Potter and ensuring he would never look for the golden snitch. His purpose was evident from his movements. He was focused on disrupting Potter rather than searching for the golden snitch. Well, this is the only way. Since the whole team has Nimbus 2001s, we Slytherin are definitely ahead. The only question is, can we lead by 80 points before Potter catches the snitch? I can do something about this. If you think about it, it's easy. In fact, it could be said that Draco had no other choice besides this. However, this kind of behavior seemed completely unacceptable to anyone outside of Slytherin house. You Malfoy bastard. You've been obstructing Harry ever since. What a cowardly jerk. The voice of commentator Lee Jordan echoed throughout the stadium. Although the match was underway, he hadn't said anything for a while except insulting Draco. Not only the commentator. What is he doing? He used his dirty hands. Fight fairly, you cowardly Slytherin. Many spectators also shouted, from the end and the commentator's microphone. You scum, you coward. There was even a voice that seemed to belong to Professor McGonagall. Only the Slytherins were happy. Until the match started, they looked like it was the end of the world, but from the moment Draco's plan began, they continued to cheer enthusiastically. He could say he was happy to obstruct Potter, but sometimes this was indeed an effective, albeit cowardly, method. In fact, as we cheered excitedly, damn it, Slytherin scored. Slytherin leads 40-10. Harry, catch the golden snitch quickly. Slytherin's score was steadily increasing. Since Potter was the only one on Gryffindor who had changed brooms, Slytherin had no reason to lose the rest of the match, except for a seeker duel like last year. Moreover, it wasn't just Draco interfering with the opponent, the entire Slytherin team was involved in the strategy, which was even more surprising. Rough play was rampant from early on, such as hitting him with a bat. This match, unlike what everyone initially expected, began to show a situation that could truly be described as muddy. Harry's perspective. I was not being complacent. Even though I had the firebolt, my opponent had last year's latest model, the Nimbus 2001. If he was too careless, Draco's chance of catching the golden snitch first was non-zero. Even if I eventually caught the snitch, I could still lose the match if I was behind by 80 points. That's why I was never complacent. With this thought, I participated in this match. Hey, you guy. Let go. I didn't expect such despicable tactics to be employed. As expected, Draco wasn't looking for the golden snitch but had decided to stop me completely. Finally, I found the golden snitch and grabbed its tail as the firebolt tried to fly away. There were no more rules or cliches. Amidst the boos that immediately erupted in the stands, I glared at Draco, who slowly returned to his Nimbus 2001. After all, a coward like him couldn't possibly help save Buckbeak. He must have pretended to cooperate with us to buy time until the execution. People who do such cowardly things would think that way. Time was wasted just like that when I was interrupted by Draco. Gryffindor also scored, but that guy did it on purpose. Damn it. Slytherin scored another dirty goal in the match, and that looked like a foul just now. Gryffindor is losing 90-20. Sure enough, their opponents had Nimbus 2001s, so they couldn't stop Slytherin's lead. Moreover, unlike Gryffindor, which played fairly and properly, Slytherin played loosely from the start. No matter how much I trained against Slytherin, I couldn't stop their advantage. Slytherin currently leads by 70 points. Time is running out. To defeat these disgusting people, I must catch the golden snitch as soon as possible. Got it. Look, Gryffindor scored. 90-30. Go, Gryffindor. Oh, no. The Slytherin bastard stole the quaffle again. It was at that moment, behind Draco, who seemed to be blocking my sight, I saw a faint golden flash again. Now is the time to take it. Will Draco obstruct me this time? To deceive Draco, I accelerated in the opposite direction of the snitch. 100-30. Oh my god. This time it's Flint's bastard. I avoided Draco, who was rushing to grab my broom, and quickly descended, aiming for the snitch. More and faster. This time I finally got rid of Draco. How could I miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? As expected, it was the firebolt. Once he took the lead, Draco was no longer his enemy. While Draco flew slowly behind me, I was steadily approaching the golden snitch. After a while, 2 meters left, 1 meter left, and, hooray, I finally caught the snitch. I turned around from the steep dive and held the golden snitch with my hand stretched into the air. But, oh, official, this isn't real. Slytherin used to play like this, and I think Harry would catch the golden snitch faster. Reality is tragic. When I heard the sound of my heart breaking, I looked back and saw the score was 110-180, which was unacceptable. Until last year, I didn't have anyone I could call a friend. A world with only you and your family. This is the world I was allowed to live in. Crabbe and Goyle were introduced at a tea party and might be closer than others. However, due to my pure-blood noble status, I couldn't have unnecessary intimacy with them without my brother's knowledge. They were introduced to me as members of the Malfoy family, and they were by my side because I am the eldest daughter of the Malfoy family. If people knew I was a member of the Malfoy family and knew I harbored a secret unsuitable for the Malfoy family, I could imagine the trouble it would bring to my precious family. So I always thought I would never understand anyone outside my family, and never form close relationships with anyone. I thought fate was the only way to protect my family, and in fact, it was my responsibility. Crabbe and Goyle were no exception. I wasn't allowed to get close to anyone, nor was it possible for me to get close. Yes, I always believed, never doubted. However, this situation suddenly changed last year, with the appearance of Dahlia. Thinking about it, she was a mysterious existence from the beginning. To be honest, at first, I didn't find her as interesting as Miss Granger. I didn't think she had her intelligence and talent, but I even imagined her personality to be somewhat too moyish due to her vibrant appearance. Although she was from one of the sacred 28 families, I never expected that my future would truly become close to her. But that was just a first impression. In addition to her vibrant personality, Dahlia also possessed intelligence and curiosity comparable to Granger. Most importantly, she always stayed by my side in a natural way. She always tried to stay by my side as Dahlia, not as a member of the Malfoy family. Even though I had given up, somewhere deep inside, I still longed for her to be the ideal image of a friend with whom we could work together and who would take care of me. According to her, she met me at the only tea party I ever attended. I don't know what exactly resonated with her about this expressionless person, but she told me that when she saw me at a tea party, she was attracted to me, and since then she wanted to be friends with me, in her room. Perhaps it could be said that at first, the only thing that attracted her was my appearance. But even so, the girl I met at the entrance ceremony surely wanted to understand my inner self. She didn't force her way into my heart like an old man, but patiently stayed by my side when I showed a negative reaction, ensuring I would never feel alone. Undoubtedly, her desire to be friends with me and to be by my side was sincere. Although he knew she wouldn't allow him to, he still fell in love with her. This was probably inevitable. When she accepted me, even though she knew a terrible secret that I couldn't bear, I was still convinced. Alas, how could I not like this girl? No matter how much I wanted to leave, I couldn't let go of this child. Even though I couldn't forgive her, and I had to regret it, I still helplessly fell in love with her. Dahlia is the first irreplaceable best friend in my life. So, I never want to lose Dahlia. It doesn't matter if Dahlia became possessive of me at some point. I really want to protect the first friend I made. From her worries, from her pain, from her greatest fears. Even if it means sacrificing something. That's why. Draco's perspective. The Slytherin common room was more chaotic than ever. Long live Slytherin. Wow. The glory of pureblood. Students were cheering for no reason everywhere, and the walls of the always solemn common room had been repainted a shimmering green. However, in this unimaginable situation, no one complained. Instead, they actively did unimaginable foolish things. This might also be true, because now in this room, this is the champion trophy. The champion trophy is finally in our Slytherin's hands. The glittering Quidditch champion trophy was enshrined there. When I became a Seeker, everyone received Firebolt 2001, which was a grand celebration, but now compared to that, this was nothing. Everyone took turns touching the champion trophy, cheering meaninglessly as they passed the trophy to the next person. And this time, he came to me. Draco, you did a great job. You deserve praise this time. No, I've reconsidered. Malfoy, you are the Slytherin Seeker. Did you see Potter's face? He was so excited because he got the firebolt. He was so excited. He verbally praised me. The commotion was too great. Snape, who had just come to see him, just shook his head silently and left. The only quiet person in this common room was probably Dahlia, who stood beside me with a happy expression on her face. Draco, congratulations. You did it. No one will make fun of you anymore. Even if people from other dorms say anything, that's just the howling of losers. So you can hold your head high. Yes, Dahlia thinks so too, right? Dahlia is right. Other houses say Slytherin is cowardly, but they also brought out the firebolt, and they have no right to criticize your brother. They didn't choose the way to win, but your brothers did. That's all. Although Dahlia didn't participate in the surrounding commotion, Dahlia still leaned against Dahlia, responding to Dahlia's loud voice, speaking to her in a soft tone. You really did a great job. It's really amazing, Onyi-sama. Ah, thank you, Dahlia. So far, I have served as Seeker to consolidate my position in Slytherin. Now that it has all come true, everyone in Slytherin is full of praise for him. My position in Slytherin is now unshakable. But most importantly, Dahlia's words made me the happiest. It's not that I was dissatisfied with other words. However, Dahlia's words were what made me happiest and what I wanted most. This year I experienced a series of failures, including getting injured due to my own carelessness, but now I can finally truly see Dahlia's smile. Originally, it was only natural for him to seek the Seeker position for Dahlia. I felt my cheeks naturally curl, and in response to my smile, Dahlia's expressionless face became even more relaxed, which seemed to brighten my mood even more. I feel like I can do anything now. I feel like I can overcome any difficulty now. So I decided to use this opportunity to meet Granger's request. Yes, now Dahlia is very likely to easily accept my request. Unlike a few days ago, Dahlia is in a good mood now and has forgotten about my injury. If I say this now, things will definitely go smoothly. Thinking this, I spoke to Dahlia with a joyful expression. Dahlia, do you remember what I said before the game? I heard there was something important to discuss after the game. What is it about? Actually, at that time, I didn't know how Dahlia would react. Hermione's perspective. Ever since the Slytherin and Gryffindor match, the castle has been filled with a funereal atmosphere. The only ones making noise were the Slytherins. Students from other dorms had gloomy faces and just continued to stare blankly. This was especially noticeable among Gryffindor students, whose expressions were as gloomy as if they had committed suicide. And Harry? It's all my fault. If only I had found the snitch sooner. These were the only words I had spoken since a while ago. I know Draco would use such dirty tricks in last year's game. Even in that game, I struggled. But I had the firebolt in my hand. Somehow, I let my guard down, and then something similar happened. Harry's hollow words continued to echo at the lunch table. The air was extremely heavy. I felt suffocated in this space, where everyone could only utter words that sounded like insults and continued to stare into space, doing nothing. But in this situation, I could only continue to be busy. I left Harry and Ron dejected, eating oatmeal for lunch, and preparing for our next meeting. I was also disappointed that Gryffindor lost. It's not that I didn't dislike Slytherin's way of playing. No matter how you looked at it, it was an extremely despicable game. But I didn't have time to focus on it. Exams were approaching, and Buckbeak's execution date was also fast approaching. I don't know if Draco had talked to Mr. Malfoy about Buckbeak's execution. According to his promise, he would tell her after the game. But so far, there has been no news that the execution has been cancelled, nor has Mr. Malfoy made any contact. I also doubt whether he really spoke to Mr. Malfoy. Therefore, in addition to studying extensively for exams, I also had to constantly look for ways to avoid relying on Mr. Malfoy. There was a way to directly plead with Mr. Malfoy, but I felt sorry for Mr. Greengrass. First, by making this request, I put a considerable burden on Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Greengrass, who was worried that he might lose her because of me. It is wrong to blame girls who are not directly involved in the incident just because they do not agree to your request, and it is irresponsible to ask them to do more. The premise is that either Draco, who was injured, takes responsibility, or I must do something myself. The idea of relying on them from the beginning was too naive. Thinking this, I forced myself to overcome the feeling of being dragged down by everyone around me and headed to the Muggle Studies classroom to complete the various tasks at hand. But, Granger, I need to talk to you. Apparently, things had progressed somewhat without my knowledge. Other Slytherins wouldn't know about this, but it was impossible for Mr. Greengrass to talk to him at this time, except for the Buckbeak incident. I somehow continued to deceive myself that the situation hadn't improved at all until after the game, but if she talked to me, the situation would be different. No other students had arrived in the classroom yet. I answered, suppressing my involuntary reaction. That is to say, Mr. Greengrass, so, how is it? Did Draco really tell Mr. Malfoy? However, I couldn't completely suppress the overflowing sense of anticipation. Mr. Greengrass looked at me with a sad expression for a moment, then replied, "Yes, we were chatting during the victory celebration after the game. I feel bad for you Gryffindors, but the Slytherin family was having a lot of fun, and Dahlia was no exception. Draco was too. At that time, you must have thought Dahlia would easily agree to your request. In fact, she wasn't saying it was your request, but Draco's own request. Apparently, Draco didn't break his promise. Mr. Greengrass said so there was no doubt. He must have told Mr. Malfoy. When I realized this, I was overjoyed. Good. Thank you for listening to my request. To be honest, I thought it was impossible for us to stop the execution on our own. But now we can stop it. No matter how Lucius, even if you're Malfoy, I believe you'll listen to Mr. Malfoy. Thank you so much. This is all thanks to you, Mr. Greengrass. You didn't really want to hear my request, but you still listened to me. What should I say? At that time, I was sure that the case involving Buckbeak was resolved. The issue would depend on whether Mr. Greengrass or Draco told Mr. Malfoy. Indeed, I was so happy with the idea of solving the problem that I didn't really consider Mr. Malfoy's feelings. But as long as I conveyed this to her, she would surely stop the execution. Since Draco was injured, she hasn't looked well, but she will definitely save Buckbeak's life in the end. I was sure of it. But, well, Granger, it's too early to thank me now. I mean, reality, however, was different. Mr. Greengrass's answer was even more incredible than the last. The next moment, I realized why Mr. Greengrass looked so sad. Because Dahlia said that even after hearing Draco's story, she would never stop the execution. Dahlia's perspective. This happened during the victory celebration held in the common room. I wouldn't say it was dramatic, but everyone, including Draco, was in high spirits because they had turned around a match everyone was sure to lose. Meanwhile, perhaps fulfilling his promise to Miss Granger and believing this was the least hurtful time for Dahlia, Draco suddenly started speaking. Of course, if I had to tell Dahlia one day, this would be the only opportune moment. Now I could naturally end the conversation, but, actually, I wanted Father to tell Dahlia to stop executing the hippogriff. Yes? It seemed Draco's plan had failed. For a moment, the air around Dahlia seemed to freeze. This didn't mean that Slytherin's antics continued after the match. As usual, everyone was making strange noises they wouldn't normally make. However, the moment Draco spoke, the atmosphere Dahlia created visibly changed. "What's wrong?" Dahlia asked, and though she had been smiling just a moment ago, her expression instantly became completely blank. "I'm sorry, Onyi-sama. First, I knew nothing about the hippogriff's execution. When you say hippogriff, are you referring to the beast that harmed your brother?" I'm talking about that hippogriff. I didn't know either, but it seems my father is actually pushing for its execution. I'm not particularly against it either, but it's just that people are being executed because it's hard to wake them up. One day, I asked father to stop. Then I said, I don't want it to be executed. I couldn't stop it because it was for me. I thought father probably didn't have any intention of listening to my opinion at all. That's why, Dahlia, can you tell my father? The moment Draco finished speaking, an awkward silence fell over the noisy corner of the common room. Dahlia just stared at Draco, saying nothing, while Draco, being Draco, was confused, as if surprised by Dahlia's silent reaction. And, even when Dahlia opened her mouth again, is this really your brother's wish? I don't think this is your brother's true wish. After all, where did the news that your father even hid from me get to your brother? It's impossible for other Slytherins to start saying such things to you. Brother, please tell me the truth, don't lie, okay? Apparently, he could see through our lies. Draco probably wanted to end this without mentioning Miss Granger, but when something like this happened, he had no choice but to tell the truth. Draco looked at me for help, but when I shook my head, he began to speak helplessly. You're right. This was actually something Miss Granger asked me to do. The Savage and his friend Miss Granger asked you to stop the execution. That's why. It felt like the air grew even colder. The noisy people around me seemed to notice the unsettling atmosphere that began to emanate from Dahlia, and I started to see students staring at me with anxious looks. In such an atmosphere, Dahlia quietly began to respond. I see. We finally reached a point. I thought it was strange that brother suddenly said such things. Onyi-sama should know that I would absolutely not be willing to help a lower creature that harmed my brother. But is this Mr. Granger's request? All the more so. Dahlia looked at me for a moment, then continued in a sharp tone. Sorry, Onyi-sama, I must refuse this discussion. Why must I listen to Mr. Granger's request instead of my brother's? The hippogriff that harmed my brother deserves to be killed. In fact, I want to kill him. Why should I allow this according to Mr. Granger's request? To me, Mr. Granger is someone I don't care about. My friend Dahlia is enough. After saying this, Dahlia immediately ran into the bedroom, as if to escape. Only we were left in the common room, looking at her in bewilderment. If it were me, I would have been satisfied with Dahlia's statement. Dahlia, she chose me over Miss Granger. I am Dahlia's only and best friend. Despite his guilt, he must have felt such dark joy. But what occupied my mind at that moment was not joy. I realized, originally, Dahlia would never have said such a thing. In their first and second years, Dahlia always somehow helped Miss Granger, even if she verbally denied it. Despite worrying about having to refuse others, he still continued to reach out to Miss Granger. How about that? At this moment, he completely denied Miss Granger's wishes, as if no questioning or answering was needed, even though it was presented in the form of Draco's request. Normally, Dahlia would be torn between her resentment towards the hippogriff, her sense of responsibility to the Malfoy family, and her complex feelings for Miss Granger. But this time was not the case. For some reason, the answer was simple. It was then that I finally noticed. No, I realized. Dahlia, she had sensed my possessiveness a long time ago. Otherwise, it couldn't be explained. Draco and I thought Dahlia would worry about this because it was Miss Granger's request, and eventually he would grant her request. That's why, if I was worried, I thought I should at least talk about it when the harm was minimal, so I decided to talk about it immediately after the match. Rather than worrying about this issue, my friend Dahlia is enough. He flatly rejected the proposal and even said such things. With a little thought, it became obvious why he would make such an unusual move. Dahlia even refused Draco's request to avoid hurting me and to stop me from making new friends, which was what I feared. When I realized this, I felt not joy, but helpless shame and guilt. Dahlia is a kind person, and since she hasn't avoided me yet, she has never noticed my ugly possessiveness. Honestly, he wanted to hit me for having such thoughts, even though I knew, no matter how ugly I was, Dahlia was a kind person and accepted it. In the end, I only admired Dahlia and didn't truly understand her. Although I said in the Chamber of Secrets that I would stay with her until the end, I selfishly left her. Looking back, there were many times I realized this. But since I was born, I have never had anyone I could call a friend. Although he was introduced to Pansy and others as potential friends, seeing them as purebloods reminded him of his former self, and he couldn't see them as true friends. So for me, the only person who could truly be called my best friend was Dahlia. Dahlia was my only friend in my life. I have a friend like this. Dahlia and we are very similar. She was still a child, confused about her first human relationship. The execution date of the hippogriff was approaching, and so, with each of them harboring their own thoughts, a short but intense one-night ensemble drama was about to unfold. Weeks had passed since Slytherin's victory. Slytherin's jokes and the funeral-like atmosphere of the other dorms lasted for a while, but as exams drew nearer, it was no longer possible to continue talking about the Quidditch Cup that had ended. The usually quiet library gradually became lively, and eventually, people could even be seen scrambling for seats. Even those Parkinson patients who hated studying, when they didn't come to me for lessons, seemed to hide in the library. However, for Dahlia and me, our lives remained as usual. Even if I wasn't studying for exams in the first place, I always studied after class, so there was no need to panic now. Even before the exams, it was the same daily routine. Even if the amount of homework increased, or the number of questions people asked increased, Dahlia's and my lives would never change. Yes, our daily lives would never change. Except for one thing. Dahlia has been a little off lately. I wasn't being avoided like I was last year when I was with Dahlia. In fact, you could even say that the distance between him and Dahlia was physically, and objectively close. Recently, when I was in the common room, he suddenly sat next to me. "Hey, Dahlia, come here." He hugged me and rested my head on his shoulder. I myself had always been doing better, but this year, a difference in our heights gradually emerged, so within Dahlia, I was doing better. If anything, I might be in a more pampered position. I had no complaints about this. In fact, I was happy that Dahlia came to me like this. But, Dahlia, am I not crushing you? If you ask me, I'd say the story is a bit different. Now is not the time to casually entrust myself to Dahlia. Every time someone asked me this question, I would quickly answer, that can't be true. Dahlia can't be a burden. Because of you, I can feel this happiness. Because you are by my side, I can spend every day in peace. So please don't say such things. If you answer this question, Dahlia also says, thank you. I'm relieved. He answered, but I still felt uneasy. Although they were close enough to touch, for some reason, Dahlia felt like she was in an extremely distant place. To be honest, I don't know why. No, more precisely, I know when and what remarks caused Dahlia to act this way. Besides hearing Mr. Granger's request from my brother's mouth, nothing else has changed recently. Clearly, ever since that incident, Dahlia's expression has been so anxious. But I don't understand what it was about that incident that made Dahlia so anxious. It was obvious that this request was not from your brother, but from Miss Granger. If that's the case, in order not to make Miss Granger like me more, and in order not to show more admiration for Miss Granger in front of Dahlia, refusing this request would be the correct thing to do. But why Dahlia? Only time was passing in vain. Dahlia still showed signs of anxiety from time to time, and I was too timid to ask her why she was anxious. However, he used Dahlia as a body pillow until she calmed down, but even so, she was still worried about the situation, and the situation did not improve at all. Today was the same. The exam period finally began, and half of the subjects had already been completed. As soon as I finish Muggle studies today, I will have to take the Defense Against the Dark Arts exam in a few days. The exams are going very smoothly, and I can confidently say that the content itself is better than last year. This is probably all thanks to studying with Dahlia. However, if you ask me if things other than studying are going well, unfortunately, I can only answer, not well. Chapter 126, The Way of Friendship. Ever since I learned that Dahlia was aware of my possessiveness, my heart had been filled with anxiety. I couldn't organize my thoughts very well. Shame towards Dahlia, guilt for restricting her behavior as my best friend, and an indescribable feeling towards Granger. Various emotions and thoughts intertwined, leaving only a vague sense of anxiety in my heart. And, as a result, Dahlia, am I not overwhelming you? The quality was poor, as the words he blurted out would burden Dahlia. If you think about it, you can understand why Dahlia would be confused hearing such words. In fact, Dahlia strongly objected, with confusion in her beautiful eyes. Clearly, my superfluous words caused Dahlia intense anxiety. Although the exams were going well, his relationship with Dahlia was somewhat strained. I wanted to do something, but I didn't even understand my feelings or what I truly wanted to do. I couldn't move forward, thinking that if I spoke to Dahlia in this state, I might cause her more trouble than now, and she might hate me. This might be why. Mr. Greengrass, thank you for your hard work on the Muggle Studies test. How was the test? In fact, I just took the divination test not long ago, probably around your time. What was the inner eye test? Seeing the future. I've decided to leave this to you. I don't care about the exams, Granger. Especially divination. Besides, the execution is probably this afternoon. Although there's still time, do you have to go? This isn't something I can say, as I can't stop the execution, but even if you hurt Draco, your precious friend's pet is your friend, right? If that's the case, please don't immediately sell oil in a place like this. Go, do it. I said some unnecessary things to Granger. Despite my refusal to stop the execution, Granger still spoke to me in a pleasant tone. Moreover, she didn't seem to have any particular ill will towards Dahlia, even when I told Dahlia what she said. If that's the case, then I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. I'm sorry for forcing you. Now that I think about it, it was a mistake to try to blame you girls from the beginning. Besides, Draco, I can't force you anymore. I just thank you for consulting with me. I no longer understood the meaning of this sentence. Although I said some unnecessary things this time, Granger didn't seem to mind, but her reaction was a look that made me think she was worried. There was not the slightest hostility towards me. Thank you. Yes, you're right. But it's okay, the execution time is already sunset. And I'm in the middle of an exam right now, so I can't leave yet. Thank you for worrying about me. Immediately, my mental state became even more unstable. I no longer had the urge to scream at Granger like before. However, their commonality was not knowing how to name this feeling. What I could figure out was, yes, this was just an ordinary word. I left the place as if fleeing. If I stayed here any longer, I would seriously forget what I wanted to do. Only Granger was left there, and despite how I was, she still looked worried. Hermione's perspective. Then let's go. At least we're together one last time. This is the only thing we can do when we're powerless. The sun finally set, and it began to get dark. We put on Harry's invisibility cloak and rushed through the dimly lit campus. There was no conversation between them. Harry seemed to want to say something after the divination test, but he said it wasn't the time yet, maintaining a serious silence. Everyone's faces were extremely somber, as if they were all aware of their helplessness. And so it would be, because, Hagrid, it's us. Let us in. We can't let you wait for the execution alone. Ultimately, we couldn't stop Buckbeak's execution. Asking Mr. Malfoy was the only foolish thing I could think of. We arrived at Hagrid's hut and knocked gently. Hagrid, on the other hand, you've come too. For Buckbeak's last moments. As expected, his tone was calm, just like the rest of us. The atmosphere after the Quidditch Cup was dark, but now something even darker hung over us. Even after we went inside, this continued, and there was nothing but silence in the hut. During this time, we didn't know what to say to Hagrid, who just stared into space, saying nothing, probably because he was surprised by his own identity. Even when I finally broke the silence. Hagrid, where's Buckbeak? These were just words, spoken without any thought. Even if you thought about it, you would know where Buckbeak was. Hagrid responded with a trembling voice, and my face turned pale, thinking I might hear something bad. I locked him in the pumpkin patch. He likes it there. So after he sees the trees and things in his favorite place, you then. That was all Hagrid had to say. As my hands began to tremble more, the cup in my hand dropped, and I started crying like a shark. When I shouted, "Oh, I'll make you a new cup of tea, Hagrid, so, it's over. We can't do anything now. Even Dumbledore can't overturn the decision Lucius made. He's great, but he still said he would be with Buckbeak in his last moments. I, despite being so worthless, also caused Dumbledore so much trouble. Compared to him, I'm truly a pathetic person. Oh, Buckbeak. How pitiful." It was doubtful whether our voices could be heard. I was glad I had come this far, but I started to truly forget where I was. As for Harry and Ron, they hadn't said a word since arriving here. I also didn't know what to say to Hagrid, so after he put down the cup, I silently began to prepare the next cup of tea. It was at that moment, as I casually picked up the milk jug, I found a rat inside. That rat was, I can't believe it. It's Scabbers. I realized it was Ron's pet, which I thought Crookshanks had eaten. What are you saying? This isn't the real Scabbers. And this was not just my illusion. Ron, who had lived with him for more than 10 years, also recognized this. Ron jumped up at my scream, wanting to escape the awkward atmosphere, but when he saw the rat in my hand, he also let out a similar scream. Louder. As expected of his owner, he was thinner than before, and his hair was falling out everywhere. His fingers, I think he noticed that too. Ron continued, grabbing the thrashing Scabbers. "All right. It's okay now, Scabbers. That cat isn't here. There's nothing here that can hurt you, so don't be so violent." With this unexpected reunion, the atmosphere in the hut seemed to soften instantly. I was also a bit dissatisfied that Scabbers was still alive after all the fuss, but for him, being alive was much better than being dead. There was no doubt about that. For a moment, everyone looked at Ron and Scabbers with slightly friendlier eyes. But, he's here. Dumbledore, is he the executioner McNair? And Lucius Malfoy and Cornelius Fudge? Damn, Draco, they are here. They are going to execute Buckbeak. What a sight! The time had finally come. Hearing Hagrid's voice, he quickly looked out the window and indeed saw the figure he mentioned. First was Dumbledore and someone who appeared to be the Minister for Magic. Behind him was a side-wielding figure and Lucius Malfoy. Then, as if following this group, Draco Malfoy's figure appeared. Mr. Malfoy's silver hair gleamed even in the dim campus. Harry's perspective. Damn it! I knew it. The Malfoy family are all insane. How am I supposed to stop them? What should I tell Dahlia Malfoy? They never intended to stop Buckbeak's execution from the start. In the end, they came here just to watch us being executed like this. They are truly a bunch of rotten people. They give us hope with their words and enjoy watching us suffer. That's it. Greengrass is equally guilty. I'm sure he'll enjoy watching the execution from now on. Ron's scream echoed inside the invisibility cloak. From the volume of his voice, it was even possible that it leaked out from the cloak. But I had no intention of stopping him, because I felt the same way as Ron. An unprecedented anger swirled within me. I'll talk to my father too. I remembered what Draco had said before. What was going on? After all, he had no intention of helping Buckbeak at all. I was sure he was enjoying himself like a Slytherin, watching us do nothing. As proof, he and his sister appeared at the execution. If he really wanted to stop her, if he wanted to persuade Dahlia Malfoy, he couldn't possibly appear at this time. I was sure he came to Mount Guan to see Hagrid and Dumbledore's frustrated expressions. This wasn't just about Draco and Dahlia Malfoy. Dahlia Greengrass, Daphne Greengrass, they were all dogs from the same hole. Just as we came out the back door, I was walking towards the green grass in the direction of the field, and we saw it from inside the invisibility cloak. Only Hermione didn't seem to notice, constantly looking back at the hut, but Ron and I could clearly see him. I was sure he wasn't allowed to attend the execution because he wasn't a party to the Buckbeak incident, but there's no doubt he would be happy to see a precious life taken. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come at this time. They truly are a bunch of rotten people. All Slytherins are crazy. Dragging Hermione, who was still confused by Dahlia Malfoy's appearance, I continued towards the castle. In the background was Hagrid's hut, from where Dahlia Malfoy and his friends had entered. As we climbed the mountain, we just suppressed the rising anger. I went out the back door as if Hagrid had kicked me out, but to be honest, if I had stayed, I might have hit Draco and the others. By the time he noticed, he was already far away, but if he had been a little closer, he would have at least cast a curse on Greengrass. But no matter how angry I was here. I just heard Hagrid's hut door open. The outcome of the trial would never change. Just as we were about to reach Hogwarts, we heard men talking from the hut. It seemed some time had passed, but the execution was finally about to begin. We took off our cloaks and turned towards Hagrid's hut. The only sound in the air was Scabbers squealing in Ron's hands. The campus at night was quiet, and even the birdsong from the forest seemed to reach here. And in that silence, whoosh, thud, slash, thud, I heard the sound of something being cut twice. You really did it. Oh, what on earth is going on? As the sun set, we stood dumbfounded under the blood-red sky. We had nothing to say to each other. I just kept staring in the direction of Hagrid's hut, my mind blank. Afterward, Scabbers suddenly slipped from Ron's hand until Ron chased him and found the black dog Grim. Father, I've been waiting for you. Dahlia. How have you been lately? Yes, of course. Nothing to worry about, Father. I hope that's true. Sissy is also very worried. You're pushing yourself too hard. If anything happens, be sure to report it to us. Today, the exam period finally drew to a close. Only defense against the dark arts remained, and just as the exams were ending, Father's long-awaited visit arrived. As the sun set, the sky could be seen dyed blood-red from the foyer. I clung to Father as usual, and he patted my head as usual. Even at school, even if his relationship with Dahlia wasn't going well, his happiness during this time hadn't diminished in the slightest. Even if this Father's visit was actually for the execution of the hippogriff, the life and death of a lower creature had nothing to do with my happiness. But, anyway, Dahlia will be fine. But Draco, can't you study? I call Dahlia, but not you. Although it's over, you still have exams, right? So, wouldn't it be better if you studied hard? Yes, father. Something seemed to have caught my brother's attention. Though father spoke to me, it was merely an obvious response. While he could keep up, there was no doubt he had other intentions in mind. I had been watching the warehouse door next to the hall for a while. Father was about to say something to my brother when I quickly raised my voice to interrupt him. Draco, what exactly are you angry about? This truly worries me about what will happen next. A few days ago, I suddenly sent you a ridiculous letter, asking you to stop carrying out something I didn't know where I heard about. But, this was all my sister's doing. Even after everything was over, I still kept it from you. Is it because you don't understand? Moreover, there are still things in that warehouse. Oh, and most importantly, father, this is how you got to this point. You've been involved with that Hogwarts thing since last year, haven't you? Then you must not have been to school for a long time. Let's go tour the school grounds together. Partly, I didn't want my time with father to end with nagging my brother, but my suggestion was based on my desire to extend our time together as much as possible. Father must have understood this too. His stern expression towards my brother completely changed, and he looked at me with an expression that softened and became somewhat gentle. At that moment, I was certain that my time with this father would become longer and happier. Even if I were to be executed later, if my father was kind to me, he would surely stay with me until the last moment of my life. Even for a short time, I believed father would listen to my small selfishness. This was the reason for my optimistic confidence. Yes, just as father was about to nod to my suggestion. Actually, I thought I was finally being selfish. That's right, I came early just to meet you. There was still time before our appointment, and I was able to look around here slowly last time because there wasn't one in the first place. Lucius, you're very early. Cornelius and McNair have already arrived, but I thought you would be later. Until the effects of old age appeared. I glared at the trash that suddenly appeared in my happy space. Sure enough, two people stood behind him. One was a short, stout man in a striped cloak. He was the minister for magic you often saw in the Daily Prophet. The other man was burly with a sparse black beard. I didn't know who he was, but from the way he held a scythe, it was clear he was an executioner. I was in this place at this moment. Having heard about the hippogriff, it was easy for me to imagine why these members were gathered here. I had no intention of criticizing their purpose itself, and I preferred to welcome non-elderly members to this point. But as for whether it would feel uncomfortable to appear at this time, that was another matter. I made no attempt to hide my displeasure, merely continuing to glare at the intruders who had appeared here. The two behind him, however, stood still, seemingly startled. Oh, I'm sorry you came so early to see Dahlia and them. Sure enough, the old man did not react at all, and kept saying things he had not thought of at all. Dahlia is also at fault for hindering her long-awaited family reunion. However, in fact, we still have things to do from now on. Do you have any news from Lucius? I heard that the school would fulfill its duties, which normally wouldn't require court proceedings, such as eliminating those inferior creatures that harmed your brother. Hearing my reply, father, who probably had not intended to tell me about the execution, frowned. The old man and I continued our conversation, ignoring father's reaction. I see. Dahlia knows too. I certainly think Draco's injury was indeed an unfortunate accident. As principal, I also feel some responsibility. Oh, I'm very sorry, but this is the reason. It took away my precious life. Dahlia, the most precious thing in this world is life, and no one has the right to take it away. Dumbledore, what do you mean by overturning the death penalty now? Lucius, can you please shut up? I'm talking to Dahlia now. Dahlia, the only one who can stop me is you. Dahlia, please, why don't you tell me to stop the execution of Buckbeak? Indeed, I didn't know what to say. As long as you listen quietly, he will come up with any wish you want. Does no one have the right to take another's life? Even I, a monster, know this. That's why I, who advocate murder, am infinitely ugly and infinitely terrifying. Even without the old man telling me, I knew this. But more importantly, I consider the Malfoy family and Dahlia Greengrass to be the most precious. That's why I am willing to do anything to protect Dahlia and the Malfoy family, even if it is a dirty act. Even if Granger feels a little guilty about this execution. Even if it is not my right, it is my duty. That's why. I refuse. Why should I forgive those inferior creatures that harmed my brother? Moreover, this is father's benevolence. Originally, you or the gamekeeper would have been responsible. He said he would forgive what he had to do. He should be grateful that it only cost the life of one hippogriff, and there is no reason to criticize him. This was my only answer. Of course, the old man's suggestion came from Mr. Granger, but it was Dahlia's suggestion, but this was my only choice. However, the old man would not understand my situation at all. Hearing my reply, the old man looked really sad for a few seconds, then said, "I understand. This is really, very unfortunate. It seems this was Ramus's misunderstanding after all." He returned to his usual slightly wary gaze at me. The old man looked at me with his now familiar gaze and spoke to father in a firm tone. "Well, Lucius, there's still some time, but since the members are all here, we've decided to go. Cornelius is busy, but he still took the time to come to Hogwarts, so it would be a shame to make Hagrid wait any longer. So, now, Cornelius? To be honest, I want to finish this role as soon as possible. It's been a long time since I came to Hogwarts, and I didn't expect to be executed by a fierce hippogriff. I'm sorry, Lucius and Miss Malfoy. If the Minister for Magic said so, then no matter how high father's position in the Ministry of Magic was, he had no choice but to obey." My expressionless face was probably somewhat distorted, but father, looking as if he had bitten into a dozen bitter worms, responded helplessly, "But, since Cornelius says so, I have no choice. Dahlia and Draco, I'm sorry that the part I was looking forward to was interrupted, especially Dahlia." His words were quickly interrupted by an unexpected person. "Who was that person? I'm sorry, although you can express your selfishness, I wasn't able to achieve that. Let's make it up next time. Think about it before summer vacation." "Okay. No, father. I will go with father. I am the one who was attacked by the hippogriff. I want to see him die. So I will also follow the execution." "Dahlia, you should go home first." Unexpectedly, it was my brother who had been silent until now. The unexpected person said unexpected words. Hearing Onyeisama's words, everyone present focused their gaze on him, including the gaze of the person hidden in the warehouse that Onyeisama had been watching. Lupin's perspective. Finally, it was time for the sun to set. I opened the Marauder's map alone in my office. Many names were written on the map, and you could easily see everyone's current location. Of course, among them. Absolutely. Even though I scolded him so much, he left the castle again without reprimand. No matter how much I wanted to see Hagrid before the hippogriff was executed, leaving the castle at this time was really too much for me. That's right. I think we must impose a punishment for this. It also included the names of Harry and his closest friends. As I checked the names of the 3 people moving around the campus on the map, I suppressed a sigh of wanting to escape. This is not to say that Harry had no remorse at all. One could even say that, considering Hagrid, what happened this time was quite natural. I was sure that if his father were in his position, he would do the same. Since Hermione, who had always acted as Harry's blocker, was also with them, it was clear that they were just comforting their friend. But as James's teacher and close friend, I cannot approve of this. I have a responsibility to protect Harry. Even if Harry hates me, I have a responsibility to scold him. I'm glad I paid attention to the map. I can't do it tonight, but I must scold Harry tomorrow. I can't go out now, so I pray that he can at least take off his invisibility cloak outside, and then I check if Sirius is with Harry and the others. First, on the right side of the map, in the hall in front of the Great Hall, there were Dumbledore, Cornelius Fudge, Walden McNair, and Lucius Malfoy, and on Dahlia and Draco Malfoy, hidden in the warehouse, names were inscribed. It is currently unclear why Dahlia, Draco, and Dahlia are there, but they are likely the members who are about to carry out the execution. I understand. If these members are gathered in front of the Great Hall, does that mean the execution is about to begin? I pondered for a moment, then turned my attention to the left side of the map. Harry and his trio finally reached Hagrid's hut. Hagrid greeted them inside the hut, but why would it be this name? The names inscribed inside the hut were not the only ones. I even forgot to breathe as I saw Peter Pettigrew written there. Nonsense. That's impossible. He should be dead. He should have been killed by Sirius. Why? My surprised voice echoed in the empty office. As I was surprised, the trio left the hut as if merged with Peter. These were all things I didn't understand. Harry had said before that he saw Peter's name on the map, but even seeing it with my own eyes, it was hard to believe. This was not the only perplexing event. Harry and his friends passed Dumbledore's group and Dahlia, who was following them, and quickly ran towards a place they were about to reach the castle. Suddenly, next to it, the words Sirius Black appeared outside the map, and he ran at an extremely fast speed, dragging Ron and Peter into the Whomping Willow, leaving behind Harry Potter, whom people thought he was chasing. Without a doubt, something was happening, something I hadn't expected. I quickly tidied up the map, grabbed my wand, and ran out. I don't know what happened, but to protect Harry, to find out the truth, I knew I had no choice but to leave. As I ran out of the room, I felt a sense of responsibility and impatience, with only a glimmer of hope, anticipation, and emotion swirling within me. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to reflect on why I thought I shouldn't go out tonight, or the fact that I hadn't taken my medicine yet. Dahlia's perspective. My situation at the time was that I didn't quite understand a few things. Why would Onyi-sama say such heartless words? It's regrettable to say that my brother is a timid person, and contrary to his usual tone, he has a conscience and common sense comparable to others. That's why I want to see him die. Onyi-sama would never say such a thing. Setting aside his usual self, it's impossible for anyone to say such words at the last minute. First, although it was Mr. Granger's request, it was my brother who once made me stop the execution. His words and actions were clearly contradictory. Moreover, Draco, I don't mean that. I want to see the creature die. You still don't understand the meaning. If you see it, you will definitely regret it. Putting aside those clichés, no matter how many times Father and I asked him his true intentions and told him to return to the common room, he stubbornly refused to change his mind. No matter how many times I said, because I am a party, I have the right and the obligation to see it. This was the point. Even if I really went out, this wouldn't change. I couldn't leave my brother alone, so I followed him. Brother, do you really want to witness the execution? What should I say to you? I think this scene is a bit too intense. No, I'm going. In fact, you should go home, Dahlia. What's about to happen is too intense for you. You are a normal woman, a child. Sure enough, my brother's will would never change. Despite occasional glances from ahead, my brother just looked straight ahead and walked silently. As a result, the appointed time was approaching. Lucius, I apologize, I've run out of time. I originally wanted him to come back, but he said so much. He is the biggest and only victim in this case. You need to respect his opinion. He probably has something on his mind. Besides, I don't want to waste any more time on this matter. Wait, Cornelius. My son is. If Cornelius says so, there's nothing I can do. Draco and Dahlia, if either of you have anything to say, feel free to speak up. Perhaps we would stop him at the last moment, or perhaps he wanted us to see the consequences of our actions. But Professor Dumbledore suddenly changed his attitude, allowing us to accompany him, though Father still objected. Doubt existed. He occasionally looked back at my younger brother and me, his eyes complex. But such a gaze did not last long. We finally arrived at the gamekeeper's hut. The old man knocked on the door of the hut on everyone's behalf. Just then, a gamekeeper walked out from inside. Buckbeak's execution is no spectacle. The first thing he said was directed at my brother and me. Clearly, this was the only way Moribund saw us accompanying them. No, first, I doubted whether any other members besides Father and me were uncomfortable with Onyi-sama's actions. They didn't even know Onyi-sama had tried to cancel the execution. In the end, he gave up because he felt no discomfort, so he allowed her to accompany him. If it were the Malfoy family, doing this wouldn't be funny. However, although these guys might be satisfied with this, I don't think Onyi-sama is qualified to do such a thing. I watched the situation unfold silently, tilting my head at my brother's ill-timed behavior. Professor Dumbledore's perspective, after all, Remus was wrong. I watched the scene before me, a feeling of disappointment rising from the bottom of my heart. The hippogriff Buckbeak, hereinafter referred to as the defendant, is decreed to be executed today, the 6th of June, at sunset. Therefore, I declare that the death sentence shall be carried out today. The execution is beheading, at Walden Lake, appointed by the committee, and carried out by McNair. Hagrid, sign here. Inside a narrow hut, in the suddenly overcrowded room, Fudge was reading the mandated text, and Dahlia stared at him expressionlessly. Just like his sister, Draco, her older brother, gazed blankly into space, unsure of what he was thinking. At least no one felt any guilt or fear about Buckbeak's execution. I thought to myself, sighing softly so they wouldn't hear. Honestly, I hadn't thought that far ahead. Dahlia wasn't meant to be here, but far from trying to stop the execution, she was actively supporting it. As for Draco Malfoy, he was a human at home, and humans know nothing about it, and he was happy to take the life of the hippogriff. I thought maybe this would happen. However, now that things had come to this, I hoped that when a life was taken before their eyes, they would feel something, and if all went well, they would cancel the execution. Unfortunately, they lacked that conscience. Besides Draco Malfoy, I thought Remus would report Dahlia. After all, from my initial perspective, she was a dangerous girl like the one in the Chamber of Secrets, and like Tom, there might be no saving her. Remus had some doubts, thinking perhaps Dahlia was just a kind girl, but unfortunately, this was the reality. Despite a living creature's life being taken, he maintained his usual expressionless demeanor. I thought about it, shaking my head gently, driving out those wicked thoughts. No, what was I thinking? This disqualified me from being a teacher. Although I thought the same thing at the entrance ceremony and restrained myself then, I hadn't made any progress since. The futures of Dahlia and Draco are not yet decided. Perhaps, if they see this execution, the scene of a life being taken right before them due to their actions, they might feel some guilt. If that is the case, it proves they still possess some conscience. As a teacher, what should I do if I don't believe in the future of my students? This analogy. All right, McNair's signature is done. Let's quickly wrap this up. McNair, prepare for the execution. Minister, please wait a moment. My business isn't finished yet. I haven't heard this savage apology. Even as Hagrid, already in mental distress before the execution, started saying things that were hard to understand, making him even more distraught, Draco Malfoy simply continued speaking, drawing the attention of everyone in the cabin. It was as if he were reading a pre-prepared script. It is natural to execute that hippogriff. What did he do to harm me, even if it was just a scratch? But this is just logic. He is a beast without purpose. If he should be held responsible for this, then the person who decided to include him in this class must also be at fault. Draco, are you saying? I know what you mean, but as I've said many times, we don't have much time. I want to finish this quickly. Moreover, Hagrid has already been on trial, proving he is not responsible. Punishing him is. Yes, so I understand, Minister. But didn't the Minister just say that you need to respect my opinion? I won't take up your time. A few minutes is enough. I just want to hear this gamekeeper's apology. My expectations aren't high, but if I do this, regardless of the outcome, I will feel somewhat satisfied. The cabin was filled with agonizing silence. Everyone's reactions varied, and they seemed unable to speak all at once. McNair and Cornelius were focused on executing the sentence quickly, looking at Hagrid as if demanding he apologize immediately. Lucius also seemed to think his son's words held some truth, his expression complicated. Only Dahlia, as usual, was expressionless, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. As for Hagrid, he was too angry to even speak. Although I said this, I couldn't find the right words to describe it for a moment. What could I say? Draco's argument was a bit incoherent, and I couldn't understand what he was trying to achieve. Why was Draco starting to say things like this now? I wondered if he genuinely wanted Hagrid to apologize. It was natural to assume he was saying this just to harass Hagrid, but I couldn't believe that was his only goal. So I was the first to wake up from the shock, and while trying to guess Draco's intentions, I decided to protect Hagrid first, speaking in a slow tone. Draco, as I just said, as principal, I feel some responsibility. I am truly sorry, but what is the point of blaming Hagrid further? Hagrid is already shocked enough. It would be cruel to ask more of him. I tried to buy time to consider Hagrid, who looked about to erupt in anger, but Draco didn't even look at me, just stared at Hagrid and continued. I didn't tell you I had any expectations of you, old man. Shut up and drink your tea. So, are you going to apologize to me or not? Words that could even be called provocative. When he heard a crunching sound, it was too late, and when he turned around, he saw Hagrid furiously trying to grab Draco. Draco, you are such an idiot. After disgracing Buckbeak, you insult Professor Dumbledore too. How dare you say that? Out of the corner of my eye, I immediately saw Dahlia pull out her wand, ready to cast a spell on Hagrid. I wondered if this was his goal, not just Buckbeak, but now provoking Hagrid to punish him. I restrained Hagrid, feeling uneasy inside. Hagrid, stop. You cannot harm your students, no matter the reason. Even though I was close to losing control, my voice seemed to reach Hagrid's ears. He stopped in the position where he was about to hit Draco and slowly returned to his original spot. And, I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore. I got a little hot-headed. I'm a teacher. I know what happens to a child if someone my size hits them. And Draco, I'm sorry too. Hagrid quietly apologized, not for Buckbeak, but for almost hitting him. In response, Draco replied, while suppressing Dahlia with his own body. Well, it's fine. Excuse me, Minister for Magic. I've waited a few minutes. It's fine now. I believe Ajan will handle the rest. I didn't understand what he said at the end, but I guessed he meant that he had achieved his goal. It took me a few minutes to figure out what I really wanted to do. It seemed everyone, including myself, had failed to notice the chain of events that started with Draco's comment. Meanwhile, Cornelia spoke first, seemingly thinking none of this mattered. I don't quite understand, but if that's what you say, Draco, isn't that enough? Hagrid trying to hit a student is a serious matter, but this case is something else. Come on, McNair, let's go. But where is Buckbeak? His attention was no longer on Draco. After leaving the hut, Buckbeak was nowhere to be seen in the pumpkin patch where he should have been tied up. While everyone around was making a fuss over this sight, only then did I realize that Draco was watching it all expressionlessly. After all, no matter how I explained it, there was a certain foolishness in judging a person based on their family status. So even when I later heard the truth about this year's events from Harry and the others, I did not try to confront the reason why I allowed myself to believe Sirius was the culprit. Hermione's perspective. Harry, hurry up, be quiet. We don't want to be discovered right now. I know, Hermione, you are the loudest one. We ran quickly and carefully so that we wouldn't be discovered by anyone who might be crossing the school grounds wearing an invisibility cloak. The innocent are alive to save Buckbeak and Sirius Black. Although we only had one day left of our lives, and in fact, the incident was still ongoing, I was overwhelmed by the rapid speed of the developments and the events that had occurred. My mind had not fully grasped the truth. We had found out. Black is actually Sirius Black. He is Professor Lupin's schoolmate, who once nearly killed his classmate Professor Snape with a prank. Sirius is actually innocent, and his target is the true secret keeper, Peter Pettigrew, not Harry. And Pettigrew is still alive, having survived until now by turning into Ron's rat. The multiple truths revealed overnight were quite convoluted. Moreover, even after these things were revealed, Professor Lupin turned into a werewolf just as he was preparing to take Peter Pettigrew to the castle, and Sirius and Harry were attacked by Dementors, making things very tricky. Too much happened in a short time, and honestly, I felt like my head was going to explode, but I still had to act. This was because Peter Pettigrew escaped under the cover of the chaos, making it impossible to prove Sirius's innocence, so he was forced to face the Dementor's kiss. This is why Harry and I had to rewind time and cross the school grounds at night. Hey, Hermione. I agreed to help Buckbeak, but what are you planning to do afterward? Do you have a plan? No. First, changing the past is very dangerous. We can't contact anyone right now, so naturally, we can't do much. Really, we must proceed carefully, but I think we must save Buckbeak first. Honestly, this wasn't a plan at all. Everything was accidental action. As a matter of principle. Hermione, how about this? Dumbledore said Sirius is trapped in the West Tower. So all you have to do is ride Buckbeak to save Sirius. If you do that, Sirius will. You can even escape riding Buckbeak. Yes, but it would be a miracle if you could do that without anyone seeing you. I was thinking the exact same thing Harry said, but it wasn't easy. However, we had no choice but to continue. We ran into the forest where no one saw us, and now we were winding our way through the woods, skirting the edge of the forest. Because the surrounding trees were dense, it was hard to see clearly, but I was worried about whether anyone saw us from a window. After such a frustrating march, they finally reached the pumpkin patch next to Hagrid's hut. Go? Not yet. If we take him out now, Hagrid will think he let him escape. He might run into us in the hut right now. That's why Lucius and Buckbeak saw Buckbeak tied up outside. We have to wait until the Malfoy family sees him. Then you only have about 60 seconds. They want to kill Buckbeak. They'll be out of the hut soon, but I can't let you see. Understand, Harry? I was once again faced with a dilemma. I didn't have time to catch my breath. Moreover, as we were discussing, things were progressing, and we could see ourselves going out the back door. I could see Mr. Malfoy and his party arriving and entering the hut, and it was clear there was no time left. Harry, feeling impatient, tried to jump towards Buckbeak, who was standing in the pumpkin patch. Wait here, but he never truly took off, because... Good evening, Buckbeak, isn't it? I'm here to help you. She was the first to leap out from behind the dimly lit pumpkin patch. As we looked out from the bushes in shock, we saw Mr. Greengrass standing there, a somewhat annoyed expression on his face. As the exam period neared its end, the common room was filled with a relatively cheerful atmosphere, contrary to the interior. Everyone divided into their own groups, discussing their plans after the exams, and some impatient ones discussed their summer vacation plans. But at the same time, is your Muggle Studies exam over? Dahlia is at the front of the hall. Your father said he would wait for you when he arrived. Do you have to go? Well, it's fine for now. I don't want to spoil Dahlia's fun. If I stay with Dahlia with this mindset, I'll become a burden to that girl. The only atmosphere Dahlia created was not a cheerful one. Despite my repeated attempts to tell her where Dahlia was, she just slumped on the sofa with a gloomy face. Dahlia's reaction was not limited to today. Since winning the Quidditch championship, he had been forced to appear cheerful in front of Dahlia, but when Dahlia was not around, his expression was unstable. However, today's situation was exceptionally bad. Just being around it made me feel like I was the only unlit spot in the room. I didn't know why Dahlia had become like this today. Something might have happened after the Muggle Studies exam, but perhaps the biggest reason was, is it today? The execution date of the beast called Buckbeak. Yes, that's right. Mr. Lucius also came for this purpose. I think after he meets Dahlia, he should go to the Forest Guard. Today was likely the day of his execution. He himself was worried about his relationship with Dahlia, probably thinking that he didn't care about the execution, but from the side, it was clear that he was worried about the execution. As the day approached, even in front of Dahlia, he would become unstable, so it would be foolish not to notice. I was completely taken care of. I wasn't worried, because I thought this was a problem that would eventually be resolved, and I didn't think it was something I should say, but I think we're running out of time. If I leave like this today, it seems this guy will have to worry for the rest of his life. Dahlia will also suffer like Dahlia, tormented by Dahlia. I sighed, making sure Dahlia, who was sitting next to me, didn't hear, and then began to speak seriously. Yes, Father has a connection with the Ranger, so he said to come and see Dahlia while he's here. So if I also go to see Father, maybe I can witness the execution process myself. If you want to stop the execution, now is the time. Dahlia, you can help too. I heard a gasp from beside me. He probably looked at me with a shocked expression, but I ignored it and continued. But my job is to save time, make money, and provide food. I checked this morning, and apparently, the hippogriff is tied up in the pumpkin patch next to the forest guard's hut. If so, that's the execution site. It's possible, but the formalities should be handled in the hut before the execution. I'll accompany you there and distract Father and Dahlia. Meanwhile, you must sneak up behind me and find a way to release the beast. First, go to the warehouse next to the hall. Nevertheless. Wait, Draco, what are you talking about? Why do I have to do this? After all, Dahlia said she wouldn't stop the execution? Why us? He was interrupted by Dahlia's voice, which finally caught up with him. My sudden words must have broken the tense atmosphere. Dahlia began to speak as if she had stopped speaking. Dahlia had never confessed the pain and conflict accumulating in her heart to me, or even to Dahlia. I understand why you stopped the execution, why you even started saying such things. You always do everything for Dahlia. I also think you really should let this execution happen. Do you want to know if this is what you want? But, oh, you know this too? I feel like I want to possess Dahlia. Even Dahlia has noticed this for a long time, but I still can't let go of this feeling. Even though I said I would be by your side last year, I ended up leaving that girl. I want to leave her alone. I don't want Dahlia anymore. I don't want to be disliked. I don't want to be that kid's weight. I don't know. I don't even know what I want to do. It seemed Dahlia's state was even more chaotic than I imagined. Her words were incoherent. Perhaps even he himself didn't know what he was saying. It felt like I was looking at last year's Dahlia. Even he himself couldn't comprehend the initial feelings in his heart. He just kept blaming himself for being so confused. This was exactly how Dahlia was last year. Dahlia wandered around, suppressing her feelings and hopes, only blaming herself for her image. As expected, Dahlia and Dahlia were extremely similar, and they were best friends. Dahlia's sudden loud voice attracted the attention of everyone in the common room. I glanced around sharply, and after confirming that no one was paying attention to me, I began to respond in a whisper. Dahlia, please listen to me. I've thought about this for a long time, but now I'm going to say it. Of course, when I saw that imitation monster, I realized you were possessive of Dahlia. I realized it from the beginning. No, it just became visible, but I realized from the beginning that you had that feeling, however vague. Because in my heart, I feel the same way as you. Even if I don't care, I have a feeling that I want to monopolize Dahlia. Perhaps Dahlia herself is the same. Dahlia knows your feelings in her heart, because we all have the same thing. You are not the only special one. What's in your heart is something everyone has. You've only recently realized this. After taking a deep breath, I continued, as if trying to persuade Dahlia. The same thing happened this time. Do you know this too? This is why Dahlia didn't stop the execution despite Granger's request. When she was a first year, she thought she shouldn't have any relationships with other people. Why did Dahlia go to save him from the troll when he was being cut, but didn't try to save him this time? It's all for you, not for anyone else, including Granger. Dahlia made this decision for you. Until last year, Dahlia only trusted our family to protect you and continue to monopolize you. After all, you always thought dirty feelings were also in Dahlia's heart. Just because you got those feelings, Dahlia bought them for our family last year. So you don't have to worry. No matter what others say, or even what you say, you are still best friends. As Dahlia's family, I can guarantee it. I finished speaking all at once, and Dahlia didn't really respond to me. He just looked at me confusedly, without answering. It seemed he was listening to my words in his head. I patiently waited for Dahlia's reaction. However, what this guy finally said was, "I somewhat understand what you're trying to say, you're comforting me, and even Dahlia is possessive of me. If that's the case, then perhaps I can't say this feeling isn't dirty at all. But that's why I'm so hard on Dahlia. You just said it, didn't you? Dahlia will continue this for me. My possessiveness has made Dahlia suffer. I am the one tormented by me. It has limited Dahlia's friendships. In the end, I can't control Dahlia, even though he didn't even try to understand. But even so, I don't know what she was thinking when Granger tried to approach me. She has caused Dahlia a lot of trouble recently. Even if I am like this, I still can't forgive Granger or forgive her. I don't even know what I'm thinking about Granger." Sure enough, his face was full of doubt, and he didn't quite believe my words. This is not something I can say, but like Dahlia, Dahlia is not very good at making friends, and she probably has complex feelings towards Granger. The more I listened, the more I felt that this guy was very similar to Dahlia. I don't know what kind of appeal Granger, this muggle-born person, has, but in the end, her current feelings are a repeat of Dahlia's problem last year. Ultimately, Dahlia's feelings for Dahlia were replaced by Granger. So all I can say is, I closed my eyes and started speaking again, recalling the terrible memories of last year. You probably know that Dahlia has always believed she should only have friendships with family. Why are you talking about Dahlia? Listen, however, I think Dahlia's way of thinking has changed little by little since you appeared there. I want to get along with you, I want to be friends with you. I guess that's what he thinks. Although he was attracted to Granger, you are the one he truly wants to be friends with. But you also remember, right? Dahlia still wants to be with you. I always thought we shouldn't get along. Until I went to the Chamber of Secrets, I was always worried about this contradiction. I also had the same thoughts until I met you. I want Dahlia to have friends. I want to create a place where Dahlia can live as safely as possible. For that, I absolutely need someone outside the family to understand me. But to be honest, I think it will be very difficult. Dahlia's situation is easy to understand and accept. That's not true. If I only half-heartedly understand it, Dahlia will ultimately suffer. So, even though I want Dahlia to make friends, I never let my guard down. But I continued to look into Dahlia's eyes. You are the only one who is different. I have a premonition that you are the only one I don't need to be immediately wary of. Not Granger. You. I tried to understand what you mean. You always want to protect Dahlia. Even I, watching from the side, could see that. So I think you are the best person to be Dahlia's friend. If not, will you allow me to get close to Dahlia? Is it possible that you unconsciously became possessive of Dahlia, and I will allow anyone other than you to get close to Dahlia? There's no way others can understand Dahlia. But I ended up leaving Dahlia alone. Dahlia tried to interrupt, but I knew it was just a joke, so I cut her off and continued speaking. Chapter 127, A New Beginning. Ah, indeed. This time, you were only focused on Dahlia and didn't truly understand her feelings. However, that's normal. We've only been together for 2 or 3 years. Are you certain you can understand everything about Dahlia? I can't claim to understand everything about Dahlia either. I can't say that. But why do you, someone who isn't even family, think you can achieve that in just a few short years? That's what's called arrogance. Are you kidding me? You have too many ideals about friendship. It's not for me to say, but you, who have never had a friend, have too many idealized notions about what friendship is. If you don't know, you should start trying now. Even up until last year when Dahlia didn't accept you as her friend, you kept doing this, didn't you? Even if you knew nothing about Dahlia's situation, you were still Dahlia's friend. Furthermore, you would never abandon Dahlia alone. Even if you don't truly understand Dahlia, and even if you unconsciously restricted Dahlia's friendships, did you still see Dahlia's face when she was alone? That face full of sorrow, yet still longing for how things were last year? You understand Dahlia's expression, right? In response to my question, Dahlia looked pensive for a moment, but after a while, she finally expressed agreement with my words. No, I think Dahlia has always allowed me to be by her side, despite the fact that I am this way. In fact, she even said that having me by her side was a blessing. I had already realized my possessiveness at that time. Yes. What made you leave Dahlia? What made you want to be alone? Why didn't you want to be a burden to Dahlia? You always left Dahlia alone. That's not true. You were always there, allowing Dahlia to grow and smile. Have you forgotten? Also, something bright finally appeared in Dahlia's cloudy eyes, and I told her a different story. As for Granger, you are worried about Dahlia after all. If you can't answer yourself, I'll tell you. You said you didn't know what you were thinking, right? That's easy for me. After all, your troubles are exactly the same as Dahlia's troubles last year. Just as I said before, Dahlia always wanted to be friends with you, but for the sake of our family, she always thought she couldn't be friends with you. It was all to protect the people she cared about. In the end, you are the same. You were the same. Initially, you weren't that unhappy about Granger. You didn't stop Dahlia from saving Granger from the troll. I believe you even felt a sense of friendship toward Granger. But things changed last year. I don't know when, but at some point, you started seeing Granger as an enemy. I truly don't know the reason. It's likely because Granger did something to Dahlia. She is like Potter, she doesn't know anything, but she has the ability to act. But that was this year. More accurately, just recently, things reversed without you realizing it. Specifically, ever since you were pushed down the stairs by the Ravenclaw student. You knew this before I did, that you no longer felt any fear or hostility toward Granger. I know this because when I said I would stop the execution, I don't recall feeling any fear until I spoke. You must be so afraid. The Boggart turned into Granger. Is that so? No, your sense of fear has definitely decreased. If you get the chance, look again next time. I believe it will manifest in a visible way, no matter how much you deny it. In short, you no longer have intense fear or hostility toward Granger. So why are you so confused? Well, in the end, you are the one who is confused. You couldn't forgive Granger when Dahlia didn't forgive you. You felt you had to be angry at Granger, and you shouldn't be the one developing feelings for Granger because of Dahlia. This is simply because you think you shouldn't. After all, you never considered Dahlia's feelings. And you are no longer the one holding Dahlia back. The Dahlia inside you is the one restricting your actions. I had spoken for too long. I thought I had more time, but in the end, I took longer than I expected. I looked up from Dahlia, checked the clock, and then stood up from the sofa, speaking my final words. I'm leaving. The final decision is up to you. Whether you come or not, I will do my part. But I have one last thing to say. Perhaps Dahlia is not as troubled by this as you think. She does feel somewhat indebted to Granger, but it's far less than you do. I believe you also think this is a minor matter. It's fine. Your troubles inadvertently distracted Dahlia's attention from the execution. All of this is just our imagination. However, I am sure this situation is the same as when I was the troll. But it doesn't matter. Dahlia already has a friend like you. Saying this, I stepped out of the common room. Although he was not summoned by his father, he was there to fulfill his duty as a member of the Dahlia family. If Dahlia didn't cooperate, the strategy would be meaningless, but that wasn't important to me. I was just doing what I had to do. Furthermore, that's too cunning. Are you trying to avenge last year? If you say that, Draco is truly cunning. Really, you are a Slytherin, just like a Slytherin. You are completely Dahlia's family. After all, I wasn't worried about Dahlia at all. Just a little bit. Yes, this guy is just being a little dishonest about expressing his feelings. Now that I have patted his back, the action he is going to take has already been decided. That's why. You realized it too, didn't you? No, were you pretending not to notice? Your feelings for Dahlia have shifted toward your sister. I blocked out Dahlia's faint voice coming from behind me and closed the common room door without looking back. Now, the battle begins. This is a battle with a clear outcome, but I cannot lose. Dahlia's perspective. Good evening, Buckbeak, right? I'm here to help you. Now, in front of me was a hippogriff, tied with a rope extending from the fence. When Dahlia snuck into the warehouse while she wasn't paying attention, and when the hopelessly bad actor Draco glanced toward the warehouse, I wondered what I should do. But even though I had arrived, the distance was still far, and there was much more to do. It seemed this problem would never easily disappear. Buckbeak bowed to me but did not attempt to leave its position. But even so, I was no longer stumbling or lost, because I was no longer worrying alone. The possessiveness toward Dahlia hadn't disappeared. Well, if I understood Draco's story literally, perhaps those feelings wouldn't disappear in the first place, and perhaps there was no need for them to disappear. But I still didn't completely trust myself. I was certain he wasn't there, but I still understood. If this execution proceeded, the outcome would not be good for Dahlia. Most importantly, I wanted to stop this execution myself, and not just for Dahlia. Because deep down, I had once again realized that Granger was no longer an enemy, but a friend who might one day protect Dahlia. This makes me laugh. These were my feelings, but I didn't realize it until Draco told me. I muttered to myself while quietly moving the rope on the fence so that the people in the hut wouldn't hear me. Just as Draco said, I once had a friendship with Granger. I wasn't keen on giving up my status as Dahlia's first friend, but I still believed they could help Dahlia through many difficulties together in the future. That happened last Christmas. Starting with the polyjuice potion, a series of events occurred, and I momentarily lost this knowledge, but without realizing it, the same thing as before had returned to me. No, I actually knew when it returned. Something like this. I just want to be friends with you. I just want to be your friend. There was no other way than that night in the infirmary. Looking back, from that day on, I gradually started to dislike Granger. I couldn't suppress my anger toward Granger because of her sincere words and the fact that she didn't seem to care about everything I had done to her. On the contrary, in fact, I might not have lost my friendship with Granger in the first place, because if that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have told her why I enrolled in Muggle studies initially. I wouldn't have done that. Although I increasingly disliked Granger, I might have maintained my trust in her all along. If you think about it carefully, this is a simple story. Although I didn't tell the Ravenclaw students the official reason for taking Muggle studies, I quickly told Granger the reasons for both sides. Even though they were both Muggle-born, the reason is simple. Perhaps unconsciously, to understand the stupidity of Muggles. No matter what I said, Granger wouldn't believe it, because I trusted that she would understand the real reason I was studying Muggle studies. At that time, I still remembered my anger toward her last year. After hearing Draco's words, I finally accepted my feelings. It was annoying to hear this from Draco, who probably didn't have any friends either, but it wasn't until I heard his words that I realized the change in my emotions. Once I put it into words, things became so simple. Finally, just like Dahlia last year, I simply couldn't admit the goodwill in my heart. Just as Draco said, Dahlia and I are extremely similar. Last year, Dahlia made me angry because she kept worrying alone, and I believe she felt the same way about Draco. To an outsider, it must have been a very frustrating solo sumo match. Last year, I convinced Dahlia. How pathetic. The next time I see her, I must sincerely apologize to Granger. I caused that girl so much trouble. But before that, hey, Buckbeak, stand up. If you die, Dahlia will be in trouble. That's why I'm making her stand up. Once I admitted it, things were easy. Ultimately, I just couldn't acknowledge my feelings, just as Draco said. Dahlia didn't accept Granger's apology, so I felt I shouldn't forgive her either. First of all, Dahlia didn't know what Granger did, and I didn't even tell her. This was all for my own self-satisfaction. Although Dahlia was unwilling, he only acted according to his own impression of Dahlia. This was my entire year. The Dahlia inside you is the one restricting your actions. But now it's different. Now that I understand my feelings for Granger, I will no longer act solely out of possessiveness toward Dahlia. I have now regained something more important than my emotions. This case is definitely not good for Dahlia, nor is it good for Granger alone. Just like the troll incident, if Dahlia completely cut off Granger and forever lost something important to her, perhaps Dahlia would eventually build a wall, even against me. Just as I made Dahlia turn back initially, I must resolve this case myself. To continue being Dahlia's friend, to continue seeing her genuine smile by my side. My hesitation vanished, and I felt refreshed, so I pulled the rope, releasing more of what had been holding me back. Now there was no hesitation left in my heart. One might say this was the final hurdle. Draco should be inside the hut by now, buying us some time. He supported me, even going against Mr. Lucius and Dahlia's decision. His efforts and determination should not be wasted. With that thought, I pulled the rope over and over. I felt despair when the hippogriff refused to move an inch from its spot. Even when I tried to pull it earlier, it braced itself with its front legs and wouldn't budge. Wait, do you understand? Staying here any longer means you will be killed. So hurry up and go. Even if you shout at the hippogriff right now, it just stares at you, never attempting to walk away. Are you trying to say you don't want to be obedient like me? I pulled the rope with greater force, but the result was the same. From inside the hut, I didn't tell you. I don't have any expectations for you anymore. Shut up and drink your tea, old man. So, should you apologize to me after all? Draco, you're out of luck. After making Buckbeak shine, he even insulted Professor Dumbledore. It's great that you can say that. I heard a shout, and it seemed they still needed some time to reach me, but I couldn't let my guard down. I stared back into the hippogriff's eyes, trying to pull the rope again. It was at that moment. Wait, Hermione. What are you trying to do? Mr. Greengrass, I'm here to help you. Mr. Granger jumped out of the bushes behind me. If it's you, well, I believe you girls will definitely help me. Come on, Buckbeak. Let's go. We'll set you free. Hermione's perspective. So, you've entered the second loop, right? You're in the castle now. This is a perfect alibi. No one can believe your future self is here. I don't think so. However, in that case, can you contact me? I don't know what time it is now, so I shouldn't meet anyone from the present, right? We managed to get Buckbeak into the bushes and waited for Mr. Malfoy and the others to come out of the hut. Meanwhile, even though my explanation was brief, Mr. Greengrass seemed to understand the situation immediately. I just stared at the hut, seeing confused looks on both their faces. It's fine. Professor McGonagall did tell me that I absolutely shouldn't let anyone see me or notice me, but you know what happened. The most important thing is that you and I thought this was absolutely wonderful. Hearing my simple reply, a gasp came from beside me. If before, I don't understand what you're trying to say at all. These words might have gotten you a response, but this time, for some reason, really, I'm no match for you at all. This reply made me give a wry smile. Seeing this unusual reaction, I couldn't help but shift my gaze from the hut to Mr. Greengrass. But before that, Hermione, what exactly are you doing? You're the one who said you shouldn't be seen by anyone, right? And why are you talking to Greengrass? That's it. He was interrupted by Harry, who was now looking at him with a hint of hostility. I sighed and replied to Harry in a calm tone. There's no help for it, is there? We're running out of time. Besides, we can trust Miss Greengrass, so it's fine. She understands our situation, even though we are in this era now. I've known for a long time that I'm using a time turner. Did you tell this guy something you didn't tell us at all? It's not that I don't trust you, but I thought she would never tell anyone else, not even Mr. Malfoy. In this situation, if you don't talk to her, the conversation won't happen. No, we didn't. To save Sirius, we must save Buckbeak first. We don't know when Draco and the others will come out, so we don't have much time. Sirius? Well, we haven't discussed this yet, we'll talk about it later. Come on, quiet. Just as Mr. Greengrass's doubts were interrupted, the back door of the hut suddenly opened. There was silence around me, and I could only hear my, Harry's, and Mr. Greengrass's breathing. Only the slight rustle of Buckbeak remained. A space filled with tension. What echoed again inside was, "Where's Buckbeak?" This was the voice of a minister of magic. Behind the minister of magic came the angry voice of the executioner. "Hey, you should be locked in here. I saw it. Why aren't you here? Hagrid, I thought you were the one who let him escape." I didn't do anything." "Oh, Buckbeak. I bet he released himself. What a clever fellow." "Hagrid, calm down. I know you're happy, but please be quiet now. And, McNair, you checked too, right? Buckbeak was locked in there, so Hagrid is innocent. What about you, Dumbledore? If you can't stay vigilant, then you're the most suspicious person here, right? How do you plan to take responsibility for this?" "That's a lie, Lucius. I didn't do anything. I was with you earlier. Now, everyone, if you're still looking for Buckbeak in this situation, please look at the sky. Meanwhile, I'd like to pour Hagrid a cup of tea." "Hagrid, may I ask?" "Of course, Principal." Through the woods, the scene of adults shouting at each other could be seen. Good, it seems the operation was a success. No one could blame Hagrid or Dumbledore, and the people who pushed for the execution were just gnashing their teeth in frustration. But at the same time, "Hey, Hermione, Dahlia Malfoy, aren't you looking at me? Quiet, quiet." But, this is true, Dahlia." Mr. Malfoy was the only one who remained silent, staring at him. She didn't join the adults' argument, nor did she respond to Draco, who was watching her from the side, just staring at her. Through the small gap between the trees, I felt as if Mr. Malfoy's and my gazes crossed for a moment. The reason that prompted her to act was, shit. Just then, the executioner flew into a rage and swung his axe at the fence. As soon as she heard the hiss, she pulled out her wand. Dement, reap. He cast the spell at the scarecrow in the field. Just as everyone present was surprised by this sudden action, the scarecrow's head easily fell off. Mr. Malfoy glanced at me again and left without a word. This was the turning point of our night. After this, I have to go back now. Dahlia is probably waiting for me in the common room. So goodbye, Granger, see you tomorrow. After parting ways with Mr. Greengrass, the adventure continued, including saving Sirius from the Dementors, and then picking him up with Buckbeak after Sirius was captured. But that's another story. And so, with Mr. Malfoy's forgiveness, the events surrounding Buckbeak's execution finally ended. Dahlia's perspective. I've never forgiven him. Hurting your brother, for whatever reason, in my eyes, it's nothing short of a grave crime that must be punished. Normally, I would gladly do so, but now, as I felt my father and brother following behind me, I walked silently, looking only at the castle. To be honest, I don't have a chance to talk to anyone right now. If I don't keep quiet, I'll feel guilty about Dahlia and the slight discomfort I feel. Even though I felt Granger just beyond the woods, I didn't go there to pursue, but missed the hippogriff and her. I'm an idiot. To be precise, the true identities of the three people present have not yet been fully determined. However, besides Mr. Granger and his friends, it's impossible for anyone else to appear at this time and do things like letting the hippogriff escape. So, thinking calmly, his ignoring her at the time was unforgivable. For Dahlia's sake, it was my responsibility to ensure the success of this execution. For my best friend, to show that I don't need any other friends. Even so, I ended up ignoring Mr. Granger. What's even more disgusting is that although I was angry at the hippogriff and felt a sense of responsibility to kill him the moment I missed, I never thought of killing him. I didn't feel the desire / lust itself. Just like that, nothing has progressed since the time of the Mimi monster. I swore to my best friend that I would show him with my actions, not words, but I ended up doing what I did last year. Sorry, Dahlia. My whisper echoed faintly in the quiet campus. Normally, this would just be a monologue that no one would respond to. But in this place, what are you apologizing for? You don't need to apologize to Dahlia at all. Fortunately or unfortunately, only one person responded. Turning to look at his father, who seemed to be thinking about the future, his brother replied with only one word in a calm tone. That being said, your brother's story is not over. Dahlia, I know what you're thinking, but about this, I have nothing to say. Just when I see Dahlia, whether it's tomorrow morning, it doesn't matter. Talk to everyone about treating each other correctly. Don't be shy with each other like before. Don't be afraid. You are now qualified parents. Because we are friends. After saying those mysterious words, he fell silent again. To be honest, I don't quite understand what your brother is saying. But even so, yes, brother, I'll try. For some reason, I nodded naturally. Somewhere, the thought of having to kill the hippogriff for Dahlia and having to leave Granger alone made me uncomfortable. I'm back, Tilda. Dahlia. Needless to say, when I returned to the common room, Dahlia had already parted ways with Mr. Lucius. As I carefully walked into the common room, I saw Dahlia pacing around the room. However, when she found me, her first words were not filled with the satisfaction of seeing her dear father, but with a hint of tension. Dahlia, where have you been? I was worried because you weren't anywhere. Draco obviously didn't tell me where I was or what I was doing. I comforted Dahlia, who was touching my body as if checking for injuries, while looking at Draco with a slightly reproachful gaze. However, Draco, who was pouring tea on the sofa, didn't meet my gaze and just pointed in Dahlia's direction. I guess he wanted to tell me that I should tell him about my own situation. Although I told him I would leave the decision to him, in the end, he didn't seem to want to give me any other choice. I sighed, made up my mind, and then said to Dahlia, who was still touching my body, Dahlia, I'm not hurt anywhere. As for where I was just on campus trying to prevent the hippogriff's execution. Dahlia's movement suddenly stopped. It was about Dahlia. From the way he was staring at me at the time, he must have sensed the presence of the three of us and the hippogriff in the bushes. However, they didn't seem to be able to conclude that one of them was me. My words must have been surprising. He just had a shocked expression on his face, not even bothering to say anything more. I gave a wry smile at Dahlia's behavior, then continued to invite her to the sofa. Sorry, Dahlia. Dahlia said she wouldn't stop the execution, but this was all for me, right? Of course, it might also be for the injured Draco, but when Draco stopped the execution, you said you were going to execute her, because it was all for me, right? You thought you couldn't agree to Granger's request because you were afraid of Granger, right? But it's enough, Dahlia. You don't have to be indifferent to Granger for my sake. Dahlia, what are you saying? I continued to talk to Dahlia, who was confused by this unexpected situation, as if I were having a monologue with her. I was indeed afraid of Granger. I couldn't help but worry that she would take you away. I'm embarrassed by this fact. Just the thought that you might hate me made me afraid to be with you. Oh, that's it. There's no way I could hate you. That's right. This obviously won't happen. I don't doubt it either, but I can't believe myself. I let Dahlia believe me. Even though I say this, he doesn't believe me. I was so confused by my first feelings that in the end, I couldn't even see myself. So, as the execution approached, I became more and more unable to see myself. I've been thinking about such things for a long time, like maybe I'm forcing you too much because of Granger, or maybe I'm limiting what you want to do. But until Draco told me this, I realized that it wasn't Dahlia who really wanted to stop the execution. Dahlia, are you okay? From Dahlia's perspective, my words might have been incoherent, and I didn't even know what I wanted to convey. Naturally, he would suddenly exhibit some baffling behavior, and then he would utter an even more baffling monologue. Just now, he just looked at me with a worried expression. Actually, I really don't know what I want to say. This is the first time I've introduced myself to a friend. However, there was one thing I did know. This meant that even though I stopped the execution, Dahlia was surprised and didn't seem angry with me. Indeed, Dahlia no longer held much anger towards the hippogriff. More precisely, after beheading the scarecrow, he had perhaps come to terms with his anger. But even so, there was no doubt that his anger towards the hippogriff had reached such a point when Granger asked him to do so. I no longer felt dread at this fact as before. Instead, I was happy when I thought of it. My actions were not wrong after all. I stopped Dahlia, and her actions were not out of anger or admiration, but out of a sense of responsibility towards me. This was necessary for Dahlia and me to maintain an equal friendship. It was absolutely necessary for Granger and me to become Dahlia's companions again. It's okay. I'm sorry, but I don't understand. But listen to this. Dahlia, we never had anyone we could call a friend before. So for us, we are each other's first friends. I never doubted that we would be together forever, but that's not enough. I think we should talk more about each other, the bright side and the dark side. Of course, I'm not saying you shouldn't hide things. Everyone has some things that even the best friends can't tell. But this time is different. We tried so hard to protect each other, but we ended up hurting each other. So from now on, let's talk more. Since we are already best friends, can we talk about Granger first? Dahlia, what is it about that girl that interests you? Why are you talking about Granger there? I have nothing against Granger. It's okay, it's okay. We talked all night. Draco had fallen asleep on the sofa, but our conversation seemed to make up for our recent strained relationship. It was as if nothing had changed. Dahlia never understood the reason for doing this, and she never acknowledged Granger until the very end. I wasn't able to talk about anything I could truly talk about. In the end, it was just like a usual joke, but I thought that was good. It's okay to take it slow, and it's okay to take a step back now and then. Because by listening to Granger's request, I was able to accept myself as Dahlia's friend for the first time. My night's adventure ended like this. The day began when I finally decided to face myself after a friendship that felt like it had been dormant. And, oh, Lupin, it seems you had a lot of fun yesterday. A werewolf/human under the full moon must have been an interesting night. Professor Snape revealed Professor Lupin's secret at the breakfast table just hours before one of Dahlia's few admired teachers disappeared. Lupin's perspective. Well then, goodbye, Harry. It was a pleasure being your teacher, even if only for a year. I believe we will meet again someday. Until then, I hope you do wonderfully. I left Harry, who had come to see me, in my room and walked out of the castle alone. Harry's sad gaze pierced my back, but I never stopped. I was no longer a teacher at this school. This morning, Severus, angered by Sirius's escape, finally revealed the secret of my body to the students other than Dahlia. Now, the students might have overlooked the news of Sirius's escape again and told their parents this sensational news. I can imagine that if I stayed here longer, I would receive a flood of protest letters. Of course, even if he didn't reveal it, I would have handed in my resignation today. No matter how I explained it, I forgot to take the wolfsbane potion yesterday. Although it was an attempt, he still attacked Harry and the others. Given this, I am no longer qualified to continue teaching. This is a very comfortable workplace, but I have no right to stay here anymore. However, even in such a desperate situation, my heart was surprisingly calm. He was not only filled with anger towards Severus but also with remorse towards himself. If anything, I felt like I had become more cheerful. The pent-up depression in my heart completely disappeared. Last night, through the tunnel under the Whomping Willow, I discovered the truth about Sirius in the Shrieking Shack, which was full of my youth memories. He thought Sirius had betrayed him, but he had not betrayed his true friends. I just learned that the inferiority I had felt for 14 years was actually a mistake. Our good times were never a lie. Although I am no longer a teacher, I cannot erase the feeling of happiness I felt for the first time in a long time. This is about cash. No matter how worried you are, just one night of talking with a friend will make your worries disappear. I thought this as I walked down the stairs in front of the Great Hall. There isn't much I can remember now. I have already told Professor McGonagall the content of the final exam, and once the exam is over, I can complete my year-long course. Moreover, in his privately taught Patronus Charm course, one of the students named Harry confirmed yesterday that he was able to summon a Patronus. His happiness was in having loved ones around him, including his lost parents. Being able to focus on his happiness, he finally completed his Patronus and repelled not one, but many Dementors. There is nothing more I can teach him. He will continue to study hard and grow up to be an excellent wizard worthy of his parents. Yes, there's nothing more for me to do here. My only regret is, Professor, I see you're leaving. Ah, Dahlia, are you also here to see me off? You knew I was a werewolf from the beginning. In that case, you wouldn't have any grudges like the other students, would you? Sorry, I was too relaxed. It's about you. Are you here to stop me? No. As far as I know, you forgot to take your medicine yesterday, right? In that case, I can't stop you. And even if I could stop you, I wouldn't. You won't withdraw your resignation, will you? Yes, yes. Nothing but Dahlia Malfoy. In retrospect, she was a mysterious presence from the beginning. Before I heard Dumbledore, she seemed a little too expressionless to me. When I heard about the events at Hogwarts last year, things changed, and I became very wary of her. I felt a gap between myself and the girl I saw in real life. How about that? Once she found out I was a werewolf, and I had more opportunities to interact with her, it became difficult for me to remain wary of her. Finally, I told Dumbledore, Dumbledore, this is what you said. Dahlia may have indeed done something related to the Chamber of Secrets last year, but that's what I thought. Is she really a dark wizard? I interact with her in class, and I can't help but think she's evil. If her words are to be believed, the reason she wants to learn the Patronus Charm is for her family. In front of me, she's just a kind-hearted girl who cares about her family. Moreover, she doesn't seem to have revealed anything about me to those around her until now. Can we really say she's a bad person? He even began to express such a perspective before the hippogriff was executed. She really is a mysterious girl. She is the most mysterious girl I have ever met. She is expressionless, and at first glance, it's hard to tell what she's thinking, and sometimes she even looks like she's looking down on others. But if you look at it from another angle, you can see different expressions and sides. Once you are driven out of the castle, you won't even understand why it is so terrifying. I continued, feeling a little guilty about this girl I still couldn't fully understand. Sorry, my agreement with you was for you to learn the Patronus Charm, but it seems I can't fulfill it. No, there's no way. This isn't the professor's fault. It's my fault that he was so kind to me, but I couldn't learn it well. Hearing Dahlia's reply, I smiled slightly. She was a strange girl after all. My only regret. Unlike Harry, I couldn't teach Dahlia the Patronus Charm until the end, but she never blamed me. Even though this was my last time at Hogwarts, I understood her even less. Dahlia tilted her head slightly at my smile, then continued in a tone as doubtful as her actions. Has something good happened? Why do you think so? No, he doesn't seem too worried about being kicked out of here. The only things that have happened recently are what Professor Snape did at the end and the killer's escape, or is there something else? Aside from her movements, her expression was as expressionless as ever. Just by looking at her expression, I couldn't guess her mood. But from her perspective, my feelings were obvious from her expression. He wanted to know why I looked happy. Although he was someone I should be wary of, we had studied together so far, so I didn't mind telling him the truth. However, I didn't expect her to ask me questions. Actually, Sirius has been my friend since our school days. I'm glad he escaped again. I couldn't respond with such foolish honesty. I decided to give a slightly ambiguous answer. Actually, just recently, I had the opportunity to get in touch with an old friend. It's been a while since I talked to him since we had a big fight, but we can finally make up. I thought he was the one who betrayed me, but I finally found out that wasn't the case. So, even if I'm going to be kicked out of here, I'm no longer alone. That's what I thought. It turned out to be. This was a somewhat elusive story, containing no specific details. For Dahlia, who didn't know the situation, this story might not have made any sense. But she never took a negative attitude towards me. I see. No, I don't know who my friend is, and I don't know much about the professor's situation, but I'm happy if the professor agrees. At least I won't go back to living a lonely life. That's right. I'm really relieved. His expression was different from before, expressionless, with a hint of kindness. When I saw Dahlia's never-before-seen expression, I temporarily stopped thinking. Dahlia ignored me, returned to her usual expressionless face, and continued to ask questions. But, no matter how much you are with your friends, you will still lose your job. What will you do after you leave here? Will you go to work for your friend? No, I don't have a stable job. My friend doesn't have a comfortable life to the point where he can hire people. I feel very happy, but the prospects are not very good. Somewhere. I hope I can find a good job, and I will slowly consider it later. I understand. 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 I couldn't hear what she said in the latter half because she spoke in a low voice, but Dahlia, after hearing my hesitant answer, fell silent as if thinking about something. I, too, didn't know how to continue talking to her. When I did this, the time came. Enduring the silence, I looked at my watch, and although there was still some time before the train departed, it was time to leave. I cleared my throat and said my final goodbye to Dahlia. Well then, Dahlia, it's time to say goodbye. I saw Harry before, and I'm glad to finally see you. Also, I'm sorry again that I couldn't guide you to the end. If there's a next time, then if your patronus isn't completed by then, I'll let you see it again, even if the effect isn't very good. Yes, Professor, I hope you are well. I hope to see you again then. I also hope that by then, you will be able to cast a patronus again. Finally, I was hit where it hurt. Indeed, even if I said that, it wasn't very convincing, because I could only summon an imperfect patronus. Hearing Dahlia's reply, I shrugged and waved my wand as if it were the last lesson. Expecto patronum. Come on, patronus. Since the day I lost my two friends, I have been trying to summon an imperfect patronus. But what came out of my wand was, oh my, I hadn't realized. This was not an incomplete mist. At the tip of my wand stood a perfectly formed silver wolf. Dahlia's perspective. The hall in front of the Great Hall was empty. My voice echoed in the space where only Professor Lupin and I were present. Congratulations on finishing. I don't know when you finished, but what are your thoughts? I had originally come here to bid farewell to the professor, but I forgot that point and questioned him, feeling like I was grasping at a straw of hope. Regrettably, even though the year was finally ending, and more importantly, the Dementor was about to leave Hogwarts, I still hadn't mastered the Patronus charm. Despite the fact that he had sworn to protect his younger brother and Dahlia. Even if the Dementor disappeared, he couldn't accept the possibility of being unable to protect his loved ones. That is why I asked Professor Lupin, seeing him as my last hope. I wished I could continue to protect my siblings. However, what responded to my thoughts was, why? Just a few days ago, I truly couldn't summon a patronus. Why can I now? Why did I have to be reduced to the point of being expelled from this castle? Something changed inside me. After a while, it happened. Although the professor had personally cast his patronus, he kept muttering to himself, as if confused. Ah, so that's what it means. Is that what it means? I see. I finally reached a conclusion. In the end, the advice I gave Dahlia perfectly applies to me. Indeed, I was right until the very end. After muttering a few more words, he finally started giving me his final advice. Dahlia, I finally understand why I couldn't send out my patronus. And why you can't send out yours. I once told you that your happy memories were still enough. You said that was why you couldn't cast a patronus. You denied it then, and I thought if you said so, it must be true. But what I said was ultimately wrong. No, at least those words applied to me. We couldn't focus on happy memories. No, that's not true. No, please listen to the end. My happiest memories were the times I spent with friends who accepted me during my student days. If they accepted me, I hoped I could still live. I thought it was okay, that I could be a good person even if I was the way I was. I thought it was because of who I was that I could be friends with them. At that time, I could no longer summon my patronus. I started thinking that the happy times I thought I had were actually just a lie. I couldn't find my own worth anymore, but I can use it again. Didn't I just say, understand? I was finally able to reconcile with my friend. The moment I reconciled with him, I could use the patronus again. Now that I've said this, do you understand? Although I intended to lecture you, I was actually someone who couldn't focus on his own happiness. Where were my happy memories? I thought it was my fault for destroying them. I thought of myself as something dirty. The professor ignored my silence and continued to look at me with sincere eyes. Of course, I can't say for sure that you are exactly like me. It's wrong to assume you are just because I am. But I have taught defense against the dark arts for a year, and truly, I can't think of any other reason. Dahlia, this is the last lesson, please think about it again. If I'm wrong, that's fine, but think again. Can you truly focus on your happy memories? Don't you feel like they are all lies? Don't you feel like you are the one polluting their happiness? As expected, I couldn't immediately react to the professor's words. I stood speechless before the professor, who stopped talking and looked at me with a sincere expression, because the only thing surfacing in my mind were the professor's words. Somehow, I ruined my beautiful memories. Thinking back, the professor was right. The happy memories I remembered, they involved the house of Malfoy and Dahlia, and they accepted me even though I was a monster. In my happy memories, my presence always contaminated them. Can you truly focus on happy memories? From a certain perspective, it is a lie. Don't you feel like you are the one destroying their happiness? Once you understood it, it was simple. No matter how happy you are to be surrounded by wonderful people, if you believe you contaminate them, you can never fully enjoy that feeling of happiness. I thought it was obvious that I was a monster, and for a long time, I hadn't realized how simple this was. But when my professor pointed it out, I was finally able to realize it. Why could I only summon an imperfect patroness until now? I see. Now that you mention it, I can't concentrate on those beautiful memories. There is a person who is lost. The professor is certainly right. But what should I do then, Dahlia? From now on, I will never be able to complete the patroness. I hate myself. Things might always be this way. No matter how hard I try, I can only be myself. The Malfoy family and Dahlia love me, despite me being this way. But that doesn't change my dirty existence. How am I supposed to recognize myself? After I finished speaking, the hall fell into an awkward silence again, even when the thoughtful professor spoke again. I have to say, honestly, I am really surprised you would say something like that. I didn't expect you to think of yourself that way. No, many professors say he is the best student since the school was founded. He is lucky in his family background, so to speak. So why do you hate yourself so much? That is something you don't need to know. This was the only, extremely rude, response I could give. I didn't mean to do that. The professor who helped me the most this year was leaving. Even if the professor was wary of me, I wanted to at least smile and see him off at the end. But when I was told that I couldn't obtain a patroness because of my feelings about myself, I couldn't control myself. If that was truly the case, I shouldn't have come to see the professor off. If that was truly the case, I didn't want to hear the professor's answer. In the silence, I finally started thinking such selfish thoughts. Yes, Dahlia, I don't know your situation, and I know you don't want me, or more accurately, Dumbledore, to know your situation. But I hope you listen to me, just for a moment. Until the professor spoke again in a gentle voice. Until the professor gave me a gentle look, one he had never given Potter, as if he were watching over me. As I just said, I couldn't see my own worth anymore, so I couldn't summon a patroness. However, I used to be able to summon a patroness. As a werewolf, I was. You know, of course, it's natural that we werewolves are seen as monsters by the world. It's natural that everyone is afraid, especially in the days before medicine, when we even attack the closest humans during the full moon. But I became a werewolf when I was very young, so I never managed to have such advanced thoughts. I was secretly avoided by those around me, even my parents. I often told myself, I am just a monster in human form. As a monster, one day I would end my boring life by attacking someone. This was a story I had heard somewhere. Just as I was thinking this, the professor continued in a calm tone. However, I entered this school under Dumbledore's kindness, and there I met some people who changed my perspective. They were my classmates, and they were flashy people who always used their talents for trivial things, like the Gryffindor Weasley brothers. Then one day, they approached me. I was a good student then. I guess they thought my talents were what they needed for their pranks. At first, I didn't intend to hang out with them. I didn't find them funny. Yes, but there were circumstances that prevented me from being friends with anyone. During the full moon, I would be isolated somewhere. That would expose me as a werewolf. If that happened, I wouldn't just be unable to avoid them, I wouldn't even be able to stay in this school. So I thought I could never be friends with them. After all, just like me. But one day, my secret was finally revealed. Because I couldn't continue to oppose them, No matter how much I rejected them, they still wanted to be my friends. I couldn't feel anything bad. I couldn't refuse them. This was a story that made me feel sympathy involuntarily. Isn't that a stupid thing to say? In the end, my half-hearted attitude caused me suffering. I regretted it then, thinking why I hadn't properly refused them. If I had refused, neither they nor I would have been hurt. But, although they knew my secret, they still didn't stop approaching me. On the contrary, although they did something slightly illegal, they came to me when I was completely transformed into a monster during the full moon. It didn't matter that I was a werewolf. They said I was just furry. They didn't spread my secret and still called me their friend. After that, the days were glorious. Even during the full moon, I spent truly magnificent moments with them. Unconsciously, I even started to feel that being a werewolf was a good thing. If I hadn't been a werewolf, we wouldn't have known each other. We three were very good friends, you know, as close as you and Dahlia. I think we were truly good friends. When the professor finished speaking, his eyes were full of kindness. I don't think my situation perfectly matches yours, and in fact, from your perspective, you might not even understand what I'm saying. But perhaps I can't help but think that you only understand me. There is absolutely no basis for this. But if my intuition is correct, I want you to think about something. You said you hate yourself, but is that truly so bad? Is there anything you can do that you wouldn't have met people without? If you have even the slightest thought that this is the case, it's okay to do it here. Why don't you forgive yourself just a little bit? If you do that, you will definitely be able to cast your patronus, I believe. Little by little, you will learn to love yourself. He spoke for a long time, but honestly, I didn't quite understand why he elaborated so much. His regret should only have been that he couldn't complete the course, but why did he end up talking about his private life? However, even if I calmly think about these things, I am convinced that a part of me still believes Dahlia will understand what I said. For some reason, I can't help but feel sympathy for Dahlia, whose situation should be different from mine. This thought was, if not for it, things wouldn't have happened, and I wouldn't have met people. It seems you were not wrong. Dahlia closed her eyes and repeated my words, as if contemplating something. Judging by her expression, my words had undoubtedly resonated with her. I watched her, patiently waiting for some answer to emerge within her. I hoped she could be saved just a little bit while I was still at this school. Well, never mind me. Even Dumbledore, who shouldn't know anything in this world, knows nothing about Dahlia. The only thing I know about her is that she is Draco Malfoy's twin sister. That is the same as knowing nothing at all. Chapter 128, Old Friends. But I have been tormenting her, even if she was involved in last year's incident, without concrete evidence. Suspecting her wouldn't be something highly praised by the public. So, if I could, I wanted to atone. I unconsciously thought this way. Besides, even though I've only been a teacher for a year, it would be a shame to leave without finishing my studies. And my situation is completely different from the professor's. Unlike you, my situation cannot be improved at all. But you're right, if I wasn't like this, I would never be with Brother and Dahlia. It's truly ironic. This world is so unreasonable and cruel, but that's not all. I think that's what you wanted to say. So, my thoughts were not in vain. Dahlia closed her eyes for a moment, then suddenly opened them again. Expecto Patronum. Come, Patronus. She had already cast the spell, and the silver mist emanating from her wand was no longer the uncertain shape it had been before. It sounds like woo, woo, woo. Although not yet perfect, its shape was enough to identify the creature it represented. Until now, I've only managed a bird shape, but I can't believe I've progressed even a little with something like this. But, I responded, almost applauding Dahlia. Even I was surprised by her. Congratulations, Dahlia. Your patronus is still difficult to complete, but with this, you can finally move forward. However, I didn't expect your patronus to be an augury. The silver patronus fluttering before us was probably not as perfect as Harry's, and the Dementor wouldn't have been able to contend with so many. Its form had not yet fully emerged from the hazy state. However, even from this vague shape, we could determine what animal it was. We could never mistake this unique silhouette. It had long, melancholy eyes and a silhouette similar to a small vulture. Without a doubt, this was the augury, also known as the Irish phoenix. The patronus, still vaguely retaining the shape of an augury, flew like a beast in a fleeting trajectory and finally disappeared into the void. This time, I tried to congratulate Dahlia on her progress by clapping. However, Dahlia clearly couldn't bring herself to be happy about this achievement. Contrary to her usual stoic expression, she continued, her dissatisfaction unconcealed in her tone. This is indeed a suitable patronus for me. The augury is a bird whose cry is said to foretell death. It suits me very well. Seeing Dahlia's reaction, I couldn't help but smile wryly. Her expression was as cold and emotionless as ever, but her thoughts today seemed a bit more naive. Normally, I would notice the other side of the augury story, but she only saw the negative side known to the public. At some point in class, Abercrombie and I admitted we could no longer summon patronesses. I spoke to Dahlia, who seemed not to understand why I was smiling wryly. I don't know about that. Indeed, to the public, the augury's cry is a sign of death. I haven't heard it, but it's a mournful cry that sounds heartbreaking. But this isn't a universal belief. It's just a story. I'm talking about you, an excellent person. Even if you haven't taken care of magical creatures, you really understand auguries, don't you? It's not a sign of anything. Did you catch that? No, do you remember? That's right, the augury's cry was originally just a warning of approaching heavy rain. Humans simply misinterpreted it. There was a time when keeping an augury as a weather predictor was popular, but it quickly fell out of fashion. They returned to being ominous birds that foretold death. Sadly. So you don't need to dislike yourself so much. It's your own form, created by yourself. You don't need to misunderstand your own form because of a misunderstanding. It's really like you. I think it's a very beautiful patroness. These were words from the heart. The moment I saw Dahlia's augury, I felt as if I had finally realized something akin to the discomfort I had always felt. So that's it. She was just a girl who was easily misunderstood, simply without any expression. When I saw her inner thoughts in the form of that silver bird, I felt like I had finally grasped this idea. Although Dumbledore's patroness was also a phoenix, unlike himself, it was filled with misunderstandings and prejudices. The last moments at Hogwarts, yes. I'm sorry, Dahlia. I really have to go. I don't know if I can make it in time. Anyway, I'm glad you finally learned the patroness. Now you can leave here without any regrets. So, Dahlia, if there's a chance, let's meet again. It was truly the last moment. When I remembered, I looked at the clock and realized I truly had no time left, so I started running. For some reason. Professor, I always believed you. I didn't tell anyone. Even though Mr. Malfoy knew about the professor, he didn't tell anyone. I always thought that if you believed yourself to be fine, then there was no need for me to doubt you. But the professor always betrayed Mr. Malfoy. The professor was always the master of Sirius Black. I shouldn't have believed in werewolves. She recalled what Hermione had said last night when saving Sirius, still misunderstanding him. Hearing her say that even though she was a Gryffindor, she believed Dahlia. For some reason, I felt a slight sense of relief in my heart. So, I was not only anxious but also dominated by such random thoughts. Thank you, Professor. I wish you well in the future. Please, I hope you can find even a little peace in your heart from now on. Even for just 1 year, meeting you was invaluable. It was important. I didn't notice what she whispered behind me, nor the sincere smile that appeared on her face. Thus, my seemingly short but long year of teaching came to an end. There was a time when the castle was in an uproar due to the murderer's escape and Professor Lupin's case, but since it was exam period, the commotion quickly subsided. The incident of so many guests' owls flying at the breakfast table was resolved within 2 days, as they realized it was meaningless if the protesting teacher was not present. This morning was a quiet morning, as usual. Even those students who had long looked forward to the professor's classes turned away the moment they discovered he was a werewolf. I wonder who the next professor will be. Aren't you a vampire? As long as it's not a werewolf, anything is fine. I'd rather be a vampire than a werewolf. Of course, both are wishes. What are you planning to do this summer? That's for sure. After all, there's the Quidditch World Cup this year. Now, the summer vacation after exams seemed to be an even more important topic. Even though the professor was gone, a peaceful time passed within the castle. The only remaining exam, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Now we begin the exam. Fortunately, Professor Lupin had already given me the details at the exam before leaving here, and I will ask you to take this exam one by one. It seemed to be carried out without any particular problems. Although it was an exam, for some reason, we were led to the campus, and in front of us, various obstacles were set up. There were red caps hidden in deep water pools, and in them, the water demon Grindylow. After evading the Hinkpunk, there was a trembling chest of drawers I had seen before. Although many of the professor's lessons were unprecedented in a sense, the exam he left behind was also unprecedented. Professor McGonagall, who was proctoring the exam for them, continued somewhat excitedly, ignoring the students who were dumbfounded by the unseen and unheard of exam. As you may have guessed, the content of the test is to pass through the obstacles set up on this campus. It seems that all these obstacles were from Professor Lupin's classes. The professor has already left here. But that's why you all must do well on this exam. It's alright, the professor also said that you will definitely be able to complete the last one, so, first, the exam began. After Professor McGonagall announced the start of class, the students began the obstacle course one after another. Even if he was disliked for being a werewolf, his achievements would not be erased. Contrary to the professor's final evaluation, all the students completed this unprecedented test without any problems. There were some students who retired during the course, but they were a very small minority. Many students rejected magical creatures just as the professor had taught them. Finally, Dahlia, I did it. Professor McGonagall said I got a perfect score. Draco did too. As you said, my Boggart has turned into something. First, I made the old me grow cat ears. There are people who look good with these, and people who don't. Dahlia would look good wearing them. So, Dahlia, keep up the good work. Meanwhile, I'll talk to Granger, who's still upset over there. Dahlia's turn was over, and it was my turn. Dahlia still. Oh, Professor McGonagall, I failed all my exams. Oh, what should I do? Hermione, calm down. You just encountered a Boggart. The real Professor McGonagall is over there. He walked towards Granger, who seemed not to have recovered from the shock the Boggart had given her. As I looked towards the back of the room, Professor McGonagall spoke to me. Miss Malfoy, it's your turn now. Are you ready? Yes, of course. I started running at the signal, going through one obstacle after another. Fortunately, the weather was cloudy now. There was no need to use an umbrella, so I could do my best with my gloves on. Red caps, grindelows, and hinkpunks. I was able to complete it as quickly as, or even faster than, the other students. Indeed, it was a somewhat threatening creature, but it wasn't my enemy, and since I had always listened carefully to Professor Lupin's classes, it shouldn't be a problem for me. Although my professor had passed away, his teachings still lived in my heart. Apart from Potter, I was the student who spent the most time with the professor. I couldn't just stand there and act like a magical creature. Yes, only, I've had a bad feeling ever since I saw the Western-style chest of drawers, but that hasn't changed. Except for the copy monster that I couldn't fight at all in class. The final stage of the exam. When I entered the trembling chest of drawers, I found a space so large that I couldn't have imagined it from the outside, and in the middle of it, I saw myself standing there on that Christmas Eve. I found myself toying with a jet-black wand, a terrible smile on my face. I saw myself in the mirror, reflecting my deepest desires. It seems Dahlia has been able to face her own darkness and overcome it. No, perhaps it's better to say she has accepted it. Truly, she is too strong for me, but I just stood there, staring at the image of my own fear and desire. The professor talked about his own body. I wouldn't do some things without it, and I wouldn't meet some people without it. That's what he said. I think so too. No, it was precisely Professor Lupin's words, so I think they are the same. Now that I think about it, if it weren't for this disgusting body, I wouldn't have been entrusted to the Malfoy family at all, nor would I have been born into this world. Even Dahlia wouldn't have taken such a great interest in me. No matter how much I denied it, there was no doubt that without this dirtiness of mine, I would be even more lonely. On this point, I still had room to view my secret positively. No matter how unusual things were, as long as I had the good fortune to meet the Malfoy family and Dahlia, I felt I could endure it. But this appearance was different. The only difference was my own ultimate version, which seemed to have dulled my fear and desire. In this state, I no longer felt the joy of being with the people I cared about. Only bloodthirsty madness remained. I had no way to think positively, but there was still, although I had never accepted this, and I didn't want to become like this, for some reason, a part of my heart still longed for this image, and I couldn't completely deny it. I couldn't help but fear what I didn't have. I wanted to be special. Just like Professor Lupin's memorable first class, I couldn't do anything but continue to stare blankly at the Boggart. Unlike then, Dahlia and her brother would not come to help. Unlike Dahlia, who overcame her darkness, and her brother who supported her, I will always be weak and alone. Also, I know this too, don't I? Why are you surprised? Unlike that time, this time there was a sequel. I was surprised that the Boggart suddenly spoke, but the fellow kept saying things similar to a dream he once had. And, because this is your true nature, one day, you will surely become me, just like this. No matter how much you deny it, even if you are able to become my family because I am me. Finally, as if realizing this from the depths of his soul, he ended with a cruel laugh. I am so special that I eventually killed the people I cared about. Avada Kedavra. To be honest, I don't quite remember how I got out of the wardrobe after that. The only thing I knew was that I ultimately failed to repel the boggart using the standard method. Even if I couldn't recall the details, I realized it was a mistake when I received the notification that I had achieved the lowest grade in the defense against the dark arts exam. Harry's perspective. As soon as the defense against the dark arts exam ended, it was time for the long-awaited summer vacation. The weather was relatively nice, and the atmosphere at school was excellent, apart from the status of Slytherin. Everyone was spending their post-exam free time in their own way, whether in the common room or around the grounds. Finally, our third year at Hogwarts was over, and we were now taking the express train straight to London. My mood was slightly better in the compartment with Ron and Hermione. Looking back, a lot had happened this year. Many things happened, both good and bad, but ultimately, I wonder where Sirius is now, but I'm sure Buckbeak and I are doing well now. He even sent me this letter. Now I find that more good things happened this year than anything else, because now I hold something sent by my godfather. I, Sirius Black, as Harry Potter's godfather, hereby grant you permission to go to Hogsmeade this weekend. Because he was holding the Hogsmeade permission slip, I always thought there were no other families in the world besides the Dursley family. Not only my parents, but all the relatives who had goodwill towards me were killed by Lord Voldemort. Otherwise, it would be strange for me to be cared for by the Dursley family, and strange for me to be left in such a hellish environment. That's what I always thought. But this was a huge mistake. I still had a godfather who had always loved me. Although he was imprisoned in Azkaban for a false murder charge, he never forgot me. From now on, Sirius will continue to love me. As he rode away on Buckbeak, he said this to me as he bid farewell. One day, when it is proven that I am truly innocent, will you break up with the people you are living with now and come live with me, if you don't mind? After I learned the truth about him, I felt this way. Why did I believe such a kind person was a terrible murderer? I wondered why I thought the black dog that had always protected me was just a fairy tale. His words, full of compassion for me, made me happier than the firebolt he gave me or the Hogsmeade permission slip. This year I learned that I was never alone. Of course, I cannot say that the year was entirely filled with good things just because I learned the truth about Sirius. This year's championship cup was won by the Slytherin team, who took the Quidditch championship. The fact that we saved Sirius was a secret to everyone. Since Dumbledore's innocence had not yet been proven, he couldn't give us any points. Most importantly, the Dark Lord lies alone, sleepless, abandoned by his friends. The servant has been locked in chains for 12 years. Tonight, before midnight, the servant will be free and will rejoin his master, the Dark Lord, who will rise again with the servant's help, stronger and more terrible than before. There were also events that made me anxious about the future. After the divination exam ended, as I was about to leave the classroom, Professor Trelawney spoke to me in an atmosphere completely different from usual. It was as if she was making a genuine prophecy, unlike her usual self. More importantly, Peter Pettigrew did escape that night. When I told Dumbledore about it, even he declared it a prophecy, so there was no doubt. This was a clear sign that Lord Voldemort was about to return. I would be lying if I said I wasn't truly worried. Although I had faced Lord Voldemort many times and somehow survived, he was undoubtedly a terrifying wizard. I had only survived due to luck. But what did this mean? Hogwarts was home to the greatest wizard of the century, and starting this year, my reliable godfather would be watching over me from afar. I was never alone. I had many powerful allies. This fact was enough to dispel anxiety about prophecies that may or may not come true. My current state of mind was different from the beginning of the year, and I even felt radiant. When I picked up the letter Sirius had sent again, I couldn't help but smile. Right, Hermione was looking at me with a smile. Ah, Mr. Greengrass. What is it? Ah, right, thank you for that day. You comforted me when I was so upset about the fake Professor McGonagall. I'm sorry. Do you need something in this compartment? Until I raised my voice at the jerk who suddenly entered. Hearing Hermione's voice, he turned and saw Greengrass, one of Dahlia Malfoy's confidants, standing at the entrance of the compartment. Ah, yes, I have something I need to talk to you about. I felt as if my happy mood had been stained with dirt. Just like last year, why did this fellow always visit us on the last Hogwarts Express? I was sure they would make baffling accusations again this year. The peaceful atmosphere vanished, and Ron and I, who had just been stuffing our faces with sweets, suddenly prepared for a fight. Greengrass, who didn't care about our attitude, was watching us with cautious eyes. Story: Hermione was the only one among them who was not wary of him. It seemed that even Dahlia Malfoy's entourage, who came to watch Buckbeak's execution, was still not a target of Hermione's hostility. Even though Greengrass stopped the execution, it was better to be cautious, as we didn't know why this fellow would do such a thing against his mistress's wishes. I would only relax my guard when I understood why he did it. Even if we ignored everything he had done up until now and considered the small possibility that this fellow was actually sincere, we still had to be wary of the chance that he was acting according to Dahlia Malfoy's wishes. However, Hermione still seemed vulnerable to Dahlia Malfoy's attacks. "Yes, could you let me talk to you for a moment? Somewhere other than here. I don't want these fellows to hear me. Can I ask you to come with me?" "Oh, all right. That's what I said, Harry, Ron. I'm going out for a bit." "Crookshanks, wait a moment. Oh, do you want to come too?" I'm sorry, Mr. Greengrass. Can I bring this child along too?" If it's just the cat, that's fine." He responded to the invitation in a very casual voice. At this rate, we couldn't know what would happen to Hermione. Ron and I quickly raised our voices to prevent such a disaster. "Hey, wait. Hermione, what are you thinking? Listening to this fellow talk so carelessly again. This fellow is Dahlia Malfoy's friend. I always say that." "That's right. Did you forget about that night? That night Dahlia Malfoy and her brother came to watch Buckbeak's execution, even though they said they would stop the execution. Why are you doing this?" However, as usual, our words never reached our best friend's ears. Hermione continued her usual rambling, interrupting our voices. "Oh, Harry, do you remember that night? Mr. Greengrass must have come to save Buckbeak that night, right? Mr. Malfoy also came to watch the execution in the end. At the time, you ignored Buckbeak. There's no need to blame Mr. Malfoy and the others. Well, let's end this conversation. Sorry for making you wait longer, Mr. Greengrass. Let's go. I still have something else I need to discuss with you." After saying that, Hermione ignored our warnings and left for somewhere with Crookshanks. Moreover, she never returned to our compartment in the end. Hermione's perspective. "Mr. Greengrass, can I ask you to come with me?" When I said that, I had some expectations, but, "Welcome back, Dahlia. Long time no see. Did something happen? Also, what do you mean by telling your brothers not to come back for a while? And why is Mr. Granger with you?" Sure enough, the compartment I was led into belonged to Mr. Malfoy. Mr. Greengrass was Mr. Malfoy's best friend. I thought it was impossible for the two of them not to be together, and it turned out exactly as I expected. But apparently, Mr. Greengrass hadn't even informed Mr. Malfoy of my visit. Mr. Malfoy greeted me with his usual expressionless face, but his posture was somewhat suspicious. "The person who brought me here, Mr. Greengrass, said." "Yes, just a little bit. What I have to tell you is something I want Dahlia to hear too. Now, Granger, come in too. The other Slytherins are fine. Draco, please go back for a while. I told you not to come, and since it's about him, I'm sure he already knows what I want when I say this, so hurry up and go in." Mr. Greengrass didn't seem to mind inviting me into the compartment, and as I timidly sat down, he suddenly started talking again. "I'm sorry I had to drag you all the way here, but I truly felt I had to apologize to you. I thought I should go to your compartment, but besides Dahlia, I didn't want people hearing about this." "Mr. Greengrass, apologize to me for what? Did I do something to you?" I was only confused by Mr. Malfoy's silent gaze on the side and Mr. Greengrass's sudden apology. Although I was being apologized to, I didn't know how to react. However, Mr. Greengrass did not seem to have anticipated my reaction. I wonder if something really happened. Although I might have done something to you, I don't think Mr. Greengrass has ever done anything to me." "I see. Then again, you are that kind of girl. I am no match for you at all. However, I still..." After giving a faint glance, he calmed down again and continued speaking. "What I want to apologize for is my attitude toward you up until now. Since last year, I have been unkind to you, girl. I'm truly sorry. I think you noticed. I have been jealous of you for a long time. I lack confidence in myself, so I kept projecting my weaknesses onto you. I want to apologize. I am truly sorry for all of this." This time, I quickly responded to Mr. Greengrass's words. "Huh? Oh, so that's what you wanted to apologize for? Mr. Greengrass, there's no need to apologize for that. You said you did it out of jealousy, but I was the one. It was originally caused by me. I wish I hadn't done that last year. Anyway, you don't need to apologize at all. Actually, I'm the one who should apologize. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Greengrass, and Mr. Malfoy. I don't know what happened last year, but why are you apologizing to me too? I don't even remember it." Why? Anyway, I'm the one who was wrong. I'm truly sorry. I ended up in a situation I didn't quite understand. Mr. Greengrass and I continued apologizing to each other, while Mr. Malfoy, the only one who knew what had happened, watched us in turn. What's more, even Mr. Malfoy. Mr. Granger, I'm sorry for you too. No, never mind. I can't even tell you what happened. That's really selfish of me. When she started trying to apologize for something, the situation became extremely confusing. I didn't know what she wanted to apologize for, nor what she said in the second half. I genuinely didn't know what she had done to me. The only thing I could think of was that she nearly attacked me in the library, but that was because I was wandering the school unknowingly. In any case, even if it wasn't my fault, since I risked my life to protect him from the basilisk, it would have been destroyed. An incomprehensible silence filled the space between the three of us. The first person to break the tension was Puppy. Ha ha ha. Mr. Greengrass suddenly burst into laughter. Mr. Greengrass laughed loudly, looking at us with confusion, yet with a cheerful expression still on her face. Sorry, but we are too similar, so it became funny. It's not just me, everyone thinks so. Draco said it. It's all true. In the end, I felt the same way as everyone else. I think I've finally realized it now. After she laughed. Hey, Granger, I want to ask you to answer what I said in the hospital wing back then. You and I are Slytherin and Gryffindor. We might not often become friends, but I think we can be good friends. It's late now, and you might think I'm lowering myself by saying this, but if you don't mind, I would be happy if we could hang out like friends. She suggested something that made me happy. Mr. Malfoy, who had been watching quietly from the side, spoke up, though I was more confused by the rapidly changing situation than joyful about the long-awaited words. Dahlia, I was surprised when you told me you stopped the execution, but why are you so insistent about Granger? If you are forcing yourself to do this for me, that's a misunderstanding. I don't think anything of Granger. No, Dahlia, that's not true. I'm not forcing myself. I told you before, didn't I? I no longer doubt that I won't be Dahlia's best friend anymore. So, I'm not jealous of Granger anymore. I don't need to be. Furthermore, I have indeed always thought about you, my best friend, but this time is different. It's not for you, it's for myself. I thought I want to start hanging out with Granger from now on. She interrupted Mr. Malfoy, and Mr. Malfoy and I were forced into silence again, because the smile on Mr. Greengrass's face when she said that was truly radiant and dazzling. There, at the beginning of my 3rd year, I saw her staring with murky eyes at what had become my boggart, and then the darkness in her heart, gripping Mr. Malfoy as if she were seizing him. It was established. Faced with such a beautiful smile, Mr. Malfoy was momentarily expressionless and stunned, but then he spoke with a somewhat bitter smile. Completely. I am no match for you at all. I thought I understood your feelings too, but now I finally realize it. This is what jealousy feels like. You are Granger. When she told me she wanted to be friends with me, I was indeed a little reluctant. I'm sorry, Dahlia. I was just too excited. Dahlia, do you object? I don't want Dahlia to suffer. No, I don't object. Even if you said you were going to do this, I wouldn't have a way to object. Furthermore, if you look so happy, I guess I could object. Is there no reason? I am absolutely happy that you are finally free from pain. And I don't think so, Granger. I think she is someone I can trust. However, I have no intention of having any form of friendship with her. Dahlia is enough for me. The only one who understands me is just you. Dahlia is indeed very stubborn. But thank you. One day, I will definitely do my best to make Dahlia obedient. It's no exaggeration to say that I hadn't spent time with them yet, so I couldn't say I truly understood what they were talking about, but they seemed to have reached some kind of conclusion, in a way that made me happy. At this point, my thoughts finally started catching up to the situation, and Mr. Greengrass spoke to me again. Granger, I'm sorry for leaving you alone. Do you mind if I hear your answer? Honestly, I wondered if I should nod and accept the proposal, because I still couldn't forgive myself for what I did last year. Miss Greengrass apologized first, but it was I who first caused her to act so tough. The person who should apologize first is none other than me. However, I still couldn't sincerely apologize to Mr. Malfoy, the biggest victim. Telling her the truth, that I hurt her and made it so she couldn't even return to her dormitory, even temporarily, I couldn't let her know. Even though I had come this far, I was still just a coward. But even so, the choice I made was, really? Is there something I can do? Are you sure you're not pushing yourself too hard? I'm trying to understand your situation. That's why you girls are wary of me. I think that's obvious. But still, do you still consider me a friend? This was just what was convenient for me. If I were in their position, I might be angry. If you are a selfish person, there is no need to be angry at him. However, Mr. Greengrass's response was, "Hey, can I call you Hermione from now on?" As expected, it was extremely warm. I realized again why I was so charmed by these Slytherin girls, the opposite of Gryffindor. Regardless of whether she was Slytherin or Gryffindor, and regardless of their diligence and apparent good relations with each other, I was simply moved by the unfathomable kindness of these women and drawn in by their goodness. I had always admired the kindness of Harry and Ron, but this was even more admirable. I shed tears of joy, temporarily ignoring the guilt building up inside me, and raised my voice. Of course. Me too. Can I call you Dahlia? And Mr. Malfoy, can I call you Dahlia? Yeah, all right, Hermione. Well, if that's what you need, then. Amidst my guilt, I felt that something truly important had begun. Something long suppressed had finally happened. From then on, everything happened quickly, although it was a bit awkward at first. Right, I haven't told you about my classes yet. I decided not to take divination and Muggle studies this year. It turned out I was overloaded in every subject, and my grades were dropping across the board, darling. Yeah, that's better. Besides defense against the dark arts, that's probably the main reason I could beat you in several subjects. Winning when you're not at your best doesn't mean anything. Yes, so, I'm sorry, Dahlia. From now on, you'll have to take Muggle studies by yourself. Are you okay? It's fine. I believe Dahlia will definitely come after you if that happens. But Dahlia, I'll tell you, next time if you get hurt, be sure to take a deep breath. I'll do my best. Also, did Granger study Muggle studies? I'm sure that was simultaneous with arithmancy. That was. Unknowingly, our conversation became so heated, as if we had lived in the same dormitory from the start. Happy times passed quickly. Leaving Dahlia aside, it was still hard to say if Dahlia recognized me now. She didn't really participate in Dahlia's and my conversation. If anything, she probably spent more time playing with Crookshanks, who was sitting on her lap before I realized it. But I couldn't help enjoying the time I finally had. Just like that, I was finally able to establish friendships with Dahlia and Dahlia. Yes, this year belonged to her, even if she didn't realize it herself. Dahlia's perspective. Regardless of what Dahlia and Granger were saying, I was fully enjoying playing with the adorable cat, and when I got off the train, my expression was a little less blank. I felt that Dahlia and Granger were lukewarm towards me, but that didn't bother me now, because at the edge of my vision as I got off the train, Dahlia, Lucius and the others are over there. Well, let's say goodbye here. Dahlia, can I write to you every day again this year? I also want to talk about the Quidditch World Cup. Of course you can, I'll write to you too. Every day. Well then, Dahlia, Granger. We'll take our leave for now. Especially Granger, it would be best if you leave here immediately. Well, before your father and the others find out. Because my precious family was embodied there, I was finally able to return to my beloved house of Malfoy. Hearing my words, Granger seemed to realize the time had come and began to say goodbye. Yes, well then, Dahlia, goodbye. I'll write to you during the summer holidays too. Except for Dahlia, I think you should stop writing to the House of Malfoy. Oh, I see, I understand. But let's meet up if we get a chance. Actually, Ron might invite me to watch the Quidditch World Cup. If you two come too, I'd love to see you. We'll meet then. Well, you too. Especially Dahlia. We lost this year, but we will definitely win next year. Yeah, I look forward to it. Granger, see you somewhere. Then, Miss Granger returned to Potter and the others watching from afar, and this time Dahlia said goodbye to me. Hermione, you're leaving. It's fine. Thinking about it like that, you look lonely. That's not true. Even if it were, separating from you would be painful for me. Yes, let's leave it at that. But see you again someday, Dahlia. As for the letter, let's meet again at the World Cup. The three of us. Dahlia left without hearing my reply, leaving me alone. Then my younger brother suddenly appeared. Dahlia, that's good. That's what I started to say. There was no need to ask me what was good about it. Dahlia was the same, but I wondered why even your older brother talked about Granger like that. What I wanted to do and what I could do were two entirely different things. I didn't have the right to be close to Granger, but even as I tried to point this out, brother, besides Granger, I am too. If only that were true, why would you do such a thing? But if you make that face, I guess you still need it. It's truly disgusting. Once again, like Dahlia, she started walking without considering my opinion. I felt a little uneasy, looking at my expressionless reflection in the train window, and then started walking, following my older brother who was ahead. Our newly arrived father welcomed us warmly. Dahlia, Draco, it's good to see you back. I heard about this year. I heard Slytherin admirably won the House Cup. Dumbledore, it seems you couldn't favor Gryffindor this year. Also, Dahlia, I heard you achieved good grades this year too. As expected, you are the daughter of the House of Malfoy. I heard your performance in defense against the dark arts was not as good as last year, but you are the one who stumbled. There must have been a problem with the exam. Lucius, that's enough. We are both tired, so we will continue this after we get home. Welcome back, both of you. I felt that my expressionless face was truly becoming noticeable even to myself now. That's it. Being with my family this time was my happiness. Dahlia was the only one who joined them later and later. I had no right to ask for anything more. I replied with a slight feeling of loneliness, yet also an overwhelming sense of happiness. Yes, father, mother, I'm home. Yes, this was the end of my 3rd year, the growth of close friends and the premonition of new friendships. Most importantly, the affection of our House of Malfoy would continue. And so, my 3rd year at Hogwarts finally came to an end. A happy daily life. Now, let's go home. Ah, right, Dahlia, before we go home, think about your selfishness. As a result, I couldn't listen to your selfish request that night. Yes, father, but if you're being selfish, I've already considered it, so it's fine. Someone will like my father, who is a high-ranking Ministry of Magic official, working alone. I'm surprised, I didn't think you were so selfish. All right, tell me who it is when you get home. Now, put him in my arms. Yes, so is my brother. It was a very casual gesture. As we walked home from the station, with just a simple grasp of father's arm, he appeared. Usually, the moment I got it, I would arrive at my long-awaited home. But this time, what? Father? No, I feel a little pain. That didn't happen. When I grabbed his arm, father suddenly felt pain, clutched his own arm, and pulled up his sleeve. There, a mouth, a snake, a skull, vaguely visible but absolutely discernible. It was commonly known as the Dark Mark. Why is it only appearing now? I didn't think he was still alive. The Dark Lord. The happy daily life ended. The footsteps of the end were already in sight. I hate it. I just hate it. I hate it, and can't control it. Even now, I clearly remember that day. No matter how Dementor drains my happiness, no, because my happiness was drained, I constantly relive the worst day of my life. James, Lily, are you alright? Please respond. I remember the day I lost 2 of my dearest friends overnight. When I close my eyes, the scene from that time seems to appear in my mind. If you go to Peter's hiding place, the secret keeper, you will find a worm's shell. And there were no signs of a struggle. With a bad premonition, I went to James's house, where I found James's body, who seemed to have resisted desperately, while Lily was probably trying to protect her child. The days that I thought would last forever suddenly ended. I couldn't forgive it. There was no way I could forgive him. Why did I think he was one of my best friends? Why did I entrust him with the role of secret keeper? If I had played the secret keeper as planned, my 2 best friends wouldn't have died. So I continued to harbor resentment. Even if I fell for his trick and was imprisoned in Azkaban for many years, as long as I get a glimpse of his whereabouts, I will kill him this time. Otherwise, my best friends wouldn't be happy. That day was still wrong. Humans live and die. Died. Even in this cold prison, I still believe I must correct this mistake. When I finally learned that he was hiding as the Weasley son's pet rat and followed him into Hogwarts, I was convinced. The hands of the clock that had stopped would now start turning again. By killing him, I could save my best friends whom I first killed. He hid in the Shrieking Shack, full of memories of our youth, and with the help of a very clever cat, I finally managed to drag him out. Even Remus knew the truth after learning that Peter was still alive. Now all that was left was to take action. Along the way, Severus Snape, learning where Remus was going from the Marauders map, broke in and blocked the way, but this was only a minor problem. Such a waste could not possibly hinder me. I could finally kill Peter Pettigrew, one of my best friends. Yes, that's what I thought. But, stop, killing him isn't good. If you kill him, Sirius will truly become a murderer this time. That's why it's not good. In the end, I still couldn't kill him. The connection to his only best friend in this world, because his son Harry shouted this at the last moment. Harry Potter, a forgotten souvenir left by my close friend, whose godfather I am. Even I, who had been in Azkaban for over a decade, could not obtain such happiness from the Dementors. Since I was in Azkaban, I couldn't do anything worthy of being his godfather, but I think I still had a lot of love for him. If she had any feelings for Peter besides resentment, it was probably just wanting to see him. In retrospect, when I escaped Azkaban as a dog, the first place I went was not Peter's, but Privet Drive, where Harry now lived. Despite her growing dissatisfaction with Peter, she found herself secretly watching Harry and ordered a firebolt as a gift for him. No matter what others said, my love for Harry was real. So when he shouted, I hesitated for a moment. The thought of having to kill Peter didn't disappear. But as he said, if I killed Peter, I wouldn't be able to prove my innocence and might not be able to live with Harry forever. And so, I hesitated for a moment, and that moment of hesitation seemed fatal. All right, only you, Harry, truly have the power to decide. Your parents were both killed by this guy, you have the right to decide whether to kill him. Unfortunately, Sirius is only this much. Because Remus said, after Harry, I lost my chance for revenge forever. Honestly, if you ask me if I regret that choice at the time, I would definitely say yes. That guy was still living with Jiao. The moment Remus transformed into a werewolf, he turned into a rat again and escaped. If Remus and I had killed him correctly, he wouldn't have been released into the wild again. It's best not to regret it. However, this doesn't mean my heart is as gloomy as before. In fact, it looks like the weather is clear. Of course, the reason is Buckbeak. I wonder how Harry is doing now. Did he receive my letter? He was none other than Harry Potter, the one who stopped my revenge. In Azkaban, most of her thoughts were on revenge, but when she got out and met Harry, the man she had always protected deep in her heart, she could no longer suppress her feelings for him. As I stroked the beak of Buckbeak, another escapee, I looked up at the moonlit night and thought of Harry. Are his days peaceful? It seems he was forced to live with a despicable relative because I was too lazy, but is he eating well? If I were her guardian, I wouldn't let her be so thin. If Dumbledore knew the truth this time and proved my innocence, I would definitely go to Harry. So far, I have been a worthless godfather, but now it's time for me to protect Harry, James's forgotten souvenir. So now I've decided to live no matter what. I no longer live only for revenge as before. From now on, she lives only for Harry. If he cannot correct the mistake of that day, he must at least protect Harry this time. He will not be able to face James or Lily. Come on, let's go, Buckbeak. We'll be leaving here soon. Let's go to the next place. I straddled Buckbeak and squeezed his sides with my heels. The huge wings lifted, and we soared into the moonlit night. Remus's perspective. I am Remus Lupin. I was asked to come here. Come in. If you timidly appear at the location marked on the map, timidly knock on the door, you will be greeted by a stiff and cold voice. It was clearer than fire that the person inside had no good feelings for me. Indeed, this summons was likely related to werewolves. I did nothing, yet because I was a werewolf, I was often treated as the culprit of certain events. As I walked through the doors of the ERA office with a heavy heart, I resisted the urge to sigh. I wouldn't say I shouldn't come. Or rather, I couldn't say. Although it was a long time ago, similar things had happened before. The ERA suddenly called. When I went there, I was accused of false accusations and treated as a suspect, even if I asked for the reason. Because you're a werewolf, I guess you did it. What about admitting your guilt? You werewolves, your existence is a sin. My refutations would never be taken seriously. In the end, Dumbledore, who learned of the situation from somewhere, came to rescue me, and I was able to get away safely. But if no one had come to rescue me, I don't know what would have happened. Even if he didn't appear in court, the situation might have been like that. No, if you ignore this order, you will only become more suspicious, and it is clear that the situation will get worse. So I reluctantly traveled all this way to hear what the head of the ERA office had to say. I am Rufus Scrimgeour. I am the head of the ERA office here. To be honest, I'm not that lazy. I won't spend too much time on things with a foregone conclusion. I don't have much time. However, I also can't refuse you, or hire you without an interview. I know this is a waste of time, but I have to give you a little time. So, let's begin. Why do you want to be an ERA here? Apparently, this time, he was not being accused of being a criminal. This didn't change the fact that I didn't know what it meant. Looking for a job? Indeed, I haven't found a job yet, but I don't remember applying for a job here. I don't know what the director is talking about. Hearing this sudden and strange remark, I tilted my head and asked Director Scrimgeour, who was sitting in front of me. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Why are you interviewing me? I don't remember applying for a job here. However, my question seemed to worsen the director's already bad mood. I can't believe you're confessing now. If that's what you think, I'll ask you directly, what do you want to do? Why are you here? What exactly are you doing? Did Lucius Malfoy tell you? You said you came on orders. Even if I have a recommendation letter from a high-ranking Ministry of Magic official like him, I have an obligation to protect the safety of the people. I won't give it. What do you have to do with Lucius Malfoy? That's when I started speaking loudly. I couldn't see this story anymore. I didn't even know what kind of situation I was in now, even if I tried to make excuses. Lucius Malfoy, I don't understand what you're saying at all. I have nothing to do with him. You're still lying like this. If you don't tell the truth, you'll be sent to Azkaban. The director didn't listen to me at all. Then, the situation finally became unreliable, and perhaps the director himself was confused by the situation. Director Scrimgeour, why are you shouting so loudly? Is there a leak outside? Remus, why are you here? Finally, someone appeared who seemed to understand what they were saying. When I turned in the direction of the voice, I saw a tall man with brown eyes standing there. Feeling relieved to see someone I knew, I responded to him in a calm voice. Ah, Kingsley, that's right, you're an Auror too. That's great. No, I don't quite understand the situation either. I thought I was suddenly called here, and the director suddenly asked me about my career prospects. Please start speaking. Oh, you're going to be an Auror too. That's great. If you join, we'll have 100 people. I always thought it was a mistake for you not to work. I smiled slightly at Kingsley, who happily shouted at my clumsy explanation. I had known Kingsley Shacklebolt for a long time. When I was treated as a criminal because I was a werewolf, he helped me with an open mind. I don't know what he liked about me since then, but he was one of the few friends who often kept in touch with me. I personally liked his strong sense of justice and ability to judge things fairly. If he had been older when Lord Voldemort was rampant, I would definitely have recruited him into the Order of the Phoenix because of his unique talents.